and I don't like being late to stuff, so I was kind of internally freaking out.
All good, my dude, all good. I'm starting the stream up now. My camera is on. Welcome to the channel. Been looking forward to this for a minute.
Yeah. I like the style of these panels. They feel more productive than some of the other ones I've done. Now, I don't mind the yelling and screaming and vitriol and all that, but these are they feel kind of productive. Yeah.
I would hope so. I mean, these are real questions that we need to ask because this is stuff that's happening.
Yeah.
So, especially in the case of somebody getting fired over depicting something that is perfectly legal. I lost my dude.
Sorry, I was trying to turn on my camera. Let's try again.
All good.
Discord always does this to me. It is legal. Oh, I see. I see. Wait, what is going on? Do you think? Well, I guess it's tough because like I don't know how far to go into it. Ooh, I gotta make adjustments to this lighting. I don't want to get too far into it because nobody's here for the panel yet. But like, it's obviously more than just like the teacher showed something that's perfectly legal to show and she got fired because like people aren't getting fired for showing pictures of apples.
Precisely. Like, the first thing I think about is the South Park episode.
Yeah, it got pulled.
The first thing I think about when I think about this is like, ooh, they were shook. There's usually nothing they won't touch, so it seems very interesting.
Comedy Central made them do it. They didn't take it down just because they wanted to. That there was two episodes where they had Muhammad. Well, kind of. The second one where they had him, they like the joke was that they couldn't show him, and then the Virgin Mary episode also got banned.
I didn't know about that one. I did not know about that one.
Yeah, there was a statue of the Virgin Mary who was bleeding from her vagina, and people were going to see the miracle, and it turned out she was actually bleeding. Or sorry, they thought she was bleeding from her ass, and people would go to get blessed by it. And at the end, they found out that she was actually bleeding from her vagina, and the church declared it was not a miracle because chicks bleed out their vaginas all the time.
Oh, that's a hot swing right there.
I really liked that one. There was also when Randy was going really hard on his alcoholism being a disease. So he's like, I need to treat my disease, and he just like use it as an excuse to drink like gloriously.
That's amazing.
It was a really good episode.
I might have to go back and watch that.
I recommend it. It's a solid episode. Let's see. Okay. I feel really good that I was a couple minutes late, and then it wasn't just.
Yeah, I still didn't even finish watching the pandemic special.
Oh, it's so good. I really like all of the specials because they're like they're TV specials, and he always relates it back to like they're having a special at the for the weed. It's so good, such a good joke. It legitimately never got old for me.
Randy became like the standout character in that show after
Yeah.
creme fraiche happened.
I think it's smart because a lot of us started watching South Park when we were kids, and now we're adults. So it kind of shifted the focus from a bunch of kids to like because South Park obviously was for kids when it first came out. It was aimed at adults, but like knowing that kids are going to be the ones that are really watching it.
Yeah, they had like little silly stuff going on, Mr. Hanky. Like it was edgy,
Yeah,
but not too edgy. And then it just went off the deep end at one point.
yeah, it was. That's why kids wanted to watch it because it was like bad. And a lot of it in the beginning, kids were watching it, and parents didn't really understand what was happening, so they got like all pissed off and shit about it.
Oh, it was the same thing about The Simpsons, and Simpsons never went as far as South Park did.
Yeah,
Matter
The
of fact,
Simpsons was pretty light always.
After the South Park movie, all of a sudden, it just became straight up, we're cursing on TV now. It's
Yeah,
just going to be a
yeah.
thing.
They paved the way. I think they paved the way for like shows like Family Guy and all that to be able to do what they were doing. Which I don't know. I know it's gotten rightfully so a bad rap for being bad, but like the last like 2 or 3 years, Family Guy's really come back. It's good again.
I tapped
Like
out
legitimately.
after a rape joke.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
There was
I
this one
understand.
like, oh, you have to act like she's unconscious. You don't need to ask her anything, and she likes it. You know, if you like force, like I don't know what the joke was, but it was just really, really bad.
I understand. I'm a I'm a big fan of offensive humor.
I like offensive humor, but there's like certain lines for me where I'm like, dude, no. Like same thing happened with
Uh
me and Louis C.K. when he did his SNL monologue.
uh-huh.
When he started talking about how for pedophiles it must be really, really good because they keep doing it.
So good. Yeah, I
I,
love that joke.
I
Oh
was
my
not digging
god.
it.
I
I'm
got
kind of a little bit different on it. I kind of feel like I like offensive humor, but it has to be clever. And that
Yeah,
was clever. So
I agree.
I thought that was funny.
I got kicked out of a Facebook secret group called Outrageously Offensive for offending somebody.
Also, like the
that's
irony has
counterintuitive.
to be evident, right? If you can't see the irony in it, then it lands a little differently. I also remember I remember Colbert. Do you remember Cancel Colbert? That whole thing.
I do
This was
not.
No, I
back
remember
in his
watching
old
the
show.
Colbert Report.
Yeah, back during the Colbert Report, he had a character that was supposed to be. It was designed to mock like people who are like unironically racist, and so he was playing a character. Well, he was playing his conservative talk show host character, doing Ching Chong Ding Dong, which was his stereotype of the Asian person. And somebody online like took offense at it, and I don't know if she. I mean, it's unclear because at first it seemed like she didn't understand that it was irony, but then she said she did understand that it was irony. She just didn't care,
Yeah,
which makes it worse. I
don't
think.
care.
Yeah, she said it was still offensive, even so, because of the way he was playing it up or whatever.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, and so she started the hashtag cancel Colbert, and honestly, like that's the first time I heard the term canceling in a context other than like obviously she was trying to cancel a show, but people then started applying it to just like the way that we talk
Everything.
about canceling now, and that's the first time. That's the first time I remember hearing canceling in that context was in response to Cancel Colbert.
Interesting.
So to me, in my mind, that started the movement. Although I've looked at the etymology, but there's other incidents that people point to. But in my mind, that was the first incident. And yeah, it was because he was being like mildly offensive, but in a way that was clearly ironic. And so obviously he didn't believe the things he was saying. He didn't intend for his audience to believe the things that he was saying. He was obviously making fun of racists, not making fun of Asians.
Didn't he get invited to the RNC meeting? or what was it? The RNC. What do you call that?
I don't remember.
Convention?
Yeah, convention.
It would just be the RNC. That's
What I was thinking.
It's confusing because the RNC
The
hosts
C
the
is for the
RNC.
Convention.
Right.
Because RNC means two different things. Same thing for DNC.
I just didn't want it to be confused.
Yeah.
But I feel he got invited and they didn't know he was satire.
Oh, he was no. I think you might be
Oh,
thinking
you
of
mean
the
Colbert?
White House
Press
correspondence dinner.
Oh,
That
that's what
where
it
he-
was.
Long.
Yeah, and but I don't know. I thought Bush. I mean, Bush kind of liked it. Like he was laughing the whole time. I don't know.
Bush had a great
Yeah,
sense
but
of humor.
Bush
Yeah.
is the kind of motherfucker that laughs because other people are laughing, though. He's like, I don't
Or maybe he
get it.
doesn't get the joke.
Yeah,
That could be for sure.
I think that when it comes to edgy humor, I just telling somebody this the other day. There's been a few white comics that have been able to go as far as even saying the N-word, and nobody flipped out about it because you have to be really, really funny if you want to get away with saying really edgy stuff. If you're gonna say stuff that pisses people off, way more people need to be laughing than getting upset. Louis C.K. and George Carlin both pulled it off, and nobody gave a
Right.
fuck.
That's true.
Because they've never done anything to lead us to believe that they're racist, and they were always hilarious. Now,
I never knew George Carlin.
Louis
did
got
it.
in trouble. He did it in the context of a joke about the word itself.
Excellent.
He said, explaining why that nobody gets upset. He's like, it's just a word. There's no inherent.
Lenny Bruce.
No,
did
there's
it.
nothing bad about the word itself. It's bad when people use it hatefully. He goes, nobody gets mad when Eddie Murphy or Richard Pryor do it. And then he used the word. I'm not going to repeat his whole bit,
Right.
but it was a good bit because it explains the truth of the matter. And nobody got overly upset because it's George Carlin. That was a time where you wouldn't. I think the idea here is that we get upset when people the idea that people get upset about jokes that are clearly jokes now came from we would get mad at people when they would say things and then be like, hey, I'm joking. But it would have never crossed into the idea of comedians back then. We know they're joking. That's what the fuck people paid for them to be there for. We know they don't mean it.
Yeah, but I feel like if you tried that today, you would get a lot of racist comedians who would say, "Oh, but it's a joke," and would but seriously say certain things. I think that's what it comes down to. Is there certain bad actors that kind of ruin it for everybody, and then nobody can do it.
Well, that's the thing, though, is that you also have to be not putting out racist shit on the side too. If you're gonna tell edgy joke, like if you want to tell a joke about say rape, Kai said he didn't like Family Guy for, you absolutely cannot be accused of raping people and make that joke. It's going to hold a lot different weight if somebody does that.
Oh yeah, like that Rick and Morty guy. There were a bunch of rape jokes in Rick and Morty, specifically voiced by him, and now those are all coming back at him because of his allegations. Yeah,
and that's what I mean. The context in which the context being the person who's telling the jokes, if their record's clean on the thing, then we know we have no reason to believe that they're full of hate. We should expect them to be joking. And if you think it's funny, laugh. If you don't, that's fine. But
that's a lot of guardrails. So you have to be clean yourself.
I think that's how it
and you have to be funny. And
not how it should be. It's how.
But that's the risk, right? Because if your joke isn't funny, then you're risking your whole career with that joke. Because there's no guarantee that an audience is going to find it funny, every single time.
Which is why before the camera comes on, you need to workshop that shit out all the little places along the way.
Yeah, but there's going to be a camera in those audiences, or some kind of recording device. It's a risk. If you do that sort of thing in public, it's a risk.
Yeah, I'm actually covering right now a guy I grew up with. He made a lot of poetry for the alt-lit scene, which heavily influenced internet culture today. He performed in 8 countries in all 50 states. He got accreditations all over the place. Harvard English, I don't know, academic. I remembered at the time, said that by definition that he was the most honest poet who ever lived. So he had a lot of
Wow.
notoriety under his belt, and then he fucked up pretty bad, and then he disappeared from the internet. And I'm covering his content, and then I'm gonna be covering what happened, and I'm hoping ultimately that I can find him so I can talk to him. Nobody's seen or heard from him in 6 years, and see if he's okay. Ask him why he hasn't come back, because I think that even if you make a mistake, you're still worthy of compassion. There's I think it's smart to step out of the light, but I don't think that if somebody does something wrong, if somebody does something that's even like really abhorrent, a murderer gets to walk out of prison and go live their life at the end of their sentence.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Just like along that topic, CTV's coming back, I see.
I'm glad to
What
see
did he get
CTV
canceled
back.
for?
Being CTV?
I mean, was there like a thing? Because it's funny, I haven't thought of him in
There
so
was
long.
a thing.
There was
Yeah,
a
there
big
was a
scandal.
thing. There were other things, but there was a thing like that that did it.
What's up,
What was
Parallax?
the thing?
It was,
Hi, Parallax.
hey. And he took an appropriate amount of time off, and like, we'll see if he's feels any different about it or if he's just testing the waters and it's going to be exactly the same. I don't know.
Well, I just saw the video of him going up against a enraged erudite.
Oh, enraged about that or something else?
No, erudite was enraged in general.
Yeah. Oh.
And he decided to poke the bear.
Already enraged?
She was already enraged, and he started poking the bear. Prime poked the bear. Like, everybody poked the bear, and then the bear left.
Oh, boy.
It was a good one. I need to talk to Prime about that.
She gets mad a little bit easy, I've noticed, yeah.
They're saying she was drunk.
Oh, it could be.
But I don't know. She didn't seem drunk. She just seemed...
I mean, I've never seen her drunk on stream before.
She seemed extra enraged.
I have literally never once had a negative interaction with her. So it's always a little weird when somebody says something that's like wholly negative. Because like I personally have a hard time imagining it, but like she's a person. But I think it'd be wild if she was drunk on stream.
I've seen her get mad a couple times. And it's always been if she felt somebody was attacking her personally.
It's understandable.
She felt that
like
she was
not
being
necessarily
misled, and then Prime Steelmander, and then said "good girl," jokingly.
Oh boy!
And then the enragement went so much harder.
Oh no!
Yeah, I was like, "Uh-oh," when you said it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, I'm a boomer, and I know not to say that.
You know, I don't believe in gender at all, but I know better than to ask a woman how old she is, how much she weighs. Like they.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
or if they're pregnant.
Yeah, like
sure.
I had women say, "Guess how old I am?" I'm like, "No, I'm not gonna do that. I've been married
or always guess
times.
Way younger.
Not doing it. No, I'm not doing. Because then they'll go, "Oh, come on now." They don't let you get out of that shit. No, you just you're looking for a reason to get mad at me. We're getting along just fine right now. And for some reason you want to get mad at somebody. It ain't going to be me. Ask him. He's stupid. Not me. Yeah, I ain't crazy. I ain't got a death wish.
It's true.
There's a lot of words,
especially when
that you actually believe in gender.
She's already enraged. Yo, what up, Parallax?
I think that cashier does, and I know that if she does, I'm not guessing her age or her weight.
Yo, I haven't seen this video. Can I see it?
Oh, it's up.
Sounds incredible.
It's up. I'll post it if you want to see that at some point.
Like S tier content. Yo,
it is.
Damn, bro.
I'll give you just that part.
So it's like, I mean, this is most relevant to places like France, right?
I would think so.
This question.
But it actually happened in Minneapolis.
I don't know what everybody's talking about.
Oh, all right, Minneapolis. That makes sense because there's like big, Muslim communities down there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The actual topic.
How large is Appolis that they had to make a mini one?
Apparently large enough for everybody to think we need a second part.
We need a Minneapolis.
Sorry, I was just Googling how to boot somebody from someone else's Discord.
I was going to say, Rich, you are old enough to be laughing at that joke, and I'm honestly offended that you're not.
Well, I'm
It's
just
an epic
resisting the
dad
urge
joke.
to tell you the etymology of MINNE being different than MINA, but I'm
Do it.
Oh God!
I'm
resisting the urge to punch
I'm
someone
resisting
through a
it.
Camera. So I understand the resistance to urges now. Respect.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Jesus.
Oh, that was a solid dad joke. And for Rich to just explain out the dad joke to its base core, it couldn't get any more amazing.
The only thing that was missing was a. Do you get it? Do you get it?
That'll come. Just wait.
Like most dads, it'll come.
Good for dads.
It's got
How do you
talent.
think they become dads?
Well, yeah, they're already dads, so maybe not so lucky anymore.
Rozzy, I'm a little disappointed.
I
should have figured that out.
What do you mean? Just figured that out?
No, you should have. You should have already had it figured out. Dads do be coming. I've seen this.
God, it's a bunch of dad jokes all in one.
She was definitely drunk. Why do we care? What's the debate
I don't
about
know
whether
if she was drunk or not. I don't know if she was drunk. She seemed pretty lucid. She just seemed extra enraged. And
You
the
mean
alcohol could have done
extra
it.
Correct and extra shitting on them, and it was awesome.
Oh, yeah, it was awesome. I was reveling in it.
No, so I was DMing Kyla. I'll tell you right now. She was drunk.
Oh, cool.
She wasn't like blacked out. She was drunk. She was entirely lucid. CTV's a moron, and he got what he deserved.
Based.
What did he get?
Or he got what he wanted, right? Like, isn't that kind of what he wants? Like, he memes and he kind of aggressively memes and tries to piss people off.
I don't know if he's memeing or stupid. I'm not sure.
He is.
I genuinely don't know when I say that.
No, he is trying to come back into the space. That's why he has been coming. He came on to Ty's show. He tried going on to Alexa's show. He has tried going on several shows now.
Get him on my show.
He has been pasted every time. You can
do?
send that. Send a swastika to a Jewish person.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
And then denied that it was a swastika.
Yeah.
It was a Tibetan good luck charm, obviously.
No. He sent trans flags, transgender pride flags, in the shape of a swastika to I'm really important, a Jewish person.
Jesus.
Are they also trans?
Christ.
No, just Jewish. So it wasn't.
Well, then they won't be offended by how many times we've said Jesus Christ reacting to this.
Well, no, but the thing is IRI wasn't offended by the trans flags. He was offended by the swastika because he's not trans. He didn't take the trans insult out of it. He took the Jewish insult out of it because that's the part of his identity that was getting to him. You know, when that was put out, to trans people on Twitter the same night, it was the trans shit. They didn't even notice the swastika. They noticed, that he was being a dick with the trans flag. It's what your identity,
I understand.
forces you to see.
It's
but the thing is how do you send a
swastika?
How do you send a swastika to a Jewish guy and expect to ever come back from that?
Well, even the trans thing, like using trans flags for something shitty is offensive to trans people. Sending a swastika to a Jew is kind of akin to a death threat. If not that, at least akin to saying a slur. Yes. I mean, it could certainly feel like a threat. Yeah, it's reasonable for it to feel like a threat. That's insane.
Yeah, and after that, because everybody got pissed with him, he then tried to monetize the death of a friend by trying to get people to come live on his stream who did not know that Colonel Dan had died and revealed that he had died live on the air to them.
That's hot garbage.
Against the wishes of the family.
Wow, what a fuck.
Yeah.
So like I said, shitty
like
guy.
I said, you don't come back from this. Yeah, you don't come back from this. And so not so erudite, is very much aware of a lot of this because she is friends with a lot of these, streamers and shit, and knows the backstory and shit that was going on. So I guarantee you that was very much in her mind as she was nailing his ass to the wall.
I want to talk to him about why he thinks that
He'll blame it on the alcohol.
No, why people want him to come back.
Oh, he'll just say he has people that want him to come back, like Rob Noor and all the other fucking right-wing loons that nobody wants to deal with anymore.
Well, Rob's retarded too. That makes sense.
Yeah, he'll find an audience with them for sure. It's just when he tries to cross over that he'll have trouble.
No, because even the right-wing spaces don't want to deal with him for the most part. Like Ty let him come on, and once we started pasting him, he left, and Ty was like,
No, I don't mean people who happen to be on the right. I mean people like Rob will be fine with them.
Yeah.
No, I think even Rob will get sick of his ass. It's okay.
Well, maybe because the memes like he's not serious enough or something.
Rob's pretty insufferable
maybe,
too.
but I agree. But CTV is the proverbial toddler who, even though they have burned their hand on the stove, thinks they can touch the stove again. He will continue to push every line he can until he gets booted out of communities. He has done this to every community except Dylan's. And he finally crossed the line with Dylan's when he did the IRI shit.
Mm.
Because so he's pretty much already on the outs. Okay.
Yeah. He fucked around. I mean, dude, he pissed off Queen Alexa. Again, this is not something you come back from easily.
That's hard. That's got to be hard to do. Queen is she's tough. She's real tough.
And she does not take offense easily. And he came into her channel and she was like, "Yeah, fuck you, get out." And like fucking yeah.
That's like making me mad hard. I don't think I've ever flipped out on anybody on stream. I don't think.
I have making me mad hard. How hard is it making you?
Well, but it's like if I had been a streamer jumping in panels at that point in time when this was going on, this would have been my first Kinnison rant.
Rich,
I'd have been like, how the fuck? How the fuck do you people still associate with this piece of shit? Like, there would have been a full.
I won't be long. I'm probably gone in about 10 minutes at any rate.
Oh, well, yeah. What else you got going on today?
I have a class with some of my California students in about 10 minutes.
Oh, what's the subject?
Well, it's Lincoln Douglas debate, and the topic for this month and next month is open borders.
Interesting.
And these are your California kids? So, yeah, this will be very nuanced debate on the subject.
Well, I mean, I don't think within the United States, there's not really a big ideological difference between all of my students. Debaters tend to be pretty progressive.
Oh, it's not that, but because they're from California and open borders has been something they have considered many times on the southern portion of California. It'll be something these kids will have a lot of nuanced takes because their parents, their uncles, we'll have talked about it, etc. So they'll have different perspectives than most other teams.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't. I mean, we've already started, and they haven't. They're pretty young, like they're high school freshmen, so they don't really have a whole lot of opinions on it. They were a little surprised to hear the topic at the beginning. They were like, "What?" But then once we got into it, like they assumed that they would be negative when they started, because to most people, like the idea of borders being open, like makes no sense. Then I had to explain how open borders works within the EU, like France and Italy. You don't have to show a passport or anywhere in the EU, once you're in.
So you want to make sense to most people?
You want to just
most people, you guys can go ahead and say, most people just no. Most people are negative on that topic.
I want to let you get first statement since you're leaving real quick, so at least get a taste of the insight you may be delivering. So, here we go. Starting the panel up. Hamlin University, a private liberal arts school in St. Paul, Minnesota, has reportedly declined to renew the contract of a professor who showed their students a medieval Islamic depiction of the Prophet Muhammad. On October 6, 2022, the adjunct professor, who has been identified as Erica Lopez Prater, displayed the image during an online lecture. The incident gained traction after a student in attendance, Aram Wedatala, president of the university's Muslim Student Association, raised the issue with the university administrators following a conversation with the professor. So a teacher has been fired for showing a depiction in a piece of artwork of the Prophet Muhammad. Should this be possible? Should this be something that should be allowed for all religions? Is this something that we want in America?
Okay, yeah, let me just start by saying there is something unique about this. And it's not a good thing that it's unique, but it is. And that is that there is a risk. If you look at the Charlie Hebdo incident in France, where all those people were murdered because of this very incident, if you look at other people who've been attacked for a variety of reasons, even within the United States, most recently Salman Rushdie, as a result of some of his talks and stuff like that, I think you can understand where the university is coming from. It's not. Now, I understand that if you're an individual person like this professor, you can take that risk onto yourself, and that's one thing. But I think probably people at this university were thinking of potential risks to people at the university itself. Right. So if there were a mass attack there, like there was at Charlie Hebdo, it wouldn't be just that professor paying the cost of what he chose to do. It would be a lot of people potentially at that university. That said, there's something to be said about having the courage to fight for certain rights. And within university spaces, there should be protection for many different kinds of speech, within reasonable limits. And I think that saying that you cannot show a depiction of Muhammad is not a reasonable limit. So there's a level of risk there. Maybe there needs to be increased security if something like that were to become controversial. Or maybe it wouldn't have become controversial at all had the university not responded in the way that it did. And now they're sort of highlighting this, and now they can't go back because now it's going to be a big thing. I'm not sure which of those things are true, but I am certain that images of the Prophet Muhammad get shown all the time within the United States, and they don't become big front page viral moments the way this has. So I think probably what they did was they created a little bit of their own disaster with regards to the way that they responded to this. And although I would never tell a university that they can't make a decision like this on their own, unless it's a public school, maybe. I still would hope that a university would have the courage to make a decision that defends freedom rather than cowers, even at some risk to themselves as an institution.
If you don't mind, I would only add to the context that you provided earlier on that you are indeed correct regarding the uniqueness of this scenario. I also think it's really important to contextualize that while there is a risk to displaying images of Muhammad, and we've obviously seen historically that this exists, there is not supposed to be ideologically amongst all but the absolute most adherent sects of Islam anything against depicting Muhammad in a way that is not considered to be a way that would be degrading to Muslims. So historical art, which is what was shown, is typically accepted in most Muslim circles at this point. It has been for a long time. And that's the thing that gets me about this is while your context is correct, when we think of Charlie Hebdo, we're talking about a comic that was depicted in a mocking manner. And they did it to be provocative. That's what Charlie Hebdo does. These are quite literally medieval artworks. You know what I mean? It's a completely different thing. These were shown in the context of history, and they had also been warned on the syllabus ahead of time. There's just so much about this that gave everybody involved an opportunity to prevent this ridiculous outcome. That it's frustrating to me that we're gonna look at it in the same context of something like Charlie Hebdo. I don't think that's fair.
Yeah, no, I agree. And before I go, I'll just respond to that quickly. But I do think that if you look at the context of what was happening back then at that time, there were all of these sort of theocratic governments that were airing, like, for instance, there was another person who, like, this is a much more offensive thing, of course, but there was somebody who was burning Qurans in Florida. It was a Christian preacher, and it was creating riots like throughout the Middle East because, like, very conservative
riots in Florida too.
Very conservative, right? Very conservative, like, theocracies were sort of whipping up the response. And of course, the American media also could have just ignored what was happening instead of plastering it all over the place for views at that time. So, I mean, there's plenty of blame to go around. But I think also with Charlie Hebdo, yeah, you're right. Like, there's that's not every sect of Islam like has these sorts of beliefs about iconoclastism, and but there are those who do, and I've spoken to some here on Twitch. So has like Jack and Letha were on for one of those conversations, but also I went to a Catholic university back in the day, and I talked to a lot of Muslims that were at that school that were exchange students who also, like, said, oh, you know, if you are comfortable with these things, like these images of Muhammad, then you're not truly a Muslim. Like, there's this gatekeeping that goes on in certain fundamentalist like circles, and those aren't small numbers of people. I think they are considerably smaller within the United States. I've had a lot of Muslim students, for instance, in my school, and they've always been like more on the liberal side. And so I definitely see that difference here in the United States. But I don't think the risk is zero.
Can I respond to all of this?
Yes, yeah, please do. Although I do have to go. Sorry.
All right. Well, it's nice to meet you, by the way. I'm Elder Drazi.
Yeah. Thanks. It was great to meet you too. I'm sure I'll see you like in a longer form context eventually.
So I would have given intros earlier, but I knew we were pressed for time, and I wanted that wisdom. Appreciate it, Rich.
So there's a couple things that I think are really important to consider here. First is that it's not true that most Muslims don't find this to be offensive. And while the Quran does not explicitly say that you can't do it, it is part of the dogma of most sects of Islam not to, because the Prophet Muhammad himself, in the lore, if you will, struck down statues and spoke against any imagery of the divine or akin to it, because it encourages idolatry, and you should never be visualizing an idol in your head. You should be praying to God. So this distracts you from praying to God. To see an image of Muhammad like that, you now have an image in your head instead of the imagelessness of God, is essentially the reason why this is bad. So, and obviously there are students in the school that were upset by it. The problem that I think that exists here is that this isn't just, I don't think this is strictly freedom of speech. It's you're actually hurting Islamic students. I don't know if any Islamic students were in the class when it happened, but if you're Muslim and you see that, there's damage done to you where the punishment, it doesn't come from here, it comes from God. And I think that's torture in a way. It would be like feeding a Muslim pork without them knowing it. Like, you can't not have it.
Hold on. I'm so glad you took it to that point. Because in the Quran, if you are forced to eat pork, either to survive starvation or because of forced by your captors, etc., it is not considered sullying, etc., nor is it being shown something in an educational context. And the only time it would be considered a blaspheme is if it was being shown in reverence, as if you were actually performing ideology or idolatry. Sorry. So I mean, they're both are correct technically. Yeah.
I was just hoping to get there. I wasn't trying to.
Yeah, but no, you're right. But that's what I'm getting at. It's like there has to be intent to it, even in the scriptures of the Quran. This is, by the way, this is true of the Bible of tenets of Christianity, that you actually can deny God in pursuit of survival. So I mean, this is in all of the Abrahamic faiths. When it is forced upon you, it is not sin.
So, but here's the thing,
Moreover,
though.
hold on, you've also
Oh.
drawn a false equivalence. It is not at all akin to just forcing someone to eat pork that is a Muslim. The difference would be that it would be like handing them a burger and labeling it, this is fucking pork. If you open it 10 minutes from now, there will be pork in it, and if you bite it, it'll be pork. And then they open it and go, fuck, it's pork! It was on the syllabus. There was a warning ahead of time. She sent out an email warning to every student who registered for the class. He knew weeks and weeks ahead of time Muhammad was going to be on that screen.
Oh,
And then he went,
okay.
it's pork!
Well,
Oh no!
Well, I wasn't aware of that. However, I don't think that the argument that the technically it's not bad because the Quran gives you like a catch for it. Muslims aren't any different than Christians in that they have their strong ideas about their religion. Like each one walks around with their own little version of what Islam is, just like Christians do. And
Right,
if you're somebody who's really upset about it, that means that you believe that something bad has happened to you.
All right,
And it
can we
happens
hone
to
in
you
on that real quick?
spiritually.
About the individualism of Islam and kind of the different ideologies that might exist within it. Where are the world's majority of Muslims located?
In the Middle East. Sorry, I thought it was rhetorical.
No, it's actually Indonesia. It was rhetorical. The vast majority of
part
the
of it? I'm bad at
practicing...
geography.
No, Indonesia's the islands in the South Pacific, or
Yeah,
technically
vast
Western Pacific, but
majority of the Muslim practicing people in the world are in Indonesia. They're not in the Middle East, and they haven't
by
been
the
for
way,
a very long time.
another huge population here in the U.S.
So,
Yes.
to that point, Desperado mentioned in the chat, Minneapolis is his alma mater. MPLS St. Paul has one of the largest Somali refugee communities in the U.S. They are more fundamentalist Muslims. They were likely behind the movement.
And that is perfectly fine, and that context is great to understand, like, the social setting it took place in. However, it is all to still ignore the simplicity of this. It's not that complex. We are giving this far too much nuance. This is over charitability to the actual discussion itself. It was on the syllabus. Everybody was given warning
multiple
both
times
ahead of time on the syllabus and emails.
Brief
and
point that nobody mentioned.
She even
Nobody would
emailed
have
him
faced repercussions.
afterwards.
Yeah, and nobody would have faced repercussions for skipping the class.
Correct. Yes, that was also provided ahead of time.
It would have been
He would have
considered
found it offensive.
you would have been hit with the bell curve average is what your grade would have been for the day.
Then I rescind my argument on that point because I didn't know that.
Every way you had a way out. He literally chose.
It's not
to
your
attend
fault.
The class.
Articles ignored it. We dug into it deeper.
Yeah, he sought out being offended. He sought out a reason to be offended. Waited till that day. Did exactly what he wanted to do.
Or he mentioned it. Maybe not even sought it out. Let's give the guy some real charitability here.
I don't know.
No, hold on. He could.
I've read enough to not give him any.
No. I will give him charitability here. Maybe when he got done, he was a little irritated about it after class. And he went home and talked to some friends, and they whipped him up into a frenzy. That is. By the way, how often has that happened to all four of us here? Have we been minorly irritated about something, and then talk to a friend, and by the end of that conversation of talking to a friend, man, we were pissed about it.
Sure. But how many times have you then, like, after you're really pissed about someone, the person says, hey, I'm sorry this thing happened. Let me explain why. And then you kind of calm the fuck down, like, most of the time. Because she emailed him and said, hey, I'm really sorry if that image offended you. And I know it was left on the screen for some time. I will remind you that it was on the syllabus ahead of time, that it was going to be there. And that there is a reason I am showing you these images. I am not doing so without merit. These are 14th century art pieces, guys. This is not a depiction of Muhammad that you're supposed to be jerking off to or fucking worshiping. It's just not that. It's not that.
Well, I mean, and furthermore, we have depictions of Muhammad on our Supreme Court building, for fuck's sake. I mean, we have depictions of, but with his face, by the way. It's not even like a faceless fucking, Islamic scholar. It is Muhammad with the Quran in his hand and the fucking scepter in the other. Like, I mean, it is fucking Muhammad. No argument about this. Like, it is even commented on by former presidents and chiefs of staff and shit about it. Like, they've written letters about the fact that this is there.
Yeah, this is the fact that this is
that
like
would be a
I'm not mad
greater
that we're
argument.
discussing it, but I'm mad that we're discussing it. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah, you're mad that we are forced to have this conversation because somebody did this dumb shit. Yes.
It's so fucking absurdly stupid.
Well, that's
Furthermore,
kind of the
it's
point.
an educational center. No education center should. Fine, you want to censure? Have a conversation with the teacher. Fine. But you should never be firing an educator who did nothing that outside of the education practice.
Refusing to use contact, Drazi. I got you. It's okay. I got you. It's so different.
That is that's meaningfully different.
No, it's not. It's not.
Not in education. It's not. Not in education. That's called getting fired in education. My wife works in higher education. That's called getting fired.
Yeah. This is literally how it works.
The only thing in education
you know how hard
it
is to have your contract terminated?
The only thing in education that matters is getting to the point of tenure or permanency. Whatever your college, whatever your institution offers, just fucking get me there, please. Because the moment you do, tenure, they can't do this shit anymore.
Tenure is different, but contract. You either get your contract terminated. By the way, extremely hard to do. Like, you have to fuck up really hard to have a contract terminated before its conclusion. Or they call you in and they say, this is your notice that we will not be continuing your contract at the end of the year, so you can seek employment elsewhere. Like, it is the equivalent of an exit interview of get the fuck out, but we can't fire you without paying you a boatload of fucking money. That's really what it boils down to.
Absolutely. So I work in sales. How we do it is we just start scheduling you the exact opposite hours you ask for. Oh, you want to go home every night and see your kid? Guess who's closing? It sucks, but that's how you have to do it because
that's how
because
do it.
Yeah, anymore. Because that's laws are centered around like not giving the person the ability to actually terminate the position.
Oh shit! In Michigan, you can. You really gotta do something fucked up to get in trouble for firing somebody. We're right to work state, which is the opposite of what it sounds like.
This would still be slightly different with university employees. It just is. It's because of the way the university system works, the fact that they operate on employment contracts rather than employment based on hourly wages. It's weird. I have a friend who's an adjunct professor down in Georgia, and he explained a lot of this shit to me. Like, as he was like going through like getting the jobs, like, this is stuff I learned like a long time ago, and I'm like, this is fucking insane. How the fuck do you deal with this? Like, getting paid like once a quarter. That's another fun thing that some educators have to go through.
Yeah, thankfully that's not how all institutions do it, but
education contracts are really weird. They fit into a very fucking niche subcategory of employment law, even in right to work states.
Yep. Yeah, this is very much just over fucking woke bullshit. Yeah.
Do you think that I guess the only real argument you guys all said a lot of things that I didn't know. However, if the university was afraid of something happening to them, I don't think that it's insane for them to try to get ahead of it and distance themselves from it because
the student was fine, but not fire. Not fired. Like I said, censure. Have her come up and do a public apology. Do all the other shit that you do, but you don't fire an educator for educating, especially when they do something outside of the fucking norm or outside of like something crazy. Like, they weren't doing anything crazy.
Yeah.
This is something
I don't feel super strong about it.
I'm just saying that's just my personal opinion.
I feel completely strongly in the opposite way. I think that the education institution should stand up for the institution of education as a foundation, as an institution as it is. The most appropriate response from that university should have been plain and simple. Our educators are here to educate. This woman did her job. She provided any student who could potentially be offended all ample notice and opportunity to not be exposed to the offensive imagery. And she lived up to the standards we are asking her to live up to in performing her job. She is an educator. If anybody is offended by the material of the class, they have the ability to not take it. They also have the ability to not attend that class and take X supplemental material. But as a liberal arts, because they are a liberal arts institution, as a liberal arts institution, it is our responsibility to teach our students to critically think. And they should have made a very clear and declarative statement along the lines of, one of the things we ought to be critically thinking about in this scenario is that it is often misinterpreted that all Muslims are offended by the imagery of Muhammad and that the imagery of Muhammad is wholesale banned. This is not true. There have been artistic depictions of Muhammad.
Well, and I was actually going to bring that up to
the
you,
university.
Drazi, too, so.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying this is how the university's response should have been, something along these lines. The university is an education institution. Take this as an opportunity to educate, not fucking kowtow. Make a statement that declares very clearly that this is okay.
I'll partially disagree with you there, because PR is still something they have to consider. So, like I said, I can understand the censure, but it should have full stop ended before termination. That should never have been on the table.
I don't even think censure. I think censure should have been off the table.
Wait, hold on, Parallax. You were talking about this from a moral perspective. I agree with you. I am now talking about real world perspective of this university being able to maintain staying in business. And so, yeah, I can understand doing a little bit of fucking, apology, you have her come out and do that shit. Fine, whatever. That aside, going to something you said earlier, Drazi, you said that a majority are offended.
Yes. There's a lot that aren't.
I'm not saying that. I have trouble believing it's a majority when a majority don't even wear headscarves, which is a more deeply held.
It's nowhere near a majority. It's nowhere near a majority. It's such a super minority.
Well, I would even say super minority. Even if it's 30%, it's a minority, but it's still large. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, it's 30%, just for the sake of this, because none of us know these actual numbers. I'm going to give it some pretty big numbers just to be fucking generous here. If it's 30% of all Muslims who are offended by the imagery, or 30% of all Muslims who are highly offended by Muslims who don't wear headscarves, that's a problem, yes, but that doesn't make it something that anybody outside of the faith should have to consider. It doesn't matter what a majority of Muslims believe, even, because I'm not a fucking Muslim. I don't have to live the tenets of the Muslim faith, even when talking about the Muslim faith. I don't have to live by the tenets of the Catholic faith, even though I was raised Catholic. When talking about the Catholic faith, I don't have to live. And this is a tenet of the Muslim faith to not show the face, not show our artistic expression of it. It's not even expressly forbade in the Quran. It is a dogmatic belief. I'm not going, and furthermore, again, I have trouble believing it is a majority. I have no numbers to say otherwise. But even if it is a majority, I have trouble believing it's a majority when a majority of Muslim women do not wear the headscarf, which is a more deeply held core belief of the faith.
There is empirical data on this. It's not even close to a majority. It's like not even close.
So we got some input from Desperado again. Hamlin is a Methodist-inspired private university. There was probably the chance that PR had fallout with the implied Christians being anti-Muslim. The Somali community is very politically active in the Twin City area as well. They are very well connected within their communities.
Listen, I love the perspective Desperado is providing in terms of, like, all this information is really cool. Changes nothing.
For context, just for context.
Yeah, no, I get it. It just makes them bigger pussies to me. Like, you're actually making the university stand out worse to me. I'm like, oh, really? So you were more afraid than you should have been? Even more averse to standing up for the fucking tenets of education? Sick. Like, I don't know. There's nothing that's going to give me context that's make this even remotely okay.
Interesting.
I think that I think that what am I saying right? Jackandar?
It's Jackandar, but everybody just calls him Jack.
Jackandar? Okay.
I call him Jackass. It's easy.
Yeah, that works too. I mean, I'm a chef, so literally, dude, you could call me just about anything, and you're not even going to insult me. I just don't care.
I don't think that I have. There was some things that I misunderstood about the story to begin with, and I don't really think that I have a strong difference in opinion about the outcome of it. But when you're talking about like what is or isn't okay, it seems like if you don't agree with something, you shouldn't also like
No,
I
no,
guess
it
like
is. If
be
I
like
am not a
commonly decent to
member of
people.
that faith, if I'm
Yeah,
not a
sure,
member of
sure.
that
I'm
faith,
not a
I hold
member
up.
of Christianity,
But what
but
I'm saying is, if I'm not a member of that faith, I'm not held to that tenet. For example, my mother-in-law is very highly Christian. My wife is a Methodist, by the way. I'm pagan, but so it's like very interesting. My mother-in-law is very, very devout. You know, most people avoid cursing around my mother-in-law because of her Christianity, the fact they know she's devout, and so on and so forth. My mother-in-law and I will fucking curse like drunken sailors on the back porch, like
Yeah, I was gonna say,
just
fuck
sitting there
that.
talking. Like there is a dramatic difference between their faith, the way the tenets they believe. She understands. I respect her faith. I will go to church and like help her set stuff up, do all that stuff. I just don't go to service because I think it's disrespectful for me to be there as a non-believer in her faith. But I will help set up like cook drives, all that kind of shit. Like she understands all this. She does not expect me to live by any core tenet of her faith, any of them, not a
Yeah,
single
that's
one. Despite the
fine.
fact that, and here's the thing, nor should she. This is Muslims expecting non-Muslims to live by a tenet of their faith of not depicting the Prophet Muhammad, especially when you're talking about 14th century artists who would not even have been fucking aware of a vast majority of these dogmatic beliefs when making these paintings. Like it's just
I'll push
a
back a
whole.
little bit. I'm actually gonna.
I didn't even get to say the thing that I was trying to say though. I feel like you're responding to
Go
something
ahead,
I didn't even get to
Eldrazi.
say yet.
Go ahead.
No. Well, I'm just saying I am asserting my point so that you understand very clearly. As non-believers, we should not have to live by it. We can choose to
Sure,
be
that wasn't
respectful of
really a
it,
concern of
but
mine.
the edge.
I
My
don't think
whole
that's. I
point
don't
of
think
this
that's what.
is
I don't think that's what
educator.
this is. I don't think that's what this
Educator
is.
absolves all, and that was what I said originally. This is you focused in on another point that my core focus is as an educator, whether
Well,
they
I
are Muslim or not.
Talked about one so that I could build to what I was going to say.
Okay.
What I was going to say is I was curious as to how far out you think that decency and respect for other people our actions should have. Like, if I'm going to go to if I know that there's going to be a Christian at somebody's house who's like very devout, like how fucked up is it if I wear a T-shirt where Jesus is getting fucked in the ass?
Okay, see, but
I mean,
that's
hold on,
openly
hold on.
But
trying
no,
to
wait,
be
don't
offensive.
relate it
No,
back. I'm strictly just trying to figure out
Yeah,
how much decency you
no,
afford to
I
other
was
people
answering.
in
No,
terms
I
of
was
religion.
answering.
Okay.
That's openly trying to be offensive. I would say I probably would
Yeah.
not go that far. I would say, but if for example, my mother-in-law overheard me having some of the conversation I have on Twitch about the Catholic Church or Christians, Methodist, etc., and she got offended by it, I'd be like, sorry, Nana, this is the truth. Here's the history. We can talk about it, etc. But yeah, that is exactly how that conversation is going to go. I would not go so far
sorry,
as
Nana,
to.
this is the truth.
That's just it is.
This is
because,
fair. It's fair.
Yeah, and
It's
by the way, and
absolutely
she would then sit down and have that conversation with me, and as long as my father-in-law didn't walk in the room, it'd be all right. Because my father-in-law would just be like, "Nah, shut the fuck up. That's not true." Because he's old school. Like he's just like, "No, fuck you. I'm older than you. It's time for you to shut up."
Yeah, I was just really curious where you personally draw the line when it comes
I won't
to
even.
like,
I won't
respecting
even
other
bow
people's
my head
feelings.
at grace. My
I don't either.
My in-laws are like that. They literally will say grace over every meal. I won't even bow my head at grace.
That's
I find it personally
astonishing.
offensive if somebody tried to get me to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, I'm pretty staunch in my beliefs. I try not to be intentionally offensive, but if I'm accidentally offensive, the most you're going to get is, "I'm sorry. Why did you find this offensive?" Oh, yeah, that's just the truth. If it's the truth, if it's something I said jokingly, it's yeah, sorry, I was making a joke. I should have been more careful because you were around. That's it. That's the most they're going to get as an apology, not me stopping from doing it.
So to move away from this school and this particular situation, let's talk about all depictions of Muhammad in any aspect of society and how things should be handled should some network or some entity want to use depictions of Muhammad, should they be allowed to?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Provided, and I would say for the purposes of the moral portion of this discussion, as long as they are not intentionally trying to be offensive, going with Drazi's example towards
Yeah,
Jesus,
absolutely.
as long as it's not going that far, yeah, absolutely. Especially in an educational standpoint, full stop, absolutely.
Well, like in the case of like the candles where you have Jesus on them, even though that's not really what Jesus looks like, but I'm not in that.
White Jesus? We love white Jesus. My brother just hit the chat. He gonna love the white Jesus references.
Yeah, white Jesus on candles in Hispanic grocery stores. And could that be Muhammad on candles and other paraphernalia along the way?
I mean, I wouldn't make it. But if somebody else made it, I wouldn't be pissed.
So the only time where this really comes up is that if an institution receives money, if it's funded by the government, there's a couple laws that are in place that have to be followed. One is that it cannot particularly promote any faith. It cannot. So like as in like if it does promote any, it must promote any others equally. If it does do it, and it cannot. It either has to like ban all of like religious whatever we're talking about. If it's like discussion or symbols, it has to ban them all or allow them all. These are the laws. I know this because I got kicked out of school for wearing a Satanist t-shirt.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we know you converted me to Satanism already because Satanism is based. It's all just about loving.
Dude, I'm with you.
It is though.
Well, Satanism is about self-love.
Why?
Not
No. Why?
I
No.
thought that was-
Please, no.
It is. Hold on. We will convert you to, my friend.
That's
It really is one of
impossible.
the most loving, caring, positive religions that are out there. To be
Wait a
perfectly
minute.
honest.
Crazy. I didn't know this
Leaky,
shit. Like, I'm not
hold on.
actually a Satanist, but I'm
We'll,
like,
we'll
yo,
talk about this
hold on,
afterward.
Hold
hook
on,
me up
Leaky.
with this.
I
I love this. I'm awesome.
I'm gonna drop the fucking wrecking ball through your brain real quick.
Mhm.
You were
Okay.
already pretty much an atheist or a Satanist. You just don't call yourself one. You live by all the core tenets of the faith. You
That's
just
how
won't
that
call
works. No
yourself.
shit,
But I don't
Jack.
take
You did
up
not
the
break the
baggage.
wrecking ball. My brain just
There's no
bounced
baggage.
off,
They don't
dog.
believe in Lucifer
So-
in that way. It's not the way that works. This is what
When
I'm
you
getting
hear
at.
Satanist, you think devil worship.
I don't want to talk about Aaron Ra right now.
No, we talking to Anton LaVey.
No.
2211.
Blanche Barton.
I'll get into this with you guys after we finish this discussion on Muhammad being all over the
Okay.
place and what Muslims are going to do about it.
Like I said, I would not make those products myself. But if somebody else wanted to make a fucking Mohammed candle, like there's like 50 bajillion Jesus candles at every swap meet, I mean, all right. I mean, I think you're going to face some troubles, but that's more power to you. Because I mean, as long as, especially like those candles are showing reverence.
Therein lies the problem, is that you're going to face troubles. So if you do anything for any other religion, those troubles don't seem to happen. If you put
Really?
Buddha on one, if you put any other religious figure, for the most part, as far as I know.
No. But you're failing to understand is no, those troubles come. They just come from a different direction. They don't come from the faithful. They come from other people who hate every other faith, who are going to have a problem with whatever the fuck you put out that's not Jesus.
Okay, well, I'm speaking specifically from the people for which this applies to.
Well, that's my point. If you're going to face troubles either from without or within, I mean, it doesn't really matter. You're accepting risk either way. This was more why I brought that up.
Okay. Well, how does everybody else feel about that?
What exactly is the question?
If the image of Muhammad were basically allowed the same as any other religion, the troubles that Jack entailed wouldn't necessarily apply.
And the stuff you talked about, Drowsy, you know those votive candles you've seen that have Jesus?
Yeah.
That kind of shit, but Muhammad.
That's just a weird framing because
Muslims
people want Jesus.
Yeah, Muslims wouldn't like that. Yeah, so I don't think that's appropriate.
People making Muslim or Muhammad candles are like,
no.
He fucking Muslims.
Well, I said to any paraphernalia that would be like a hijab, like whatever the case may be.
Yeah, but he also brought up
Muhammad
things like
hijabs.
Buddha.
Yo, imagine that shit. Imagine if Muslims could
That's
get
like a
down
Jesus
that hard.
cock ring.
No, no, that's like a.
It says
no,
premarital
it's
on
a
it.
Jesus. It's a Jesus is my homeboy trucker hat. Is what it is. It's
I mean,
exactly what it
kind
is.
of, but-
Like getting down with
I don't think
getting down with the
I
Muhammad
don't think
hijab.
you're elevating the the thing that makes it bad along with it. Yeah,
I
like,
agree, but no. But
it's
what
like
I
a
was getting,
Jesus cock ring that you can only fuck premaritally with.
No. But he also went into things like Buddha candles and shit like that. The thing is this is a problem that is semi-unique. That is semi-unique to Islam, where your problem would come from the faithful.
Yeah.
Whereas when I want to put up a candle that has dragons or this or that, if it's not in a fantasy area and it has anything to do with religion, Christians like to start fucking with you about shit. You know, I mean, this is just the truth of it. Like, even if it's fucking quote unquote silly, they will consider it fucking devil worship.
Harry fucking Potter. Harry fucking Potter. Listen,
Magic the Gathering.
I was gonna go older and say
bro,
D&D, but yeah.
Yes, you are. That's correct. The fucking that they actually touch on that in Stranger Things, the D&D devil worship bullshit.
I was about to say, isn't that the whole premise of the fucking show?
Yeah, well, yeah, but
I've only seen part of the first.
I've only seen part of the first whole show, but they just get into the devil worship side in this most recent season. But anyway, that kind of scare that came along with it. But anyway, like in more modern context, Harry Potter. My cousins. Listen, God bless my aunt. I wish the best for her. Muhammad bless her too. Whoever you got, make the blessings come. She needs them. That's all I'm gonna say. She's not doing well. Much love to her and my uncle. It sucks that what they're going through right now. However, 20 years ago, they were shitty parents. When their kids were growing up, they were hyper religious. And they did not allow their children to read Harry Potter because it was satanic. For the record, it means based now.
I wouldn't have been allowed to read Harry Potter as a kid.
So
Jack almost died on that.
I very rarely. Oh, I'm sorry.
I wasn't allowed to watch the Smurfs.
This pen's a little harsh on the throat.
Well, in the the
Why?
laugh at the end.
There's a certain character
white
named
teeth.
Gargamel who would speak incantations and stir a cauldron. That was satanic imagery, and that was not allowed in my house. Same with He-Man. He calls on the power of Grayskull instead of the power of Jesus.
So I very, very rarely do this thing where somebody says something and I have a one-upper, but this is funny, and I promise you that it's worth the preface here. I grew up in the thumb of Michigan, which is as Alabama as it gets outside of Alabama. I was friends with somebody who was not. No, I do fucking not.
I'm joking.
I have a Michigan accent. I had a friend who was not allowed to watch Beyblade because the spirits that came out of the Beyblades when they fought, whatever logic follows, but it was anti-Christian. His parents weren't smart enough to have like a good solid foundation for that argument. Yeah. So like he would sneak away and like it would be like, you guys can't tell my parents that I'm playing Beyblades with you guys.
Oh.
Sorry, the old man's gonna pull the trump card on you. I had argumentations against shit like Silverhawks because it included aliens. And
aliens makes a little more sense to me.
Yeah,
there we go.
Aliens suggest that maybe God didn't create anything.
But this is what I'm getting at. It's like these people, like, they will make up a reason for anything. If they, it makes me feel icky. We will find a reason to say Jesus said it was a problem.
Yeah, Jesus doesn't like it because I don't like it. That's what it really is.
I mean,
pretty much.
You
I just
know
want
I'm
to point
right.
out,
Vigilante, finally, welcome.
The whiter your Jesus, the less fun you're allowed to have. Spitting facts.
True.
My camera doesn't like that I'm on OBS, and
no, they never like that. You usually have
it
to pick one or
does
the other.
not. What do I got to do?
You got to turn one off and turn the other on.
No, on OBS. On OBS, there's this thing that says virtual cam.
Streaming right now. Wait. Okay. Wait.
Yeah, you turn on your virtual camera through OBS and then select virtual camera via Discord, and then it'll mirror that. If you have the newer version, you can select the gear and select source.
How do I select? Wait, how do I select virtual camera?
It should be on the. You know what?
Here, I'll share my screen.
I'm retarded right now, okay? I'm like
Elder
3
Drowsy,
beers in.
Okay,
3
good
beers
time.
in. I'm not, like, solid.
I'm glad you've not been watching my
Since I was
drinking so
muted, I
far.
feel much more misogynistic.
Dude,
than I meant
if I had weed right now, it would be 20 times worse. I'd be like,
She said right now, boys. She said right now.
right now.
I'm
Bitch,
retarded right
I'm
now.
retarded as fuck.
Just
24/7.
not
No,
totally.
24/7, bro. Okay, what the fuck do I do? Parallax! Do you remember me following you the other day, Parallax?
Of course.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
The
I also
homie.
remember how retarded it is that university.
Alright, Kai, look at my screen share.
I'm retarded. Wait, where?
It's in
What
the
am I doing?
Discord.
Screen share.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, one sec.
We're all
Here I go.
I'm gonna
I'm
go.
watching. I'm
Take
looking.
your time, Drazi.
Okay,
We're gonna take a
so
second to reset.
should
We'll get back
see
to the
virtual
satanic
cam.
panic.
Like right between start stream and start recording.
Yes.
So you click on that.
live at me. Okay. What?
So,
Discord kitten.
so once you click on that, if you have the newer version, like me and Elder Drazi do, you can also click on the gear and it'll pop this out, and you can pick any slide.
I didn't.
Like,
Okay. Scene.
yeah, if you click on the gear, you can pick any slide or output selection.
Okay. And then. what?
And then you turn your camera on Discord, and then you click the little arrow below that and select OBS virtual camera.
Sometimes I wish I had one of those little propeller hats and I could just spin it.
And that's when you
And then
backhand
I
the camera for that'll
select-
bang
wait,
you.
go on to which arrow?
Yeehaw, motherfucker.
This little arrow right here.
They call me CTV.
Wait. Somebody
Oh,
shut
that's
up.
good.
Hey, you
How
know
do I-
what?
This little thing right here.
Why don't I see it?
They should have fired that bitch. Respect him. Respect him.
Parallax,
Right
shut up
next
for
to the
2
video.
seconds.
It's right next to the video camera.
Wait, the OBS. Just show me the OBS thing again. Wait, virtual camera. Okay, wait. Maybe that's the thing.
Wait,
Yeah.
hold on.
So the next part is on Discord. The next part is on Discord.
Discord
So-
video.
Okay, everybody, we're doing a tutorial at this
I only
point.
get OBS virtual camera. Oh shit.
She's got it.
I'm okay. See? Look at what it does.
Okay.
Look at what it do.
I was about to say
What-
that.
What do
means
I
you
do?
didn't turn it. That means you didn't turn it on, because that's what it looks like when you when it's
Okay.
off.
So how do I turn it on?
Like, if I were to turn on virtual camera right now, that's what it would look like.
Where?
How
So,
is this not done already?
look back at OBS.
Cause I'm retarded. And I'm 3 beers in. Just give me a second. Okay?
Look at-
Change it up, okay?
Just
Click on where it
jack it
says
off for 2
start
seconds.
virtual
Just
camera.
like touch your dick for like 5 minutes. Shut up. Parallax. Okay? Wait, what do I do?
Click on where it says start virtual
Is
camera.
5 seconds long enough?
I did that.
It'll be blue once it's started.
I swear to God, every one of you
It
liberals
will
is
say
fucking
stop.
retarded.
It will say
I'm
stop
not
virtual
liberal.
camera instead.
I'm not.
Hey,
Listen.
I didn't say
You're
just
making me
the
want to
liberals.
drink the rest of my
I
6
I
pack.
didn't say just the liberals. You're
I
retarded,
can't-
honey.
I can't fix 8.
Wait, beer works on
I
you?
almost closed my stream. God damn
Beer
it.
works on you? That's fantastic.
Somebody!
Beer and my CTV impression ruining her.
He's killing me. I can't focus. I have no focus right now. Listen, don't go to my stream. Grumple, shut the fuck up.
Yo,
Oh, yeah. Grumple, give her the
Grumple!
biz.
after this,
Thank
when I
you for
show you some clips of
resubscribing.
CTV, this guy's fucking
Goblin
retarded. He's a
intensifies.
Grumple
I
doesn't-
know. I'm a fucking goblin, okay?
Grumple doesn't subscribe to
Grumple,
me.
I know you can hear me.
I'm hurt.
Grumple, I know you can hear me.
Grumple's
You have no
a
need to talk.
founder badge in my channel. Grumple's a homie.
Grumple doesn't love me because I'm black.
Grandpa doesn't love you because he's not
Hold
allowed
on.
on your server. Okay, how do I
He
fix this?
absolutely
Wait,
is. What?
somebody!
He just needs to shut up.
Okay, shut up, everybody! Everybody,
I will
shut
play the
up!
race car because I have 52 of them.
Everybody, shut up! How do I fix this OBS?
Okay.
How do I fix
Okay.
this OBS camera?
Fucking CTV.
Is the virtual camera thing blue?
This
or it
is
says
my
stop
new
virtual-
shit when people are pissing
Does
me
it
off.
say
Where?
stop virtual camera?
I'm just gonna transform
On
into
my
bottom?
Discord or on
No.
I want to get
On
back to the
OBS.
conversation so
on
bad.
OBS? How do I get to virtual camera?
If we're gonna
Under
continue to agree,
controls.
I'm gonna have to
Control-
continue to be a CTV.
I was
Settings?
hoping for less agreement, and that's why we got more fun stuff in here at this point.
Settings.
There's so many more
tools?
people, it'll
No,
be great.
it's not under
Controls. There we
settings.
go. Controls.
Once we get this camera thing handled,
It's
just
not
let
under
me-
controls.
we've
It's
got
not.
this.
What? You just said control. Okay. What?
Well, it's under controls, but it's like it's where your scenes and sources and stuff are.
Okay. Yeah.
Like where you start
Okay.
start
I've
and
got
stop
my.
streaming.
I've got my. Yeah. I've got all that up. My camera.
Okay,
What,
so
do I right?
I'm at
do I
51
right
cards.
click it and
Ma'am,
tell it
did you-
to do
ma'am?
something?
Did you click start virtual camera, ma'am?
Ooh.
Oh my god.
So
So,
underneath where it says
so
start
at 51, no, I'm using my 51st
Underneath
card.
where it says start streaming, I don't have any of those up right now because I'm currently streaming.
Kai's doing this to me because she has the same
There's-
name as me,
It's
and
still
I'm
there.
black.
He hates me.
It says-
And
He
I'm
hates
black.
me.
No. I got
And
this.
he hates
It
me because I'm
literally-
white.
It unironically says start virtual camera. Click that fucking.
I didn't know you were white.
I'm so white.
That makes it more fun.
No, I'm streaming right now, so I can't click start virtual cam. So do I have to stop streaming?
You can you can still
click
click
your
it while it's
camera,
streaming.
turn your camera off in your sources. Just turn it
Okay.
off real quick.
Okay.
Deactivate that
Just
shit.
deactivate it.
Yep.
I can do that.
Then you go back to
I
control.
know how to do that. How do I deactivate? Deactivate? We're not sure. No, deactivate. There we go. Okay,
There you
got
go.
it.
Based.
Now go to controls and hit start virtual camera.
Controls on
On
Discord or OBS?
On
OBS?
OBS.
OBS.
Go to controls.
Yep.
Controls. Okay.
Start virtual camera.
Start virtual camera.
Hey, there it is.
Do I have it?
Okay,
Yep.
There.
now click the little setting thing. The
I
Can I
little-
see my
activate?
whole stream. It's beautiful. It's a gorgeous stream.
Yeah.
What the fuck? You can't even see my. You can see everything but my cam. Okay, wait.
Relax.
What?
We're fixing that part right now.
Yeah, you see the little gear thing right next to where it says start virtual camera?
Parallax God of Fear,
Click on
fixing
that.
all of these things and
There'll
keeping
be a
people
little
calm.
pop up.
Start virtual camera setting. Let's do
Yeah.
source. Camera.
Yeah, so where it says output
Speaking of
selection,
Parallax, did you see that Dark Side got a yellow ring?
Bang! I did.
where it says output selection, you should be able to pick any scene that you have. Which you have it.
And we good.
Or here, just whatever you did, just leave it right there because it's just your
Wait.
camera now.
Okay, wait. Oh shit. Wait.
You
It
might
says
be
you
on an
had it.
older version.
You had it. No, she had it.
I had.
What are you
And
doing?
then I changed it. Okay.
She
Hold on.
had it.
Oh,
It was amazing.
Source.
No, you
There
had
It was
Go back to
everything
what
we
it-
needed
yeah,
in
Leave it.
life.
Leave it.
yeah, leave it right there.
You're gonna have me spitting bars in a minute. Chill that out.
First. Just some poor. Spill.
Damn.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get the alerts.
Be back in, like,
because we're
30
feeding-
seconds.
They're feeding through Discord.
Oh
I
my
guess I have to refer to the
God.
host as Water now because there's two Kais, as if names weren't hard enough for me.
How about
You're
Lethy?
welcome.
Everybody calls
I'm
him Lethy.
Lethy. You can always forget that
Oh,
and
Lethy,
remember it
my
again.
You can, if you need to, just call me Okay. That's what most
I am
people do,
going to call
anyways.
him Water because this is the extent to which I am capable of dealing with names.
I work with that. I can fucks with
I'm
that.
gonna go with
Discord isn't your
water.
honor. She forgot the delay. Well, I'm
You got-
retarded. Okay, just let me be.
There's no retardation here. We're all doing great. And so, how do you feel about the Satanic Panic? And I also want to speak to Vigilante about that, since
Oh yeah, are we back
all
on
these
the
wonderful
Satanism?
people. Yeah, we're back
He's a
on. We're,
Packers
we're
fan?
mostly talking
Oh.
about
I
what
haven't seen.
level
so much
of influence certain religions should have on society and the decisions they make regarding depictions.
Zero. Across the board. I don't know. I
think society could use more Satanism, but
Satanism has been doing great things for America.
Unironically, no. I don't like. I can't. I'm not personally disagreeing with Satanism itself. I'm disagreeing with religion and government combining. That's my disagreement.
We're talking about society.
Satanism just needs a rebrand. If they rebranded, bro, that you guys would spread like wildfire, motherfucker. That shit's dope.
Dude, they're doing that though, right?
No, I mean, like, under a new name. I think, like, so similar to how think
that's
Bernie,
extremely unsatanic.
Bernie would be fair, but Bernie would be more successful if he dropped the socialist part of democratic socialist.
Well,
he would be more successful.
Okay, wait. So
Bernie's also more
satanic? Bernie's
satanic? No. I'm saying words matter. I'm saying the word socialist in democratic socialist makes him feared by some people. The word satanic makes this religion feared, even though it's based as fuck.
Yep, that's.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all.
Satanism is called that deliberately to
agree
against Christianity.
Yes.
Are we going to do this right now?
I'm just going to call it edgelordism.
Edgelordism. I'm going to say right now.
That's fair.
That, okay, like I said, before I came in, I'm a few beers in. Like, so I'm not like connecting where you guys were talking about to where I came in. I just gotta say, like, the attack on, like, I'm not even very religious. I even, like, through high school considered myself atheist until, like, now I've been, like, agnostic, I guess, like, skeptical. But I was born and raised Christian Catholic, I guess. It was back and forth.
To be fair, that's the majority of people in the United States.
I've got to say, like, the biggest downfall of our society is the loss of religion.
I don't necessarily agree with that.
Not the biggest, but I can say not the biggest. No, that was an exaggeration. It was exaggerated. Okay, cool. But I can say that a big downfall of our society is the loss of religion and the loss of a moral upstanding to look up to, I guess, is more of what I mean. Like, there's many different religions. When I went to basic training for the military, and every Sunday, it was either clean the barracks or go to church. And I wasn't religious at the time. Of course, didn't want to clean the barracks. So I tried
fucking barracks.
I tried every church, every single church. And the church that I ended up going to every Sunday was the Buddhist church, because they're very moralistic. They're very, do good, be good, be a good person. And, that will show up in your life, and that will do, whatever. gang. Like, that's what so I was like, that's kind of cool. Like, I'm not very like, God, what up? Like, but I'm very like, hey,
gang,
what up? Gang. So
I have to say I relate to that experience.
So I really liked that. It was like, be more realistic of your life, be a good person, treat yourself how you would want your neighbor to treat you. Like, I just thought that was very, very good ideology. So that's what I enjoyed, was Buddhism. I'm not very religious, but if I were to enjoy a religion, it would be Buddhism, because it's very self-reflective. It's very self-oriented. It's not so much, hey, there's this outer person to relieve me of this and that. There's a inner responsibility to acknowledge what I've done, to acknowledge what I can do, and to do good things and acknowledge bad things. That's what I thought was cool.
I had to go to church on base. It was either do PT or go to church on base, but the only church on base was a Catholic church. And with the level amount of kneeling, I decided after that first visit to go ahead and go back to PT.
See, I was a child, and I was like, this bitch up here in the front and center is telling me to kneel, stand, kneel. sing, cry, kneel, stand. Like, I was like, I don't understand what's going on. Like, I grew up in this stuff until I was in the 3rd grade, and then I had the option to continue to go to religious school or go to public school. And I decided to go to a public school because I did not even as a child, going to mass Wednesdays and Sundays, like I did not connect at all with what they were saying. And I do not dismiss Christianity. I do not dismiss Catholicism. I think they're great things. I think that they're overly abused in our society today.
They always have been.
I disagree with so much of what you said.
We do.
So much.
I was too busy adding.
Wait, who
we haven't heard from
fine.
Vigilante. Vigilante just got here. Give Vigilante a shot to run through this gamut.
No, I just can't. I can't tell who's.
I disagree with almost everything you said.
Okay, yeah.
I partially disagree.
Okay.
So,
but one thing to know about me, I'm friends with everybody. Like, people who 100% disagree with me, and they're still cool with me.
I don't dislike you. I can go over it when
I'm just gonna say beforehand, like, if you disagree with me, I'm not gonna fucking hate you. Like, I'm not gonna be a dickhead. That's all.
Yeah, no worries. Me neither. I'm chill guy.
Yeah. We're all
if I was mad at everybody who disagreed with me, I'd be fucked.
Welcome to the most chill Discord panel.
Yeah,
you probably ever come across.
I've only recently gotten to panel politics and stuff like that, like being open about what I think. So
feel free to be open.
I'm so sorry.
No hate here. So Vigilante, sorry to cut you off. Please continue.
You're good.
Please continue.
So I would say that for the most part, it's not really the downfall of religion, but it would be more the uproar that we had a long time ago of highly organized religions that overly restrict what people can do, i.e. Christianity, Catholicism, things like that. Because the way that those religions worked, not only did they destroy other religions, force people to do what they want them to do, commit genocides, and a bunch of other things, but there's a lot that goes into those.
I can very much agree with you.
Very, very bad.
Volatile. It's bad. It's discourse. It's nasty.
Right, but I think
I disagree.
I can also say that comes from almost any religion that is in existence.
It feels like you're not engaging with what she's actually saying, which is just that the core framework that most Abrahamic religions exist within is like just a really good. It's what
just all religion in itself.
Western cultures. Well,
she's saying religion in itself,
which it's actually pretty much Abrahamic for the most part. But there are religions, including like I said, there are other religions, including like Buddhism, that have similar core values. In general, most religions have the general core values of like do unto others, do to yourself, don't harm, etc., and so on and so forth. And the fact that most of Western society has developed to include these things is not a coincidence.
No, I wasn't saying there was specific religion that the Western society needed to be engaged in. I was saying the loss of religion, the framework of exactly, and that's why I said moral upstanding. They're I understand people can be moral and just without religion. I can understand that because I'm not religious. I was indoctrinated and grew up very religious.
You think you're moral?
Listen here, you think you're moral? Listen, I don't know. I don't care. I just think that there's a to the masses of humanity and our culture that there is a positivity of having religious or upstanding morals to look up to. That's all I'm saying.
Well, then I'm gonna go ahead and say this is
fucking freak out.
I'm gonna say this is pretty much open. I'm gonna say this is pretty much open at this point, and we're gonna go to a new subject.
Get Jesus in your life.
The new subject is. Oh, go ahead, Elder Drazi.
I have to say if I can't respond to any of these things, like, I'm gonna flip the fuck out.
I see it.
So the loss of religion isn't the thing that fucking matters. The thing that we actually like about religion, the good thing about it, is the community of which it establishes, which is completely separate from religion. We have a hard time gaining it back without it, but the loss of religion is good for society. Like the things that we moved away from that are like holy religious values.
Is Satanism a religion?
Yeah.
When I talk about religion, I'm talking about the dominant religions in this country. When we talk about like
then I'm going to need you to be more clear, okay? This is CTV time.
I'm not blaming you for religion. Religious hate. I'm not blaming you for that.
So hold on one second. We're good. We're changing the subject at this point. The subject is now: do we need religion to have morals? Does there have to be a religious framework in place, or can we have inductive morals and reasoning?
I think we can.
That's a new subject. And thank you for that finger, Jack.
I'm sorry.
No, that was all for Lethe.
That was all me. I felt it. I felt it right here. I don't know how many miles away. I felt that finger.
Every one of you is morally bankrupt, and it's because you don't have Jesus in your fucking hearts, okay?
I'm sorry.
You need to get your fucking lives together. You need to open your heart to Jesus. You need to ask for forgiveness for your fucking sins and quit being liberal and retarded.
I'm sorry. No, I don't think that. Hey, Ranger. I don't think that you need. I love Ranger. Don't you say fuck you to him. Shut up.
Ted Cruz, we're fighting.
Yeah, I don't care. No, I don't think that you need a religious figure to have moral standings in a society. I think that's stupid to say. Is a religious figure of a moral standard a good thing? Yes. I think in some stances it is. In some stances it's not. It depends on every single person who's involved. Some people are corrupt.
At all in that, then we would just say anybody of moral standing is good.
I don't.
I'm just saying. Well, that's the framing you put in. What I'm saying is that it would be more
some framework
to the heart of the matter to say that anybody who's morally upstanding is good. Putting religion in there is just muddying the waters.
Religion. For religious standpoints, for religion, in defense of religion, and I'm not religious at all. I'm not religious.
Well,
I don't believe in any
life together.
Are you spiritual?
I don't believe in anything. I wish I did. God, fuck. I might have a better life going, a life path going.
Your hair seems to be pretty good.
Who knows? But I think that you don't need, how can I say this properly? You don't need a religious standpoint to be moralistically right. But you do need something else in place of that. Whether it's good parents who teach you to be upstanding people. I don't know the replacement exactly of that.
You already said it.
I'm
morals.
not religious. Morals, yes. Well,
morality, ethics.
You have to be taught morality. Some people
depends on what you mean by taught. You can seek it out yourself. That's what I did. I didn't.
You can. I did myself as well.
Yeah.
I was born and raised indoctrinated as a Catholic Christian. I thought, until I was in middle school, and I was sitting there singing hymns and shit, I was like, oh, holy God, this sounds like some bullshit. I started to really think to myself that I don't understand what they're saying to me. I didn't understand what they were trying to teach me. And I didn't understand whatever sort of thing in the sky that they were trying to propose to me. I felt really bad for years on end. When family members would die and such, and religious shit would be brought up, I would be very, very guilty. Like, I would feel so guilty for not, feeling prayers like they did, or having people pray for me, and like getting into it like they did. I felt really, really guilty for that shit. And I was like, eventually, once I got out of high school, I was like, I don't need to feel guilty for this shit. Like, I respect and accept what they're doing and what they believe to be the best that they can offer, which is a prayer, which is okay for them. And I learned to understand that. Like, hey, that's your biggest thing to tell me, hey, I hope you get better. Like, then I really appreciate that. I don't believe in what you're saying, but I know that to you as a person, you're saying what you think to be substantial. I don't know. Sorry. I don't know where I was going with that. I'm going to shut up.
Hey guys, I guess it's dinner time. I got to dip out. It was nice to meet all of you.
Been a blast, Eldrazi.
Good night.
Thanks for being here.
I'm so mad at you, Jack. Fuck off. I didn't need the Grandpa Munster one. Like, I didn't know. Come on, dog. That's a bridge too far.
It be like that sometimes.
Well, man, you're sending me memes, and I'm like, well, you know what? I got something for your nightmares. Here you go, as Ted Cruz next to fucking Grandpa Munster.
I did this a long time ago.
Yeah, but if you put me next to Grandpa Munster, it doesn't work. But if you put me to the left of Ted Cruz, I'm going to feel really bad about myself. Don't fucking do it.
But Vigilante, how do you feel about this?
No, but the difference is they actually look alike.
Fair.
So I pretty much agree that we don't really need religion to be moral. I wouldn't necessarily say that you entirely need something else there telling you what to do or setting up work. I mean, for the most part, we have laws and stuff there in place that is there to keep people from doing bad shit. So, I mean that obviously is not morality, and it's not there to be in place of morality. But
so, Lethe, I think, if I may, I think there's a more interesting way to look at it. I think we can all just jump the gun and say we simply agree you don't have to have a religious background or the structure of religion to become a moral person. Right?
I don't believe that comes from everyone. And I've experienced that myself since I've come out as an atheist, that they feel like I kick puppies.
Yeah, no. I think that lots of people won't necessarily see you as a morally good person if you aren't religious. But I think that we, the five of us, will all agree that we don't need religion to be a good person, right?
Absolutely.
So instead of us all going around in that circle, I think the more interesting, if you don't mind me suggesting,
please,
the more interesting question would be, what utility does religion provide, if any, still in society?
And I feel the same for Satanism. Let's go.
Wait.
And I'm in on the conversation at this point.
Wait, what do you mean about Satanism?
Oh, Satanism is a religion. It has rituals, ideas, and a meeting place. So that's more baggage, in my opinion, than being an atheist and just doing you and being the best you can be every day. I can do that without. I appreciate what Satanists have done, like their protests for Baphomet statues at federal buildings and reproductive rights for women has been amazing. I appreciate their organization. I would stand in line shoulder to shoulder with them. I just don't feel I need their baggage.
No, and I agree with you. So Satanism, like I'm not promoting that we fucking switch to that. What I am simply saying is that I think we can just say, umbrella question: does, societally speaking, religion provide utility? Still, is it important in modernity? Yes or no? I think that's a more fun thing to examine, and I would say that it does still provide utility because there aren't. I have seen, just on the anecdotal level, dozens and dozens of people over the course of my life who, for one reason or another, while I have not necessarily found this to be my solution or needed it, have felt that they were lost, didn't have a sense of direction, weren't necessarily making the best or healthiest decisions. And the thing that gave them the grounding was indeed that framework. And acting like that never happens. And even if that person becomes a judgy, shitty fuck, if they make healthier decisions and they live a longer life and they have a happy family as a judgy, shitty fuck, instead of dying from their poor decision making or going to jail, I think there's utility in that. We can deal with trying to make them less judgy, less shitty. We can work on all that. Like all the baggage we think comes with religion, I think we can work on the baggage just as much as we can work on not needing religion as a crutch. I think both can be worked on to a point where religion is something that you either choose to engage with or you do not. I personally was able to free myself from kind of what I felt were the societal boundaries of that, where I felt bound to religion. And I don't know what I want, but I could go choose to engage right now if I want. And I feel very comfortable with either decision. I want to get everybody there. And I think the best way to do it would be to attack both ends of it. So what is it that is like making certain people feel like that's the only solution? So that's the first thing we want to examine is what is it? But until we can figure out what that is, it's providing a lot of utility for those people. It just is. Until we provide a better solution, why purport to take away the one they have? It doesn't make sense to me. That is damaging to those people. Now, if we want to start weighing, like, do we think religion has negative impacts versus those positive impacts? That's a separate conversation, right? And that's totally worthy of having. But I think just the straight up examination of whether religion provides utility in modern society, some people might disagree, but I would tell you it absolutely does. And
I believe it does as well. I believe my own father probably couldn't have led a life as a normal human being without the fear of being locked in a basement and set on fire.
Which sucks, but there are people who, like, that's the
Dude,
thing.
I actually feel that.
That's like there are people who genuinely are like, that's what keeps them like behaving, right? They're like,
carrot and stick, the intergalactic, the cosmic carrot and stick.
May I ask, Water, if anything came of his situation?
He was a less shitty human being because he feared for his immortal soul.
He feared for his life.
His life, even when his life was over with, he still felt the same way. But before he believed in that, he was a supremely shitty human being. Like, beyond what I would think of normal shitty human beings, extra shitty. Once he found that there was a religion and a place his soul could go, he fought every urge in his body to do bad things, and still did habitually bad things, to the point where nobody, when he passed away, knew where he actually lived or what he was doing, because he lied habitually.
I think it's also really important to remember that certain things like Alcoholics Anonymous that are very overwhelmingly positive are built very much on the foundations of religion.
I don't feel those work, though.
The 12 steps.
I don't feel those work.
It doesn't work.
Are literally built on religion.
It straight up does not work for everybody, and Alcoholics Anonymous will be the first people to tell you that. But for the people it does work for, it's built upon the Bible.
I can be the second person to tell you that Narcotics Anonymous is also built on the same things, the 12 steps. 12 steps, I do not fully agree on. I did not fully get. I was not fully about. But some of them were fucking real. Were fucking, hey, you're affecting the family around you, the people that love you, the people that care about you. You should want to do something about that. That's a real life fucking thing. And that's something that, religious things can teach you. That's something that those points can teach you. There's a reason why Alcoholics Anonymous works so much.
Well, it's 50-50. Like, even the organization itself says it's 50-50. What does that really mean?
It's 50-50. So your 50% chance of changing somebody's absolute outtake on their entire lives of being completely controlled by one thing.
Okay, follow my logic, please. If somebody's willing to take the first step to going and admitting that they're an alcoholic, could they not get the same outcome going either direction, getting basic counseling or being in AA with having to acknowledge?
Statistically, no. Statistically, right now, Alcoholics Anonymous is patently the single most effective way. And to be more broad, any kind of group structure where there's accountability, responsibility, so essentially anything built around these core tenets is where the success rates are seen. So where you see lower success rates is forcing people into rehab. Forced bullshit.
I'm saying from the AA statement, they say they have a 50% success rate.
Correct, but
you have to remember the amount of people.
So what you're saying, for example, just quote unquote general counseling has a lower success rate than 50%.
You also have to remember
Alcoholics Anonymous has the highest success rate of recovery. However, they have a very high rate of religious recidivism.
Returns.
No. I'm not even that's within the 50%. Religious recidivism. A lot of these people don't stick with religion forever. They get the religious structure helps them get clean, helps them recenter their moral grounds, helps them get back to accountability and things like that. And that structure is what I'm advocating for, not necessarily belief, right? And then they go, you know what? I'm not going to take all the baggage attached to white Jesus, but I'm going to keep that structure.
That's why we have structure in almost everything that we know of in humanity. Like we have structure in everything. It's because we're repetitive beings. Like I don't know.
Well, no, it's the belief structure.
There's exceptions to the rule. No, it's not just the belief structure. It's just the structure in.
Yeah, we don't.
Like,
when I say structure,
thing. Like
when I say structure, I'm not talking like know the commandments. He's not saying don't memorize Bible verses.
No,
what I'm talking about is the core, like the just basics of like accountability, responsibility, respect,
treat people the way
others
you
want to
be treated.
That kind of structure is very important, and it's a spiritual. In AA, they refer to it as a spiritual program. They don't necessarily force you into claiming God, claiming Jesus, though that is the most typical path.
And some people think oh, okay, well, that's what I've been told since I was a kid. Well, some people absolutely forget and lose sight completely of those paths of oh, well, treat the person next to you how you would want to be treated, be a good human being. People lose sight of those kinds of things when they have drugs or alcohol, of those kinds of deception of those. There's many things that can decept a human being, including horrible things. But the structure of having rules, of ground rules, very basic. That's why I said when I went through the 12 steps, they pretty much, so for Alcoholics Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, and pretty much any anonymous you can think of, they pretty much keep the same basic 12 steps. And it's either you take that or you don't. And I didn't take almost half of that shit. But I did take half of that shit of, okay, this is what it takes to be a morally correct human being. This is how I need to treat others if I wanted to be thought as as a just human being. I don't want to be a chaos demon. I mean, I am that naturally, but
I'm seeing that. It's good.
Right now. Yeah, you're getting chaos demon vibes.
In a minuscule way. But I'm not causing people torture. That's what you have to understand is your own being. That's what they teach you is your own self, how you project onto others, and what the kind of energy that you put out onto other. Not they won't always use energy, but the kind of shit that you put onto others, not only just to yourself.
It's very important to remember that Alcoholics Anonymous themselves, and this is I don't want to call anybody out, but I have people in my life that are in AA as the organization and have also used it as a means to get clean. It clearly says in their book, we do not want to be branded in religious fanatics. So they specifically do not force you to claim any religion, but we should think of it like it's
This is higher power. It doesn't say which.
Yeah, but to pretend that there's a complete separation would be false. We need to think of it more akin to the separation of church and state. No baggage of any specific religion, no baggage of any actual religions, but all the structure. And that's what I'm specifically advocating for, is that right now that structure is important. There are places in society that it keeps shit glued together. And until we find other glue, let's keep it.
While for the most part I've disagreed with what Parallax has said, I am going to back him up on that part, because I do know somebody who ended up becoming Norse pagan instead of Christian. So I will back him up on that part.
Yeah, it doesn't actually matter what religion you believe in. They believe in you finding structure. They believe in you not becoming a crazy fanatic, not becoming a proselytizer. They just want you to use that structure and use the utility there to help yourself get clean and be accountable.
I agree. Having that structure is what.
Jack, one of my mods just said you look like a copy-paste Russian mafia guy from GTA 5 or GTA 4.
I thought you looked like Hitman.
Get it right.
I thought you looked like Hitman.
My chat was just yelling at me for ignoring them.
He looks like thick Hitman.
No, I agree. Structure is such a I was the most anti-structure child growing up. Routine, nope. Homework, nope. I was the worst at structure, and I still am. I'm horrible at structure. And I think that's why I started to, when somebody showed me in high school of being atheist, I was like, oh, okay, I kind of resonate with this. I started reading a bunch of Richard Dawkins books. And I started to really agree with that stuff. I was like, oh my God, all this shit's crazy. Religion is crazy. Holy fuck. But then when I went to basic training for the military in 2014, and I went to all the churches, and I went to the Buddhist church, I've got to say, nothing impacted me more since high school to then, of being okay, I've got to sit here and think about my own mortality. I've got to sit here and think about the kind of karma that I put out into the world, what I put out, what I expect to come in. That's why I enjoyed Buddhism.
Okay, see, I can really relate to you. Please understand, the person you're in this room with was sent to Christian school from grade 0 up until, I want to say, 5th grade.
I was until 3rd.
And then I got 2 years in public school, and then got kicked out of the district, and then back in Christian school until the end, when I got back into public school for my last 3 years of high school.
Look.
And
me.
Yeah, the indoctrination that comes along with having to learn a Bible verse every Friday.
So bad.
If I may, I think Vigilante wants to disagree with me, and I think that'd be much more interesting.
Yeah, run it.
I want you to.
Please disagree with me. God, I want to yell at someone.
Paul is gonna
CTV brain
water, because I had a similar childhood, and I'll put it this way, that me taking UD as an extremist test has caused her to get a green light to research other people who grew up in Christian families who weren't exactly cults, because of how bad Christian extremism actually is.
Yes.
So I mean, while religion itself, in an unorganized sense, like paganism, Buddha, and the bigger branches of paganism being like Buddhism and Hinduism, are amazing. Organized religion is not a good thing. It leads to extremism in a lot of cases. With the history of Christianity, I would almost want to say the majority of cases, is because of the
No?
very bro. How many genocides has Christianity committed?
That does okay.
A
You're not
ton.
very
But
good.
so has
crusades were-
every
Hold on,
other
hold on.
religion.
That's
So
not
has every
not
other
all
religion.
not all
but you're not like you're
genocide.
not very good at stats, my dude. So when we're talking about extremism, like the historical context is totally irrelevant to talking about whether it provides utility today. And even in the most extreme sects of the most extreme religions, which currently tend to be Muslim sects of that's just the reality of it. You still are only talking about a fraction of a percent. Holy fuck, they do not, the majority of them, lead to extremism. Jesus Christ. Pop off, though.
It depends on how you define extremism.
Yeah, it seems to be you define it as it hurt my feelings, but let's go.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, there's extremism, like, where you literally force single thing.
Are my aunt and uncle extremists for the Harry Potter shit? Is that where you're going with this? Is that where we're going to draw the line? That's a really low bar. People are going to trip.
My grandma and grandpa wouldn't let us come to any family dinners because we didn't go to Sunday church.
What's that, Vigilante?
I would say it would take a little bit more than that, but it's definitely borderlining on it.
No, it's not, dude. That's
the exact same shit.
Nah, that's not extreme. That's like basic. That's super basic. It's
so,
not even close to extreme.
Would my family boycotting all Universal Studios properties?
Nope. Already no.
Over Jesus Christ Superstar? It doesn't? Okay.
No. There's no film that you were going to make me like, oh, God, they're crazy extremists from that. Nah, religious people be wildin', man. That's their shit. They defend it. That's all it is. Like, that's not extremist. You don't
What
have to be
about the non-religious extremism?
You don't have to be violent to be extremist.
What about the non-religious extremism?
No, but are we calling boycotting Universal an extremist action? Is like that? That's so. It's really simple. Take the action. Is it an extremist action? Nope.
When you're doing it for a religious reason, it makes it that way. I mean, there's plenty of reasons to boycott fucking capitalist companies, but when you're doing it,
because there's plenty of reasons. What if you take out the religious reasons?
Hey, okay, what time zone are you in? Are you? Is it past 10 p.m. where you are? There's nudity on your TV. Turn it off. Turn it off. Turn your TV off. Turn your TV off. No.
Shut the.
Done. And we're done.
I messaged Lethy and Jack ahead of time and told them I was gonna fuck you up.
Oh, that was clean.
What the fuck, man?
Vigilante, pop off, son. Let's go.
Oh.
I was waiting to hear what she had to say.
She's doing karate.
Oh, we just. Why you do this?
What the fuck, man?
Because I'm CTV. I'm an insufferable troll.
That was beautiful.
That was definitely very entertaining.
I saw someone with a live TV on, and I was like, "Oh no!"
I was like, I had Archer on before. I was like, "Oh fuck!"
I was like, "This is almost as good as if I knew she had speakers and I could see Alexa."
I turned around. It was Impractical Joker, so I was like, "God damn!"
Not you, my Alexa. Sorry. I yelled at the fuck up woman at my stupid Amazon machine, not you. I gotta stop saying her name.
This is what we support, everyone. No, nobody support this.
I'm only misogynist to you, you stupid robot. Have you guys seen that video? The college TV video? It's this dude just being so disrespectful to Alexa, and then eventually his mom, his wife and daughter are like, "Dad, I don't think you'd talk to her if she were a dude like that." And he's like, "No, I think you're wrong." He's like, "Honey, I would never." And they walk away, and he's like,
Alex.
Yeah, and then he starts talking to Alex, and he's like, "Okay, Alex, I'm sorry." That shit's great. Anyway, marijuana.
Well, you were now
more.
the new CTV.
If I had marijuana right now, I'd be like, bruh.
Hey,
religion.
If you
naturally like that.
If you actually look in Discord, you are now the new CTV.
Thank you.
What?
That's what I need
Praised.
And it put improved in there because the jury's still out.
I'm definitely improved. Definitely improved. It's not even close, bro. I'm unironically more attractive than him, and that sucks for him because I'm fat as fuck. I don't care.
I mean, some people like the meth addict in a freaking trailer look. I mean,
yeah, you know what I mean. Some people love that I sound like I fucked my sister voice. You know what I mean?
I like my cousin.
I can't do it.
All right,
sorry.
so yeah,
there's like 6 other possibilities. Yeah, that by the way, that
stands for cousin to Valentine's. Anyways, Vigilante.
Are we trying to summon CTV? What the fuck we doing here?
No, I'm just gonna
listen. He does
not. I can.
His career is already in the dumpster. I don't want to end it. Don't bring him here.
Nah, I'll be honest with you. You can't do more damage to him than James from the internet has already done.
I mean, it's not hard to damage him though. So yeah, I mean, more can always be done.
Remember when he did the swastika thing we were talking about earlier? Yeah, he tried going to James from the internet on the Apologia tour.
What an idiot!
Yeah,
beautiful.
Because James was going to be nice about that at all. Yeah, let's just put it this way. He went on to 2 other streams after James's, and then he disappeared for a couple of months.
Vigilante just wants to talk, and he's like, "All right, how are you talking about?"
No,
we never let Vigilante talk. This is the problem.
I just want to talk about how religion.
We need to get that anarchist out of you.
Be less nice.
You need to be more extremist, Vigilante.
You gotta be more intense.
Get extremist.
Get in there.
I'm also rebuilding a server, Discord server at the same time, so I'm fine.
Oh, you're trying to multitask? Get out of here with that.
You gotta be less Vulcan.
You have to be more extremist in your anti-extremism. Like, honestly, get your shit together, man.
I'm not anti-extremist. I'm anti-religious extremist.
Wait a minute. This feels weird. Why? Now you have to justify why one is okay and not the other. Now we're gonna actually get into the debate, bro. Shit, you did not just fucking say that. Hold up, time for me to cook.
Yeah, this is the time for this now.
Yep. All right. So please go ahead and morally justify for me why any level of extremism is acceptable that is not religious extremism, but religious extremism is not acceptable. I'll wait.
Because religious extremism leads to fascism.
What about gender ideology?
It is not that simple. And what extremisms do not lead to negative outcomes?
What about gender ideology extremism?
I'm a wolf.
Fuck.
What would you define as gender ideology extremism?
Gender ideology extremism.
I quit.
They call me the Grizzly Bear.
Well, gender ideology, you know what that is, right?
Rawr.
I know what gender ideology is.
Okay, so gender ideology extremism.
What extremism does not end in disaster? Please tell me.
This is your boat, my friend, because I'm kind of with him on this one. See, I'm a non-revolutionary communist because I know where revolution leads. The vanguard.
I'm high as balls.
Oh my god, he's talking. Holy shit.
I know.
And I'm listening.
Wait, what'd you say? Yeah. Say it again.
Jackson non-revolutionary.
You've been chilling.
Yeah, because I've actually been to war, Vigilante.
Yeah, no, you've
I've seen what it brings. And you don't want that.
Tell me more about how extremism can be good, but only the non-religious kind. I'm waiting.
Hit that.
Religious extremism leads to people wanting to oppress other people.
Okay.
Whether it's people of other races, whether it's people of other religions.
Is
that the only thing it ever leads to?
Race, religion? Those are the only extremisms?
No, time out. I can name extremism, religious extremism that doesn't end that way. Bullshit. Mother Teresa was a religious extremist. She was wonderful on the whole. She maybe held some beliefs that weren't great, but on the whole, her net contribution to the world was.
I'm pretty sure she also did a lot of really, really bad fucking things.
And it won't change the fact that on the whole, she did more good for the world than bad. You're never gonna find enough red to erase the black.
And here's the thing.
Never. She's in the black.
Non-religious extremism, for example. Like let's go with state atheism, which has been done. Yeah, that just leads to a lot of religious people being murdered. So where's you're just oppressing a different group.
It is just a patently absurd point to be okay with extremism of any kind, but to say that you're not okay with religious extremism. You're either okay with extremism or you're not, or you're like, I don't think you can make a genuine solid argument, but I'll wait.
Unless you were talking extremism in the very, very vaguest sense of the word, meaning to be on the extremities of the spectrum, then maybe, but no, that essentially what you're discussing more is
for me to find religious extremists.
Hold on. Well, no, I was going to say more what vigilante seems to be pointing to is less extremism and more radicalism.
Yep.
And radicalism, I would agree with your point on that then, vigilante, but not extremism. Because extremism generally causes problems overall. Okay.
So
it just depends on the severity of the problem.
Where does the radicalism originate?
Oh no, I'm just saying it would be the radicalism of the religious people, not the extremism of said religion, because the religion may actually be very mainstream. It's the radicalization that's the problem, not the extreme nature of the belief.
I actually 100% agree with you. I've read many books whenever I thought that I was to be atheist. I think that I'm agnostic now. Mostly, I guess, agnostic. I don't really care. I did read a lot of religious books though, and I did go to a lot of different churches. There are severe extremes on every front. Almost every religious front, there are severe extremes.
Ooh,
I mean, there's severe extremes on
anybody a fan of Falun
There's
Gong?
severe extremes on gender ideology. Like, there's severe extremes on everything, dude.
Yeah, there. Like I said, it's the radicalism of those extremes that becomes a problem. So
it's the
radical
you can't
is bad.
And by the way, that's true of the radical
religious
pagans.
Action is fucking terrible.
Can I ask you real quick?
I wish you guys could hear my music.
Wait, what's your name?
Jack is fine.
Jack.
Call him Daddy.
Daddy.
That's what I call him. Daddy. Hit that bone, Daddy. Breathe it in real deep, Daddy.
Hit that rip.
Don't you breathe out. You better swallow, Daddy. Swallow, Daddy.
You better cough before you breathe it out.
This is, for the record, the peak of Twitch discourse. We're elevating the platform.
Wait.
If I had my Wii right now, I'd be way more ridiculous. Like, I'd be off the chart. No, Jack, I just wanted to know what your thoughts are on, like, this may be out of pocket. Live nice, Pog. I just recently moved to a medical state when I lived in a recreational state for over 8 years. So that's a fucking trip for me.
So what did you want to ask me?
I just got the highest percentage of pin that I could get because I'm not at a place where I can do my flower. Which I love my flower. Flowers TP.
Flower power, baby.
Flower power for sure.
Smoke enough if I had to do flower to
I get
this piece that Parallax has.
The percentage that I can get is like 86%. THC.
Let's see it. That is bonkers.
She's dirty as fuck. I don't want to raise the bottom up right now, but
I feel you.
It's a beautiful
I feel you,
piece.
my dude. It is a beautiful piece.
She got a perk? She got a perk?
It's got perks for days. And Jack is using the rudimentary greatness.
You got one perk, 2 perk. One perk, 2 perk.
Behind my hand here is Bullet Bill, basically. Really dirty Bullet Bill.
1 perk, 2 perk.
Yeah.
1 perk.
3.
2, 3.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. You can't.
How did this dream turn into this?
Okay.
Because you invited chaos.
And here's my dab rig.
This is what I did.
If I was high, it would be like it'd be like an hour of this.
My big mama.
I invited Vigilante in
If I
good
had
faith.
my weed, it would be an hour of this of us talking about
building
weed.
a Discord and so quiet that even when he does speak, I'm not actually hearing much.
Can you ask Vigilante to turn up their
No,
mic?
it's not your game. It's your tone. All of us have a
I can turn it up.
more projected voice, Vigilante. Whereas
I do not.
Yeah, I mean,
your voice is, and I don't mean this as an insult. Yeah, it's very
not
soft.
an insult.
including Okai, everybody but you is very
Get that right. It is Chaos Kai.
I'm Chaos Kai, like 100%.
Yeah, the Chaos Queen.
My voice is unhearable. We don't even worry about that.
My literal,
we all have that. We all have that.
Every time I go live, it says Chaos Goblin. Okay.
Look, you're not wrong. I have the same problem at work. I do have a relatively soft voice.
What do you do for work, if you don't mind my asking?
Customer service.
God, no! Stop! No!
Is there, are you willing or
It's
able to be more specific?
She fell out!
Okay.
Over the
probably
phone
good.
service.
I know what you did!
Not when you're what?
Not when you're talking to old people.
Oh, yeah,
then
that's
you're basically
true,
yelling into the mic.
Talking to old people is just not worth it most of the time anyway.
Fucking agreed.
We had this lady come in. Listen, I literally got promoted yesterday. Started a new job yesterday, managing a cell phone store. And this lady came in, and God love her. She was like, "You ever see someone and you're like, man, life is fucking destroying that human. Like you can just see them."
That is
she
the
front door.
Run it.
She walked through the front door, and bro, I was like, "What?" I was like, "What hurricane is life putting you through right now?"
Oh, my face hurts.
Like, how can I help you? Like, her hair was clean but hadn't been done in weeks. You know what I'm saying? Like, she took a shower and she put shampoo up there, but she didn't address it afterwards.
She didn't address it.
She's washed her face, but ain't no skincare routine going on, and she used to have one. Like, you can tell she's falling apart for her, and I'm like, whoa. And she was like, all right. So
yeah, we call that the Madame Tussauds effect. That's when the wax sculpture starts to melt.
So what I need is the biggest screened phone you have that I can just yell, "Hey Google!" at, because my husband went blind. And I was like, "Oh, there it is."
Husband went
I was like, "Oh, there it is."
Oh, no.
And I felt immense empathy for the first 10 minutes, and the next 4 hours of her droning on, I was like, I hope he goes deaf. And that's to sum up how I feel about old people.
Okay, so you need not ever go into nursing home care. Ever.
Bruh. No. Bruh.
And she came back today, and I was like, "What is she doing here, Brene?" She goes, she left her husband's phone here last night because I hadn't finished transferring the data. And I go, "Is it finished?" She goes, "I didn't have her PIN." And I was like, "I gotta take a shit."
Okay,
the forever shit.
Parallax, I would argue
about to leave again.
You need to go call whatever state you live in, and it's local nursing board. If you ever see my name, because I don't know how common your name is, but if you ever see my name come across your rolls, just auto deny.
But Parallax in the Ghost Poop of Doom.
A nursing home administrator. He's a very, very good nurse. I work in customer service and hate everybody that steals my oxygen.
That's why I said, please don't become my
future oxygen.
Look, I might be working from the comfort of my gaming chair that I'm sitting in right now, but I still fucking hate it because of the people that I talk to.
But that's what I like about you is you're not stealing my oxygen. I don't know where you are. You're a nebulous internet person.
I have to herd all
my
you
oxygen's
cats.
good in your presence.
Get the fuck out of here. I literally have to herd all of you people into these spaces. So no, y'all don't get to complain. You guys are the ones that are the sources of my problem.
Bro,
I've been so engaged. My chat is yelling at me.
What are you talking about? Heard me. Who do you have to? What?
My chat's talking shit to me for not paying attention.
Panels.
I'm not one of the cats you have to herd. I keep the topic flowing or progress that shit.
No. Oh, no. Once you're on the panel, I don't give a fuck if you're chaos. I'm talking about getting you guys here. You guys are the source of my problem, so...
Yep, that's the problem. I'm trying to get
you guys are the source of my problem.
all of you into the space, and it's been a great conversation.
Who do I need to follow?
You know how I feel about that? My attitude is celibate. I don't give a fuck.
This man.
Don't give a fuck.
As an asexual person, I cancel you.
Look, Jack, mine and yours biggest disagreement comes from the fact that you don't understand that most communists that want a revolution want a social revolution, not a violent one.
Are we going here?
No. And I'm going to
hold up.
What I said to you the very first night I ever talked to you, Vigilante.
Oh, this is about
those
spiral.
Capitalists with the have the power aren't going to want that social revolution, which is where the violence comes in.
So we're off religion altogether. I need to change. I need to change my tag.
Before it spirals, I have two things for you. First of all, my biggest beef with you, Vigilante, is that you look like Jesus, but you don't believe in religion. That's kind of silly.
I'm a pagan. I believe in religion.
You look like Jesus. You don't act like Jesus.
And then, secondarily, I also have beef with the fact that you just brought up socialism as a positive thing, and my wife and I are both historians, with her specifically having a PhD in Russian and Soviet history, so this is about to get fun for me. I'm going to put the weed away and get serious.
Okay, but here's the difference. You could discount me from the person advocating for that, because I think the Soviet-style communism is about as toxic as Maoism, and they both can get fucked. And their creators and perpetrators will suffer their fates in due time.
But who wins in a fight, Shiva or God or Zeus? Sorry, or Zeus. Who wins in a fight, Shiva or Zeus?
Who isn't fucked?
Zeus.
I mean, if we're being honest, Inara.
That wasn't an option?
Inara wasn't an option. We're talking a destroyer versus a creator / destroyer.
Saitama?
Yeah, and this is why I say Inara. She's literally both. She encompasses both aspects.
Well, then I can't deal with you.
What?
I don't know anything about this.
Sometimes
Inara is Babylonian.
Pick your god, let it run.
Through my camera is a superpower I've only ever wanted to have with Jack present. And he says he's
pretty sure Zeus fucked a lot of people.
Zeus did fuck a lot of people.
I love how you're like, we're talking about fighting, but you know who's
Zeus fucked a person.
They made a fucking new fucking revelation.
Zeus fucked a person as a goose.
A lot of people.
Zeus fucked a person as a bull.
No fuck.
Zeus was fucking.
Zeus was just the Genghis Khan of gods, okay? He was just an impersonator.
He was the Genghis Khan of gods.
And since you're pagan, Vigilante, you are no longer Jesus. You were skinny Gilgamesh.
But fuck everyone.
White Jesus is on the panel. Are you serious?
No. He's skinny Gilgamesh.
He got the blue eyes and everything.
Oh.
Oh, they look green to me. That could just be.
Are they?
They're hazel.
Alexa says that is true. He's the Genghis Khan.
Literally change color.
He's like, I'm getting called Jesus behind these hazel eyes.
They will quite literally change colors with my mood. So,
my eyes
it's also going to be our monitors.
For the record, that's some shit Jesus could do. Get pissed off and have his eyes change color. Be in a good mood. Have his eyes change color. Sound like some Jesus shit. Jesus won't talk about it.
Can you see TV can you see TV that for me?
Look,
I'd really appreciate it.
I'll reach out. Hold on.
How do you? Okay, hold on.
What do these things mean?
Let me ask you a question. What happens when your feet touch water? That's what I need to know right now.
These are the difference between mine and his.
But what happened? But do your ankles get wet, or do you walk upon it?
Oh.
But do your ankles get wet, or do you walk upon the water?
It's the sun.
My ankles get wet.
Is that because you're choosing to enter the water, or could you walk upon it if you wanted to?
I do not think that I can walk upon it if I tried, because I have actually, first shits and giggles, tried that before when I was a kid.
I'm also hating both of you because you can get tattoos and I can't.
When you were a kid, Jesus, listen, Jesus.
Does Jesus
he was
know
born.
what this
listen,
is?
now, listen. You have to understand. Jesus was indeed born a man, and he ascended. You weren't born like Jesus. You didn't look like that when you were born. That beard didn't come with birth. That is a beard that
All right,
comes
fuck y'all. I'm bringing Buddha into this
That is a beard that comes with bearing the burden of all of our collective sins. So I need to know. You need to go find some water and try to walk upon it, or find some water and try to turn it into wine. I need to know.
I need to know if
like
somebody knows
Dude.
what this is.
Oh God, that's amazing.
Somebody tell me what it is.
It is Water 7.
No.
Oh, that's the Death Star.
Thank you. Which?
It's a Death Star?
It is the in construction second Death Star.
Yep, episode 2.
Wow.
Get it, Sonny boy! Get it, Sonny boy! Woo!
Wow. I gotta get that up.
Yep, you gotta get your knowledge on, boy.
I'm not allowed to get tattoos, so it just doesn't work.
Episode 2.
You want a tattoo, get a tattoo, quit being a bitch.
I can't get a tattoo.
Why?
Because I'm black.
So?
Dude, when they did this one on me, it felt like somebody was jackhammering into my fucking lungs.
So Jack, I'm gonna need you to look up keloid scars.
That one was bad.
Are just
yeah, you have that problem.
Yep.
I have an alternative construction.
I can't get tattoos. I can't get piercings. I can't get shit. I'm gonna be clean forever.
Okay, so
that's gorgeous.
Good versus evil. Snake versus
You're supposed to be looking at the tattoo, my dude.
That's great.
So branding it is for you, Lethe. Don't worry, I'll get to work. I have the Dremel. I will carve you out a brand, and you can brand yourself. What do you want?
I'm never branding myself because that's for cattle.
It's not good for cattle.
It is for cattle.
Did you actually just offer to brand a black man, my dude?
I offered to make him a brand and let.
What does that one say?
No, I offered to make a
void
brand and let him brand himself. Please get this right.
I fill the void every day.
I offered to be a craftsman.
Jack, I get it, but I still feel like we're equipped.
And I'm jealous of you. Stop it! I can't get one.
The linguistics around branding, just not the right way to go here.
It says void.
I feel the branded.
Stamp yourself with an icon, so if you ever got lost, we can find you.
The branded people in their Greek fraternities and sororities, they can take that shit.
Chat, shut up.
But I'm saying, like, if I would have a tattoo of a pig surrounded by water.
Yo, you didn't have to pull that sock up. There's enough holes in it. We can read the tattoo.
I mean,
one point or another.
No,
I mean, it's like I have the tattoos.
Listen to the saddest part. They're compression socks. They're compression socks.
Like I'm
sorry. I have that bone in my body. I don't have good impulse control, and I have like the roast comedy bone, and it just.
No, dude, I don't blame you. It literally says void because I've had 9 surgeries on my ankles. That's why that's there.
Wow.
Right above a surgery scar.
Well,
you can't really see it.
Ankle.
Oh yeah, you can see my scars clear as day.
Your leg is the pathway. Oh, never mind.
I legitimately had my ankles checked out.
You can see my scars clear as day.
It's not the one you think it is.
Oh no, dude! If I showed you the back of my ankles, you would.
Oh, I meant other direction.
You see that?
I had my ankles checked out by a physical therapist, and they told me the one tendon that keeps your ankles from rolling on both of my ankles were basically rubber bands, and it was basically useless to do physical therapy on them.
So there's 3 tendons on the anterior side of your ankle. You probably have one that feels like
the
that.
one on the exterior.
Yeah, so
hey, vigilante.
Exterior is anterior. I said anterior, not interior. So the anterior and interior. So the anterior is the outside.
And
of your
the
ankle.
mole.
The reason I know this is I had a full ankle reconstruction. All 3 of those ligaments were reconstructed, but there is a central, strongest one. That's probably the one the doctor is referring to. That is considered the stabilizing tendon. The other 2 keep your forward and back momentum, but they all stabilize you in different ways, right? So preventing your ankle from rolling on the outside is specifically the problem I had. That's probably a consequence of actually your heel. Have you ever looked down and noticed that your heels potentially turn a little more in than other people's?
Inwards?
Like, I can tell you what it's from. Mine's from skateboarding.
Well, do you do calf raises?
It could very well.
It's a repetitive.
Okay, so
all my shit started from playing soccer since I was 4 years old.
I don't want to
They're not
like.
mutually exclusive. Your heels could still be
It's not.
inward.
Yeah,
I'm pretty big into physical therapy, so I have to ask Vigilante. Do you do calf raises?
I used to.
Okay, when you do calf raises, how do you do them?
Typically speaking, I will put the balls of my feet on like the edge of a step or something, and then dip down and then go back up.
Okay, so depending on the angle at which you angle your feet when you do your calf raises, they will target different tendons and different muscle groups within your calves. If you point your feet in, you will get the outer areas of your calves. If you point your feet out, you will get the inner regions of your calves. If you point your feet straight, you will get different regions of your calves. You may need to work on your calves. If you're flat-footed, that's a whole nother problem.
I might have to start doing calf raises again. I know I am semi-flat-footed, not entirely, but I'm semi-flat-footed because of skateboarding as well. Because I've mostly worn flat shoes for my entire life.
If you're semi-flat-footed, easiest thing is to like the easiest like thing to like cure that is to like step on your toes, like go on your flat feet and then go up on your toes and like hold that for like a minute or so. Or as long as you can to balance, like, because it does take balance. Like that'll
I've got
help.
plenty of balance.
Well, it's not your balance that is in question; it's your feet.
Yeah.
And your feet are the foundation of your body.
I wish that worked.
That's gonna carry you for the rest of your life.
I wish it worked.
Surgeries on my ankles. I wish that I could tell you that it stops there. It does not. It's now affecting my spine.
I've literally had to have a bone pop back in place because it came out of place because of how close my feet are to being flat-footed. Like one of the bones in the balls of my feet, like when I was younger, popped out of place, and I had to go to get it popped back in place. It was not fun.
Bro, I got pancakes. Like I have size 16 pancakes.
All right, guys. I did tell Jack when I replied that I had agreed to another appearance tonight, so I am going to get on over there.
Thanks for coming here. Thanks for running the gamut of this madness.
Well, 2.5 hours of madness, you know.
It was pretty mad. Yeah, organized religion, bad religion, good. Good night.
Good
yeah,
night.
I know that's super cliched, nuanced. Here I go.
I got it.
See ya.
Wait, did he just leave by say the exact same thing I've been saying the entire time?
Yeah, kind of, sort of. A little bit.
What the hell?
Yeah, I say religion bad when you take on the baggage of the religion, but all the Satanists left, so I can't have the conversation I was hoping to have if Elder Drazi and Parallax were here, which is that I appreciate the Satanic Church for the things that they do in regards to being a paradoxical foil to Christianity and the things that pseudo-Christianity does. But ultimately, not having the baggage of any religion is a better way to be, to understand that your actions have weight, to understand that there is no ultimate being or entity or structure you can blame for shortcomings or gains in your life. You are your own downfall and your own triumph, in my opinion. There is no God that is giving you favor. And the Templeton Foundation found that when you pray for people, if they know about it, they tend to not succeed as well as if they didn't know that you were praying for them. So the added pressure of a higher being tends to be a bigger problem when it comes down to thinking about religion, because you can feel that you failed that higher being and you've gone too far to try to get back in that being's good graces.
I think that, like, I don't know, from my own personal experience as somebody who was atheist, especially at the time, I had a friend whose mother was very religious. She was very, I don't know if it's Catholic or Christian, I can't remember. She was very prayer oriented, and she, like, I was having surgeries on both my ankles, and she literally kneeled down in a parking lot, put both her hands on my feet, and started praying. And I took that so to heart. Like, I took that so seriously because I knew that that meant a lot to her in her perspective of what her religion meant. And so even though I didn't understand or respect completely that religion, I understood that that meant a lot to her. So I took it as that. I understand that for some people it doesn't mean the same thing. Like, religion is so nuanced. It's so nuanced. It's so broad. Every single religion is so broad. You have crazy fanatics, and you have people who just believe in a basic understanding. That's why I can't ever bring myself to be against any sort of religion at all, is because I know that those people, like, I've read a lot of religions. I grew up being indoctrinated in Christianity. I found it through high school that I didn't believe in what was being taught to me. And then through basic training, I studied every religion that I could until I decided that Buddhism was very grounded, very moralistic. It was more of a religion that's based in what's going on around you, not so much clouded in metaphors and stuff like that. It was just very straightforward. It was very, do good to the people next to you and they'll treat you well. Like, be a good person and that stuff will come to you. Karma, dharma, that's what Buddhism teaches, and so I really appreciated that. But as a person who was born and raised in, like, Christianity, I remember very intensely, like, our great grandfather not allowing us to come to Easter or Thanksgiving because we didn't go to church on this certain day. And, like, so we weren't allowed to be in their presence because we didn't get our blessings on this certain day. So I saw both sides of it. Like, I saw positive sides of it, I saw negative sides of it. By the time I was in halfway through middle school, I was, like, sitting there speaking this stuff over and over again since I was a kid and singing these hymns and I was like, this just doesn't feel like anything at all to me. I don't understand this. I don't get what they mean by somebody up there being more in power. And I went through all of that. And I went through countless stages of life that, I've gone through turmoil, I've gone through loss, I've gone through a lot. And like I've gone through like very scientific stuff. I'm very enveloped in like astronomical like science and stuff like that. Like,
so I want to give
does
other
that mean
people
that I disbelieve?
Well, yes and no. That's a whole nother deal. You have to come to that for yourself.
I cannot confirm. Like it's like a political statement. I can't confirm nor deny.
It's agnostic.
But I believe that in my own head. Exactly. That's why I came to the conclusion that I am agnostic. Is that I cannot confirm nor deny that is a thing. It's just not in my own power to do that. But I will still continue to try to be the best human being that I can be. I will try to be the best to other people that I can be. I will try to be as understanding as possible as I can be. Like, I try to still have complete morals because I think that morals are massive. I think that to be morally just is an incredible thing as a human being. Like, I think that, to have morals, to have right feelings, to have, those kind of cues in your own brain, I think is huge. I believe in people feeling inside themselves moral things. I'm very weird. I'm all over the place. I really am.
No, you're good. So I want to move this to the Lethe Wonderland chat. So if anybody wants to get in, they can get in. Because this is a full-on open panel at this point.
Wait, where? Who have I been talking to? Oh my god!
You've been talking to us, and you've been talking to the chat. But I want to open it up to anybody that wants to get into the Discord.
I was like, holy fuck, okay.
Yeah, you're good. So I just want to move up one chat channel to the Lethe Wonderland.
Yeah.
Because we're in the closed right now, nobody can get in. In case anybody wants to get in, I'm going to issue the invite. Because this is a great conversation. This is what I actually like talking about the most.
Oh, I'm sure some of the stuff that I said earlier probably got some people wanting to come in.
I'm more than happy for that. And we'll talk about it. And Jack is on a whole nother level. So let's move up to Lethe Wonderland and we're good. Open panel. Cool.
Okay.
My man Jack has it.
There it goes.
I mean, yeah.
My Discord crashed.
That's why you made me the mod, because you don't do this shit.
You aren't wrong.
LetheWaterKai is the perfect name for me. I love it.
Yeah, LetheWaterKai should be a thing.
It's perfect.
That's literally what
it's literally me. I love it.
As you were kicking at your wall.
Perfect. Is it not, guys? It's perfect. I'm insane.
Oh, we're in Discord.
I accept it.
Stream section. Let's see.
And
LetheWaterKai
we're
is
here.
rescued. Is perfect. UD, I thought you were VIP. That makes me mad. I'm gonna VIP you.
Yeah, so if anybody wants to jump in, here's the Discord.
Hey, UD.
Feel free to voice your opinions.
UD? Who knows EOD in here?
We like strong opinions.
We love EOD over here.
But when it comes down to religion itself,
yeah.
In America, we have religions tamping down on reproductive rights, on your ability to enjoy certain luxuries in life, it's really kind of irritating because there's no true basis behind it to where they can prove that this is going to be the outcome if you indulge in this thing.
They're also the ones drumming up the genocidal rhetoric around LGBTQ and trans people.
Well, that's coming up as well within a lot of...
I don't think that that's necessarily true. I don't think that I don't think that the same exact people are calling for what you're saying. I think that there
I can
are
link
people.
a fuckload of videos. I can link a fuckload of videos.
So you believe it's not religious fundamentalists that are against the LGBTQ community? Or is it people that don't believe in anything or any structure whatsoever that have an issue with the LGBTQ community? Kai.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
I was wondering if you believe it's religious fundamentalists or non-religious fundamentalists that are going against the LGBTQ community.
I think that in a mass, I don't know for sure, and I have no idea on the reality of this. I think that in a mass, religious ideology would probably be more against transgender ideology, just in a thought of itself. I feel like that would make sense. But I also feel outside of religious ideology that those things are being pushed against. I don't think that it's just religious people who are against this kind of ideology.
I do
not believe that.
Do you know why religious people, and specifically Christians, are against LGBTQ and trans people?
Because since the dawn of days, they've been against gay people. And that's their ideology.
Incorrect. When the Bible is rewritten, specifically to the King James Version of the Bible, the one specific word was changed several times from meaning pedophiles to meaning people who sleep with other men.
I don't think that that's...
That is quite literally what happened.
I don't think that that's proper... I don't care if that's what happened. I don't think that's proper correspondence. I don't think that you can correspond gay men with people who like children. I don't think that that's a correspondence that can be made. It doesn't matter what they made it to be.
No, they changed it on purpose.
I don't care.
They changed it on purpose to...
Again, I won't care about that. If you want to think that men liking men is equivalent to men liking children,
it's not.
What's up, this?
What I'm saying is they changed it on purpose to stigmatize homosexuality.
Okay, I think
because before that, homosexuality was not stigmatized.
You fix your volume.
No, I think that homosexuality has always been stigmatized since before norms. This normal, this modern society. I think that has not been stigmatized.
That's actually 100% incorrect.
I do not think that it has been.
Have you researched?
No, I have not.
Researched
I have
Greek
not.
history or Norse history or any ancient history at all?
No, I have not.
Okay. Homosexuality used to be extremely common before Christianity.
Extremely.
Okay, yeah, I believe that. I knew that in at least Greek.
It wasn't just Greek in Greece. I mean, in Greece it was more common than others.
I said at least Greek. Yes, I'm acknowledging to you guys that I don't have this knowledge. I'm telling you that I don't have this knowledge.
Well, yeah, you're good. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying, like the least bit that I knew was at least like,
the particulars of
the only knowledge
persecution.
that I knew of was Greece. I'm sorry that I didn't know that prior knowledge, but I am telling you what I do know.
And I could tell.
And I would love
Lethe,
for you to educate me.
I could tell that Lethe was very happy that somebody else knew what I was bringing up.
I feel you 100%.
That point very often.
Go for it. I love it.
Well, homosexuality, all these different issues that are supposedly problematic within ideas and circles have always been existing. They just found a belief structure and a media structure to ignore it. But Desperado is here. I would like to hear.
Say found.
Oh, go ahead, Vigilante. Get your point.
I was gonna say I wouldn't even say found. They forced it upon people because as I was saying earlier, they literally colonized and murdered everybody who wouldn't convert to Christianity, which was one of my earlier points. So,
are we talking about the Catholic Church?
Well,
I mean, it started with the Catholic Church, but
right.
I mean, that's the one and the same. You can't generalize such a thing when there was murder. Like, if you consider murder, you can consider it in every religion. Like, there's been instances of murder in almost every religion.
I mean, it started with the Catholic Church, but in this specific instance, it started with the Catholic Church, but it wasn't just exclusive to the Catholic Church. The Protestants did the same thing, especially here in America.
It's almost every religion that has been enveloped by this in some point in their past. Almost every single religion has been enveloped either by slavery, murder, or lynching at some point in their past for not agreeing with what they agree with. I think that there's a world of different views that is meant to be respected. I think that's why America, as we are, is so diverse in itself. I think that's why we worked in its forethought. None of you guys are saying anything in response to any
no,
of this.
Because the simple fact is the reason we are so diverse is quite literally because we imported slave
colonization.
labor.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, America didn't really.
So what about before that? What about before colonization? Okay. What about before colonization, when religion was religion, and each religion had their own before colonization, and they still had their own slavery, lynching, and murders?
You do realize that American slavery is unlike anything in the past with chattel slavery, correct?
You do realize that the slaves that were brought over by the people of their own kind.
So think about it this way. Think about it this way. If you were in a tribal system in an entire country, if you were to get rid of your opposition and make money for it, wouldn't you do it?
No, would you not?
I'm saying
if it was going to provide for your own economy and your own people, would you not? I'm not saying that it was against themselves to do such a thing.
So
but I'm not going to disagree with the fact that they're the ones that started it.
So no, whether they started it or not, for the reasons they started it, the people that benefited from it and the people that perpetuated it,
whether they started it or not,
so
they still perpetuated it.
Say you had a bottle cap collection. If I gave you 5 cents per bottle cap, would that not be awesome? But if I gave you $100 per bottle cap, would that not give you incentive to do horrible things to get bottle caps?
It would. It would.
There it is.
I cannot disagree with the fucking context
furthermore,
of that being what it
was not. Yeah, but furthermore, it was not their kind, as you put it, that created chattel slavery. It was the Dutch.
Yeah, the chattel slavery came from the people that acquired the slaves.
Every person who put somebody into slavery knew that they were exchanging that for money to better their society.
You do realize that is not how this started, and this is where your assertion kind of falls apart. You say that this was started by their own kind. No, it was started by the Dutch, and the Dutch actually had slave catchers that went into country. Hold on, different slavery. Different slavery. We will get into the different forms of slavery if you really want to. Right now, we're discussing chattel slavery. We're discussing chattel slavery. And that was actually developed by the Dutch. And they used to send groups of highly armed white slave catchers into Africa to catch these slaves. And they did it at the point of rifles, something that was not present on the continent of Africa. And with mass men pushing cannon on carts, etc. Again, things that were unheard of within the continent of Africa at this time. They first started this. Then when other tribes noticed that they were doing this, they would be like, well, we have slaves, and they were able to trade in slaves back then, but their slaves were only prisoners of war. They didn't go out and actively hunt people to create a slave race. It was only prisoners of war. But they traded to these Dutch people thinking that the slaves would be treated the way that they treated their slaves, that they would have rights, the ability to own property, the ability to actually, survive outside of just being killed on somebody's whim, so on and so forth. That was not the case. And they were lied to for over 50 years before anybody found out. And by that point, they had completely created an economy based around it. So to remove the slave trade that the Dutch had created would have completely crippled the African economy. So what you're saying is they want to starve or stop the slave trade. They had no incentive to stop the slave trade. Was that not
influenced by Chinese trade slaves?
No.
Those are entirely different.
No, not at all.
They are entirely different.
And welcome Hip Hop Rich.
How's it going?
And his oversized tee.
This is actually more influenced by the Arabic slave trade that the Dutch were basing it on, and the Arabic slave trade were again a slight difference because it was only prisoners of war.
Can I make a suggestion in that regard?
Please.
When I have these conversations about the origins of slavery and how far back it goes, and what groups were affected by it, and what groups are responsible, it seems to me that you can narrow things down considerably by just asking yourself who benefited over time with the structure of the slavery, and where do those benefits reside today? Those cumulative benefits that built up, where does that reside? Like, is it multi-trillion-dollar economies in Africa as a result of having built up 2 centuries, 3 centuries, 4 centuries of slavery? Or did they have short-term gain because of the things that they did, whatever, like the people who colluded and sold their slaves to the Dutch to be shipped across the border or whatever? Like, did they develop Wakanda as a result of that? Or was there a big imbalance in terms of how the benefits accumulated over centuries?
So, Kai, I'm going to let you know, Rich is more African than I am.
This is actually true. He's South African.
It is.
So he will understand how these histories worked better than I even would, even though I stand completely opposed to the outcome that came from it, besides my black ass ending up in America.
And if you'd like to know about the Chinese, Korean, or Japanese slave trade, please ask. I know this pretty well.
We have a good representation going. Welcome to your education.
Look at all this diversity.
Hasn't got to do an introduction or anything yet.
Oh, okay. Well,
Lethe don't do introductions. He just throws shit together.
Okay, now
Rich was here for 10 minutes. Like 10 minutes. I had to get it.
Just giving you shit.
Actually, I was there for 30 minutes. We just didn't start talking until 20 minutes in. Like we were just bullshitting before that.
So I had to.
No, I was trying to say, I didn't realize I was muted. I was talking to my chat.
Good deal.
Now I can't remember what the fuck I said. No, I don't care the difference between you and him and whatever kind of heritage you have. All I'm saying is that there was slave trade well and before there was African slave trade.
Yes, but the difference is chattel slavery treated these people as true property. It
doesn't matter the type of slavery.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
It
really does.
Very much does.
But in today's culture, in the middle of a point,
really? Yes, it does. Unless you are absolutely going to only talk about things on the surface goddamn level so that you don't understand the differences, the horrors.
Humanity.
No, that's the majority of people on Twitch, not the majority of humanity.
I would say lesser. I would say opposite, actually.
Well, I can make an analogy here.
People that go into deeper levels on Twitch than people in normal humanity would go into.
You mean people like us who have higher degrees in it, and there's entire college departments across multiple states dedicated to educating people on this very subject? I mean, this is asinine to think that 190 people on average and most people. No, I do, because you keep interrupting mid fucking sentence to the point where you can't actually understand a goddamn point before it's fucking concluded. You're thinking where I'm going before I ever get there, and then fucking making an assertion that's not there. Yes, there is a distinct difference in understanding. Absolutely, because chattel slavery was absolutely dramatically different than any slavery that came before it. Because before this, slaves had rights. Slaves could own property. Slaves could buy their freedom and earn their freedom. Not something that was capable under chattel slavery in any capacity until fucking hundreds of years later. This is a dramatic difference. This is a dramatic shift in this. They were selling people into the slavery they understood, where these people could eventually be free in 5 to 10 years. Not that they were going to be burned out and fucking broken like goddamn beasts of burden and slaughtered en masse. It's different.
Jack.
And that's every instance of slavery, right?
Before chattel slavery, yeah, all of them, you're able to earn rights, even going back into Egypt. You're able to earn your freedom. Yeah. That was the dramatic shift.
Jack, can you just let me make this analogy real quick? It won't take nearly that long. If we're let's talk about change the subject a little bit so we can maybe see how we can differentiate between these types and why it's important. So we all know that ethnic cleansing is bad, right? Like you might have, let's say you have what happened to the Tartars? The Russians came in and they displaced them, and the Tartars were like kicked out of their homes and sent to Turkey, so that Russia could have like an ethnic majority in Crimea. That's bad, right? But you would also look at the Holocaust in World War II. That's also ethnic cleansing, but it's genocide too. And so it's a different type of ethnic cleansing. You wouldn't say, oh, the Holocaust was bad, but ethnic cleansing has happened in many places. And you wouldn't compare, if you're going to compare the Holocaust to what happened to the Tartars, you would at least distinguish between the degrees of ethnic cleansing that we're talking about, right? That would be an important distinction to make.
Yes, sir.
So it's the same here. You wouldn't compare chattel slavery to, I don't know what it's being compared to, like the Chinese slave trade or what happened in Rome or Egypt, or I don't know. But if you're making those comparisons, I think it is fair to say that the impacts of that chattel slavery can go on generationally, whereas other peoples who've been enslaved might have been able to sort of crawl out of that economically. And we can see that in the modern economy today and the disparities between groups of people in our modern society, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So that's where we start, I think. I think we look at who's been a victim of what kind of slavery? How do they live today? What are the disparities today? And what can we do to correct that? Like, I think that's all we're talking about.
Yeah. But that's why it's a very distinct difference between these two things. I mean, it really is.
I'm going to say
I'm sorry, did I take all the heat out of this debate?
No, it was beautiful, and you just led it in the
I
perfect
think you put
direction.
Exactly. I think you put the proper words to what was needed to be said.
Okay. All right.
On both sides. I do. Yeah. I agree.
I mean, I think we can acknowledge the
100%.
horrors. We can acknowledge the injustices of slavery in all of those other contexts, and still address the ones that like are having the most effect on our society today. Like, I don't think yeah. So that means we need to primarily be talking about the transatlantic slave trade in terms of its impacts today.
Yes, I agree.
Oh, there we go. Harmony.
Guys, yes, I don't disagree with you. I mean, certain points, like, it's not...
Yeah, sure, of course.
There's a differential of knowledge, of coming to. Maybe I'm some dumb white bitch. I'm sorry.
Well, no, it was just the initial understanding that some African nations sold their people to the transatlantic slave trade.
But I get that there was
slave
trade before that. Like,
listen, I'm a dumb white bitch too. I'm just a little bit older. That's it.
I'm a dumb.
Oh, that's great.
No, I should know shit. I should, right? I'm 27. I should know shit. I'm just stupid, okay? I'm just trying to. I'm not trying to.
I wouldn't actually say
anything.
I want to say stupidity. It's some of it. See, part of what you touched on earlier is education. A lot of people don't take the time to educate themselves on these subjects. But the thing is what most people, especially in these online spaces, do a mischaracterization. They think these spaces are doing a deeper dive than people will sit there and do on their own. But a lot of these people that are doing it on their own aren't talking about it online. They're not sitting there getting into big conversations. They're going and watching documentaries and fucking sitting there watching 15 hours of fucking, footage on this, or going and listening to the ICC Hague, war criminal tribunals and things like that. So there's different layers of this understanding, and it is actually a pretty large group that study this outside of these spaces and study it pretty in depth to make these distinctions, to show where these delineation points were, because they denote key societal milestones within the international societies, and with expressly when you start talking about the chattel slave trade at the beginning of it, it was incentivized by the Dutch, who had accumulated massive amounts of wealth doing trade with other countries, not in humans, but in tulips. And they then wanted to continue that wealth because the tulip trade was actually basically causing their economy to fucking bankrupt itself. They then transmitted themselves into then later beasts of burden and laterally slaves. I mean, it's a wild ride to go through. It was literally capitalism that drove the slave trade into Africa, and capitalism was a concept that was unbeknownst to them. They were still in the mercantile system. They had no understanding that, to them, they thought they were getting fair prices when these people were absolutely giving them pennies on the dollar. I mean, obviously we're using different monetary units back then, but pennies on the dollar equivalent in what they were getting out of in value, even though they were losing 50 to 60% of them in the boat ride over.
Hey, Chaos Kai. You know when I decided that I was a dumb white bitch? It was when I was 30.
I decided I was a dumb white bitch when I decided to start talking to people on Twitch about this shit. I was doing my thing, gaming and doing my own thing. Listen.
When I was 30, that's when I was a network engineer for 20 years. I really didn't think about the broader world outside of my job and making money or whatever. And when I was 30, I had like an existential crisis. And
Al Gore told you many other things.
Yeah, yeah, right. Yes. Then Al Gore came down and made me feel like a dumb white bitch. And then that was when I like went sort of changed my life and like went to a liberal arts college and learned Greek and shit like that. But I didn't do anything in my 20s, nothing. Like I knew very little. It's true, like I was a debate judge or whatever, but it was kind of a game. I didn't really know much. Like it took there. You've got a lot of time to learn shit. I'll just say that.
Oh, I've got plenty of time. I'm grateful for that. I always will be.
So don't feel bad. Like if there's gaps in your knowledge or whatever that you come across.
Absolutely. There's gaps in my knowledge. I do not feel bad about. I will say it. I will say it outright, like I did. Hey, I may not have knowledge on this. I'm speaking on what I know and what my own opinions are.
Right.
It's going to continue to be the way that it is for me. I might be some dumb white bitch. I'm going to say that an excuse for me being fucking stupid and not knowing things. That I'm debating on. Again, this is like...
You don't have to think of it as a debate.
This is like my second time being on a fucking political panel. Like I don't think this way consistently. Like this is not my consistent train of thought. This is not how I consistently think.
Right, you're still figuring things out.
There's a lot that I've come to terms with in life over the years that I grew up and I was indoctrinated, over the years that I decided I was atheist and I was fucking doing acid, okay? I was out here like,
yeah, fair enough.
Don't need no God when the lights got me. Like, I was being a fucking idiot. Like, and then I had life. I shattered both of my ankles. I felt real life trauma. Disassociation from my own body. I'm right here with you. I've had 9 surgeries.
I have a triple
ankles.
Fractured wrist right here.
I've had 2 surgeries on my upper chest. I am 27 and I am medically fucking disabled. And so that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I hear you.
I've had a lot of time to think, Again, that does not mean that I know everything. That does not mean I know anything. I can still be fucking as stupid as somebody who's never been taught a single thing. Like, I don't know. All I know is that I am glad, happy, I'm over the moon to talk to other people about things and learn new things and discuss things that I haven't discussed before. Like, I love that. Like, I fucking love that shit. So, I'm sorry. I may be stupid and I may not know what I'm talking about, but I'm here. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to hear whatever anybody has to say to me. And I'm happy to learn anything that I can.
Hey, my favorite moments in these like debates or discussions or whatever you want to call them is when people tell me something I don't already know, and it helps me recontextualize. And if I change my mind on something, that's like the biggest win.
Absolutely, that's a huge thing. It's a fucking grand thing. Like the kind of effect that that has on your mind to be like, oh shit. Well, wait. Wow. Like that's a huge fucking thing. Like, I love that. Like, I love being taught new things. That's why I enjoy discussing shit with people. Because as stupid as I may sound, that's fine. As long as somebody's telling me something else that make me a little smarter or may make me know a little bit more, whatever. I'm okay with looking like an idiot. I don't care. Do it. Like,
no. I think we're all idiots, right? We're on Twitch, but yeah. Desperado, it sounded like you were going to say something earlier, and I kind of like horned in.
Oh, I've lost that train of thought.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
I appreciate you all, by the way, and everything you all have to say here. Like, love it, appreciate it.
I remember my point, but my point was what your point was a lot easier to follow. Mine would have been what is it? I don't know. What I was going to say is that because Pentecostals dance with snakes, all forms of Christianity dance with snakes.
I see that.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's.
I think that there's a lot of good that is entangled with the worst.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's why I have this tattoo. Good versus evil. They are intertwined. They're connected. Oh!
But they are similar.
Sorry. They're intertwined until they meet the battle. There's good versus evil, and it can be so intertwined and so hidden, I guess is the word. I don't know. There's so much good that can be hidden in evil, and there's so much evil that can be hidden in good. And I completely agree with you with that. That there's been a lot of evil hidden in Christianity.
Well, I'm not saying the evil hidden in Christianity. My point was that if Pentecostals are dancing with snakes, then that must mean all forms of Christianity are dancing with snakes, which is false. And Pentecostals are a form of Christianity, but that doesn't necessarily mean what they do as Pentecostals is exactly the same that's done by other Christian groups. It was the point of what I was trying to get across. Okay. In the same way with slavery, the different forms of slavery throughout the world, while they are all quote-unquote slavery, they are vastly and widely different from one another, and we should not lump them together in a generalization.
I almost fell because I tried to pull down a sock at the same time that I tried to stand on one leg, and I've had 9 surgeries on both my ankles. I have no balance, motherfuckers.
I feel like that first part was directed at me. So, Desperado, I will acknowledge that there are some good forms of Christianity, while in my opinion they are few and far between. But there are some good forms of Christianity. The Unitarian Universalists are one of such forms. They're the only one that I can think of off the top of my head, but they're one of such forms.
It's one of such. You have to like.
Hey, Lethe.
Run it.
If we're still talking about slavery, but we're trying to, we're trying to make things a little bit more complicated. We could introduce Amistad.
Right now?
Well, I think it goes to the point of that Chaos Kai was making, that these narratives are a little bit more complicated than sometimes we think about.
And they absolutely are. And I get that. It's not about the religion itself. It's what you allow the religion to justify for you. And this is where we get into the weeds of it. Because you can have different interpretations of the same words. And this is where we get into the weeds with religion.
It's called this is philosophy.
Yes. And that's why there's Pentecostals, Protestants.
Oh, okay. We're on religion now? I didn't...
Well, when it comes down to slavery, which branch of religion and what interpretation do you want to use to justify having people as your property?
Yeah, you can't.
You can, and they did.
Oh, in terms of like using, you're talking about using religion to justify slavery?
Yes.
Yeah, obviously people did. I mean, but that was the fight, right? It was obviously Christians like defending it and Christians opposing it.
On both sides. And so when you have there was a Bible that was specifically made to reinforce slavery that people used in the South.
Still use.
Still
Wait, they need
used.
to change.
Yeah, it was called the King James Bible.
Oh, it went beyond the King James
The
Bible.
chat's counting my beers, and I'm mad.
Oh, I'm not counting my viewers. I wouldn't dare do that, or
They're-
else I would hurt
No,
my
they're
self-esteem.
counting my beers.
Oh,
Beers. Like,
as long as they're not counting my drinks, we're good.
They're counting my drinks, dude.
Look, I was about to say the same thing as this, bro. Like, why would they need to do that? The Bible already does that.
Turn my camera, you little fucks.
Counts Kai's
The
beers.
Bible already does what?
Counts Kai's beers.
Slavery? Justify slavery?
Oh,
yeah, the King James Bible, depending on what interpretation you want to take from what's written in there.
I think
You
it
could
does
use
come
it
down to
either way.
interpretation. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
the most problematic verses are going to be Paul and his letter to Philodemus.
Mm-hmm.
That's where you get the most problematic verses, where slaves obey your masters, that sort of thing.
Yep.
But we all know that Old Testament verses are in a context that are often like excluded from Christian theology.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the most problematic verses are going to be anything you could find in the New Testament.
Yeah.
yeah.
And the New Testament can be interpreted, like as Desperado said, because there are plenty of verses you can find that support like the notion of freedom. And slaves obey your masters is not a prescription for the law. It's Paul's advice to Philodemus, which I happen to think is bad advice, but it's just advice to him. It's basically as if you were in now. If you also remember that this was the kind of slavery that was very different from chattel slavery, as we all talked about. Philodemus was somebody who, if he worked off his debt, he could get out from under it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that's fundamentally different than somebody saying, oh, you're poor? Well, go get a job and work at that job for 10 years and improve yourself. And because you could, there are plenty of comparisons of capitalism to slavery. And to that extent, I don't think Paul's advice is so problematic that you can't find a good interpretation of it that's going to exclude chattel slavery as anything that could be justified. Maybe it could be justified that you can work off the justification that Paul would say, I think, is that you can have a relationship with somebody where you work off a debt. And we call that slavery, but it's not too different from wage slavery, honestly.
Yeah, honestly. It's a whole difference where you are
Well,
have you ever heard of the term peonage?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And so when you have those kinds of instances where they were into, I want to say 30s, 40s, 50s America, this was still happening. Like, that's what I consider true slavery.
So if you were to move Paul into today, and have him give the same advice to a 21st century Philodemus, it might be somebody who is working a minimum wage job and is considering acting out, like stealing from work or whatever, or becoming a criminal or something like that. And it might be Paul's advice to him then might be, no, like stay at your job, like work your way up, and eventually become a manager at the McDonald's instead of flipping burgers or whatever. Like that's your way out. I think Paul's advice there is sort of along those lines. I don't think he's talking about
garbage.
Well, maybe so. Maybe so, but it's in the range.
You put it in.
Yeah. Yes, I'm putting it in that context. I'm saying it's important for Christians in the 19th century to have put it in that context instead of the Bible endorses chattel slavery. I think that's a different. I think you have a moral obligation, just like Augustine said, you have a moral obligation to interpret Scripture in a way that accords with the world. And the world as it was then wasn't just. And so you have to, there's plenty of other scriptures that you can point to that will provide context that will tell you that you really need to take the more charitable interpretation of what Paul said and not assume that he's saying that chattel slavery is, okay or justified or moral in any way.
Well, that's where it comes down to justice and mercy. Go ahead, Vigilante.
I was going to say, so question, then how do people... one of my biggest contentions with modern Christianity is how do the majority of Christians get the pro-capitalist interpretation of the Bible? Because if you read the Bible, especially the New Testament and what Jesus said, Broski definitely was not a capitalist.
Right, exactly. Your obligation is to the poor.
But you can trace that back to the beginning of the 19th century and the propagation of prosperity doctrine.
Yeah, the prosperity gospel, I think, is the origin of it too. But we're talking about your question was the percent. What percentage of Christians believe certain things? But the way Jack's answering it is how does American Christianity, what do they believe? And I think Christendom in America is fundamentally different than the world.
Uh-huh. Well, and that's why I brought it up, because we have a slightly skewed perspective due to we have a very Western-centric view of Christianity. Look at the Catholics within Africa, like the Catholics of Ethiopia, etc. Do they have gold within their churches? Yes. Do they drive around in fancy cars and shit? Fuck no. They don't believe in the prosperity doctrine. They reject it wholeheartedly. I mean, there's a difference to this. We have a very
because they read the Bible.
Yes, and this is what I'm getting at. We have a very Western-centric view, and funnily enough, that makes up a minority of Christians worldwide.
I would even say an American-centric. Because European Christianity is not like this either, except for
but it still has some of the prosperity doctrine in there, just not as bad. We just take that to 11.
I mean, I'm sure we've exported it for sure, but I would say America is so much worse than the rest of the world, so much worse than Europe.
Hearing that, my contention overall might be with American Christianity, not Christianity as a whole throughout the world.
Say that again.
I said hearing that specifically, my contention might be more with American Christianity, not Christianity as a whole.
I would say prosperity doctrine-based Christianity, which is still a minority.
Evangelicalism. That's what the problem. Fundamentalism.
I will be honest. I will even call certain aspects of the Catholic Church within this, because I'm sorry, the Catholic Church is very much guilty of gold and finery, hoarding, etc. So, no, it's not just evangelicals. Evangelicals are just the most open about it.
But that's different. That's not prosperity gospel. Like
another location that's actually adopted the same sort of thing is South Korea. South Korea has adopted a very similar take on prosperity gospel.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Yeah, I know.
And this actually stems back from when Japan was finally kicked out, after World War II, and in the wake of Japan basically going back, there were all these strong men that basically took up these positions as cult leaders inside there and
missions
inside. You had you had Sun Young Moon as well. You had he was the leader of the Unification Church. There was 5 or 6 of these different holy men that rose to prominence on the back of Christianity as these figureheads of these cults. And it just so happened that kind of pushed people towards the prosperity gospel more than anything.
But you look at things Mormonism.
Sun Young Moon is who you're thinking of. The Reverend Moon.
Well, yeah, that's the thing too. But I'm saying in America, you had Mormonism, and there was another religion in America that took up American values, but really wasn't Christian. Well, Westboro Baptist Church.
Yep.
Oh, what is it? Well, you could say
Jehovah's Witnesses is what you're thinking of.
Jehovah's Witness. Yeah, that's the one. That's the exact one I was thinking of.
Yeah. Terrible. There are degrees to this stuff.
Is Jehovah's
Witnesses
not worldwide? I thought it was.
Yeah, it is now.
It is now.
But also, I wouldn't say like the opulence of the Catholic Church or whatever in certain areas, especially in Europe. I wouldn't connect that to the prosperity gospel in any way, because the primary differentiator there is that nobody owns that, right? Like priests take a vow of poverty. They administer these buildings, and these buildings are used for the public to come in and use for mass and things like that. Belongs to the people. Belongs to the church, which is made up of its parishioners, and nobody owns it. Nobody gets to like. In fact, when every once in a while, when you get somebody that like is corrupt within the church, because there are a lot of resources that you can embezzle or whatever, like the Bishop of Bling in Germany, Francis, like, took care of him, and he's living. He doesn't have the authority he had before. And he's living in poverty now, like, in enforced poverty, according to his vow, in the proper way. Like, these people they're going against the precepts of the church if they're doing that.
I mean, we can call it going against the precepts of the church, and we can say, oh, nobody owns it. No, the church fucking owns this shit, man. As proven by nobody can just take it for examination. Nobody can just walk into the Vatican vaults and examine this shit. No, I'm sorry. This is their propaganda.
I accept your apology.
This is their propaganda getting into your brain and seeping out of your mouth. But no, sorry, it's the church that owns it. They have even incorporated as a bank to protect said vaults. No, the people don't own
Give us
these
our
things.
stolen books back.
Well, but hold on. Who owns it then?
The church.
Right, but what
stop.
individual owns it? Like, is there anybody who can like just take something that's in the Vatican vault and just like put it in their bank? Like
that I'd actually have to look into, but I'd be willing to bet that the Pope can take just about anything he wants out of the vault.
No, the Pope takes a vow of poverty too. In fact, this particular Pope was very famously turned down his lavish apartment in the Vatican apartments and chose to live in one of the spare rooms with the monks.
Yeah.
Like that was.
Shall we go through all the popes who didn't live according to the vow of poverty, Rich? Because there's a lot of them.
But
so
I agree with you on that.
Yeah, but this is my point. You can't make a appeal to the more modern one who just happens to live by it. Well, we have many, in fact, a majority of examples who did not.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is my only argument was that I wouldn't connect the prosperity gospel to the accumulation of wealth in the Catholic Church.
That's why I specifically say the prosperity doctrine.
Well,
because I consider that a fundamental function of the church, which is the accumulation of wealth by a church. They specifically brought treasures back from the Crusades and they sent other kingdoms onto. They accumulated wealth by fucking decree.
It is.
That's why I specifically was saying prosperity doctrine, not just gospel, because that's more attributed to the evangelicals. I attribute this to a vast majority of what we consider the most visible kick.
Well, right, but the argument you're making is that I wouldn't, because what's very specific about this is that the prosperity gospel was about preaching that everyone who's holy, you would see the signs of their holiness through their wealth. And that's just not something the Catholic Church would ever teach. I agree that there might be corruption that results.
Which is why I say prosperity doctrine. They preach that you will see the validity of them by the wealth of the church. It's no different. It's the same fucking argument. It's the institution rather than the individual, because we have hyper individualism here in this country. So this is just an extra lens put on top of the doctrine that had been being lived by more than 400 fucking years in Europe.
Go ahead, Kai.
So my question is, what is a proper response to this knowledge?
What do you mean? Like what knowledge?
To to this knowledge that horrible things happened under the guise of specific people.
So corruption in churches, and also like the teachings of the prosperity gospel, like sort of leading you away from the gospel message. Is that what you're asking? Like, what's our response to that?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I think you have to fight against it. I think you have to look. I mean, there's another verse in the Bible, by their fruits ye shall know them. So if you see that something's not working in a particular church, you have to work to correct it.
Okay, you're helping Rich win. You're helping Rich win.
Is there not contradicting statements in the Bible itself?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Or in other religious contexts?
Yes.
They're not completely contradicting statements?
Even in the art of war, there's contradicting.
So can we not expect that in humanity itself?
Yeah, that's a fundamental human trait for sure.
Okay.
Look, it's okay. None of these people massively accumulating wealth are going to heaven anyways.
Yeah, but Christian doctrine they won't, right? Because it's easier to go through the eye of a needle for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to get into heaven.
So I've heard.
Yeah. So for sure, like
God bless me, she.
Yes, but there's also the three sacred promises to fucking deal with. That's what you hold true on earth, I will hold true in heaven. So, yeah, if the church says it, God has to abide it.
Yeah, the church doesn't say it, especially now with Francis. Like the church says,
they'll accumulate wealth and they're not returning their stolen wealth. So yeah, whatever.
What if it
Wakanda.
I mean that level of authority like has degrees. Like nothing that gets said on earth can contradict the Gospels, for instance. Just can't. But so what the church says has to fundamentally align with the Gospels, or it's invalid.
There you go.
So I read this just the other day, and it's on the like tip of my mind. It was a Confucius quote that basically says it's easier for a man in poverty to reject bitterness than it is for a rich man to adopt generosity.
Ooh.
I feel like that would almost be obvious.
Ooh.
It should be obvious,
right?
You would think.
I feel like that would be obvious. I don't feel like that's an existential, like intellectual statement. I feel like that's a statement of the obvious.
Except it gets denied all the time, right? How many people say?
How many people deny it? Yes, that's the thing.
So many people.
That doesn't take away the intellectual, like that doesn't take away the intellectual impact of its statement.
No, I agree.
Takes away the amount of people that can fucking take that impact.
Yeah,
that
you have to
take away any of it.
Yeah, the hard part is convincing
still
people.
The same statement.
Like people look at they'll point to Trump and they'll say, "Oh, he gave up his presidential salary. Isn't he generous?" Meanwhile, he's making millions off of being president, like with all of the sort of corruption scandals that he's gone through or whatever. And what you're seeing is that was a gimmick. That cost him very little money, while he was able to use that to make way more money. Yeah, and I think that's an example of the way in which we credit the rich for being more virtuous and charitable than they really are.
True.
Yep. And what is a matter of fact? Another quote basically is that in a country that is poorly governed, wealth is something to be ashamed of, and in a country that is well governed, poverty is something to be ashamed of.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, 100%.
And there's not a lot of well governed countries right now.
No.
Yeah.
I would argue Scandinavian countries are pretty well governed, though.
No.
Ooh,
I wouldn't
really?
argue that.
Why do you feel that way?
Where do you disagree?
I feel like once you pull on an opposite polar, it starts to fall off on the other end.
Opposite polar?
Again, I don't have much knowledge on this. I'm not going to act like I have knowledge on this.
Well, I'm saying,
okay.
what issues do you
of the
have with the
skinny
Scandinavian economy and the socialism that goes along with it?
Not socialism.
Social policy, not
just
socialism.
not
They
True.
reject socialism.
Okay, okay. Fine, both of you.
Listen, not even any of those specifics.
So,
I do not have much knowledge on Scandinavian countries at all. At all. I feel like they're a little bit more relaxed. I feel like they've had more feminist ideologies pushed on them. I feel like they have their own traditions that are just weird. I don't know much about it. I don't even know.
They do have weird traditions, but I kind of like it.
Actually, I don't even.
I like weird.
I don't even know what type of country they are. Are they socialists?
No, they're social democrats, which is they're capitalist. But
did they not imprise kind of more socialist
Well,
ideals?
it's like this. They're capitalist, but they won't let you starve.
Yeah.
See, that's a kind of I would find not like what's the alternative to that? What's the
alternative? Could be capitalist and let you starve.
Okay.
There's lots of alternatives.
So what are they doing to make you not starve as compared to places that would let you starve?
So they would in essence. So when we're talking about them saying that they're social democrats, what we're saying is that the way that their market systems and the way that they create goods, the way that they sell stuff, and the way that their market works that works in a capitalist system in which buying and trading and selling. But when it comes to the social programs in the country, there'd be a certain amount of tax taken out to make sure that people who are vulnerable would not go hungry. Not that the government is literally giving everyone food, but just the vulnerable people.
The vulnerable people would be taken care of.
Would not starve.
Suffer. Okay. So what about the people who are doing very well?
Well, so the people that are doing very well, they would not
pay
get
more
the
taxes.
Same. They pay more taxes, but they would not get the same food assistance that the vulnerable people would be getting.
They wouldn't need it.
Right, but if it was under a socialist system, a pure socialist system, the government would literally be handing everybody food.
Okay, I put up a meme that explains the Scandinavian system pretty well.
Even the rich people.
Even the rich people. Okay, and that's taking money out of their own.
Yeah, the other thing is that right. There's what in a lot of different in Scandinavian countries a certain amount of social responsibility that people feel, where they feel a need to not only take care of themselves but also their fellow countrymen.
But they also don't have to fund things that are in other countries, right?
They send aid. I know that they pay for aid.
Yeah.
Do they send aid?
They're helping Ukraine, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, they send aid. So they
when they can, No, but they use their.
Oh, they can. Norway is incredibly wealthy. They have a sovereign wealth fund that comes from all the oil that they make.
Yep.
They've used that to do a lot of foreign aid, but they've also used a lot of it to fund the EV transition. 90% of cars sold in Norway now are EVs.
Yeah, Sweden actually doesn't even Sweden doesn't actually have a minimum wage.
The big difference is they have several.
But they don't have to because the wages there are really good.
Yep.
The big difference is that they don't have a several $1 trillion military budget.
Exactly.
Yep. Well, they're increasing their military budgets, especially Finland.
Recently.
Yeah.
I mean, they might be increasing their military budgets, but
they're not NATO's number one.
Well, they're trying to get to 2%. Everyone's trying to get to 2% because that's the goal.
Everyone is, of course.
Everyone thinks of that as just a Trump thing, but Biden wants it too. Yeah.
Why wouldn't they?
Hey, Sensei, have you seen this meme before?
Let me see where'd you post it?
Wait, 2% of NATO?
It's one of the
Or-
screens.
Oh, hold
2%
on.
I shared
of
my
NATO's
screen.
budget or 2% of their own budget?
NATO.
The idea is that European countries now are supposed to spend at least 2% of their GDP in military spending. Not 2% of their budget, 2% of their. Isn't that a perfect example of how it works, Desperado?
Yeah. That is a.
It is socialism if you want it to be, and it's not when you don't. Yeah.
Yep.
Percentage.
Yeah. So take the full GDP of a country, calculate what
And then make a
2% is,
percentage of it.
and that's what they should be spending on. And not every European country is there yet, but they've been working on it ever since Trump kind of pushed them. And honestly, Trump was right about that. That's one of the things I think he was right about.
Yeah, I would say that's probably one of the few things he was right about. That actually is pretty fucking reasonable.
The only other thing that I've said that he was right about was the tariff that he put on steel, so that it could be manufactured in the United States. That's the only other thing that I was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
He did that right.
Because we gave that up to China for a dumbass reason.
I'm skeptical about that. I'd like to have a conversation with you about that at one point. I don't want to derail it now, but
I'm more.
I'm convincible
when it comes to U.S. industry.
No. I'm for protectionism in some ways too. I'm just not sure steel is one of them. But we can have that conversation.
I'd like to be there for that.
I'm not.
Go ahead, Vigilante.
The U.S. military budget's like what, more than 50% of our GDP?
No,
It's been a while since I've looked into that.
More than 50%? No. 50% of our budget, you mean?
Yeah,
that sounds about 50% right.
50% of the budget sounds right. Yeah. GDP, no.
Let's see, annual defense spending, U.S.
Look, I wouldn't be surprised if it was.
Okay, okay, so we spent $1 trillion. We spent
over $1 trillion.
Yeah, we spent $1.01 trillion was the last I saw. Might be a little higher now, who knows? But that's where we are. Our GDP is 23.32 trillion. So we're spending a little under 5% GDP. Which is twice more than maybe 3 times what your average European country spends on defense. Mm-hmm. And that's the complaint, is that their spending levels aren't anywhere close to where ours are. And so the argument is, and this is a fair argument, the argument is because we're spending for so much of their defense, they're able to not spend so much on defense. And then the money they don't spend on defense, they can use on their social programs and stuff like that. So they can they can have better medical care. They can do single payer health care. They can do all these great things for their people because they're not spending. Right. Because, we're paying for their defense so that they can have welfare. Exactly. Like that's what it comes down to. Yeah.
Yep. And we don't.
And it's not fair. And it's not wise for Europe either because they shouldn't be depending on some
defenders.
They shouldn't be depending on a country on the other side of the ocean to defend them. Like if we go insular, like UK. Europe is screwed. Europe needs to be able to defend itself.
Well, there's a lot of places that are screwed if we go insular.
Yeah. Including us.
Yeah, well, I'd just be like, we're going to check out of the game for 15 years, and then
and then we come back out and like China runs everything.
Fire.
So Desperado,
Canada, how the fuck did you get on fire? Jesus Christ!
You didn't respond to my Qin Shi Huang.
The what?
You didn't respond to my Qin Shi Huang.
Qin Shi Huang?
Yeah, when I was saying you were talking about Yeah, the Yellow Emperor.
Oh, yeah.
Emperor Qin.
Yeah.
That would be what I would call out, and I get instantly executed.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Twisted.
This panel, Lethal, this is your panel, right?
It is.
I'm going to shout you out.
Appreciate it.
Of course, Darcy.
Thanks for being here.
Only after I accidentally opened my phone web panel, my HTTP fucking hack codes.
I had just pulled her chat up in Chatterino.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
How bad am I in her chat? Tell me.
Don't follow me. I have no.
It's fine. I'll end up closing.
Everybody's kind.
It's fine. The reason
I
I
have
know
no
who
followers.
EOD is, the reason I know who EOD is, it's because he is always in the chat of one of the other stream. He's always he's in
shouted you out once.
Chat a lot. He was in Overlord Clash chat a lot, and he doesn't exactly like me because of the fact that I'm a communist.
Dude, I follow and I am friends with people who are so on the opposite side of me, like in terms of political thinking. Like, I'm cool with everybody. Like, as long as we can take it outside of that fact, like of talking political speak and all that bullshit, like if we can be chill and friends and whatever outside of that and talk about bullshit, we're good. 100%. Don't care.
Oh, we know how to talk about bullshit for sure.
That's what I do.
Like,
we keep it chill in this room.
Usually we end up talking about what dicks can fit inside in. Okay, that's where we're at. Like, I've been online since I was 13. This is where
I'm asexual, so I don't really talk about that.
It's
not so much my jam.
I'm just saying.
But I feel you.
But if you think about it as a logistical problem, then
as a logistical problem, I still don't think about it.
I would prefer to talk about this as a safety issue.
Yes,
safety issue.
Right,
that's where I come. That's where I come in. Shit. If you're in my Discord server, I need to know how old you are. If you are talking to me, I need to know. Like, I've been around again. I've been around since I was 13. I was in Ventrilo with a guild of World of Warcraft people who were 30-year-old men who were protecting me from other people.
I'm sorry.
Did. No, it is what it is. It is what it is.
Hey, listen, I've been on the internet since I was 13 as well, except in my case, that meant
I'm a female.
That in my case, it meant that I had to dial in with a low-speed modem to a local computer that was then connected to the internet because there was no World Wide Web at that time. It was a very different experience.
At that time, I was 13 years old, and I was considered jailbait.
Of course.
So I had a group of men protecting me.
And there's always a bunch of monsters.
That's cool.
So like, there's always been my time of being online and understanding what being online means. Vigilante, thank you for following.
No problem.
You know, like I can get new girls like problems of what being online means and shit like that. I get it, whatever. Like, I've been online since I was 13 years old. I've heard every slur in the book. I've heard every horrible fucking book. I've heard every horrible like fucking being an underage child. Like literally everything. Underage child. Everything. Like literally everything. That's why I have no
people
filter,
probably accuse you of being a teenager today.
Opinion. Well, no, I'm 27. I'm 27.
I know but you could pass as a teenager.
Like a 29-year-old that got into a high school?
You just call me, you dick bit.
What up?
Be okay. Dude, okay, so after literally I had this emote. I had my emote approved, and then the day after, people were like sending me articles like, that means white supremacy and shit. I was like, well, it just got approved, so. There it is.
There it is.
I don't think that it means anything. I'm an old school person. I'm sorry. Words only mean what the What, you put them to me? Okay, sorry. I should not have taken the stance. I'm done. I'm done talking.
It was good. Appreciate the input. So recently, we had a 29-year-old Chinese student, or was it a Korean student, that posed as a high school student.
And enrolled in a high school.
And enrolled.
Was there for 4 days. Like, went to school for 4 days before she got caught.
Like, how does that run?
I'm just so curious about her motivations.
I truly am.
If it was a guy, I would know the motivations. Like, I would have a very strong suspicion, at least.
Don't say that.
I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. But for a woman, I don't know. Like, I don't know.
So as a woman, what do you think, Kai?
Why would a 29-year-old woman enroll in a high school posing as a teenager?
They have problems.
Elaborate, please.
That seems pretty clear.
Severe mental problems.
Like, were they trying to go to prom? Like, were they trying to get a
what
boyfriend?
their
Were they trying to?
was, but whatever it started as is severe mental problems.
I just want to know internally what she was thinking.
There's no like justification for that. No.
She looked
No
like
justification,
Cindy.
but I want to know what the reason.
Yeah. Well, so like, wouldn't anybody like? Some motherfucker decided to go like kill somebody, wouldn't they want to know like the reason why? Like,
yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's why we all
watch
those.
I just felt like killing somebody. They're like, no, but why?
That's why people watch those murder shows, so you can find out.
Crazy. Like, yeah, some people are just fucking crazy and weird and whatever. Like, I don't know.
You ever seen Mindhunter?
I've seen like yeah.
That was all about finding out the reasons for shit. Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah, great. There's actually been a lot of fantastic animes that are very psychological, and more impactful. I guess on
lots of podcasts too about.
Indeed.
I guess that they would be way more impactful than any societal norm in Western society.
True crime podcasts are very popular.
There's literally like over 4 like 12 episode animes that I can think of that are so psychological and so like mentally in depth that they literally force your mind to think so fucking hard that you have no other option. No, Erased. Yeah, thank you, Alesto. Erased is one of the top ones that I suggest for people for psychological animes. Literally 12 episodes. Literally just fucking insane. Like insanity.
I would say Psychopaths, but moving.
Psychopaths is a good one. Shit. I mean, Future
Paranoia
Diary
Ooh.
is what I named my first cat off of. Her name's Yuno.
Sociopaths too.
Her name is Yuno.
Yuno's bad news.
Yeah, she's fucking psycho.
Well,
She's just like me. She's crazy, and she's just like me.
No, you're not
Which
Tsundere.
was funny,
I don't get Tsundere.
I didn't notice I was as crazy as her until
I don't get Tsundere off of you. So like I have my fair share.
I'm like calm chaos. Like I can't remember the.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm neutral chaos.
I've gotten no murdery off of you yet, so we're good.
I'm not like murder psychotic.
That's
there's
the That's the difference.
Like sometimes I just feel a little wild.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. We can
Literally,
deal with that.
it's literally That's why I was like, my first cat was the perfect cat because she was my cat child, and I am the cat mom. and we are just like each other. And then I got a second cat, and she was totally docile, and I was like, that's not me.
That's a thing.
I don't remember what we were talking about. Why did you pay that any attention? I'm trying to eat my fried fish.
Thank you, Desperado.
I got a better picture for you for that that solar farm. I got it up close picture today.
Oh, we got
so
that?
You can actually see it. Yeah, I did. So I can show it to you if you'd like.
So Rich left.
Rich is here.
I'm here.
Rich is here? I don't see him.
Click on Discord, the Discord window again.
Oh, all better.
I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see if
I've kind of been in and out. The kitchen's over there. I've been running over there.
So, how do you
getting
feel
stuff
about
out of the fridge or whatever? Getting some coffee.
Toyota recently issued a statement that they're going to be working more toward hydrogen vehicles.
Yeah, at first I thought that was dumb, but now I think it's kind of the best bet that they could do.
I think there needs to be a split.
Yeah, if they can develop their economy to do hydrogen, then that could be like their first customers would be domestic consumption, which I think is what they'll do if the government cooperates. Because then they can have hydrogen everywhere and it can scale that way. And then once it's scaled, they can start like expanding in America. It'd probably start with California, add a bunch of new. Your best bet for getting more like hydrogen filling stations in your area will be Toyota for sure.
Well, I was thinking that they were speaking out to Walmart and other corporations that have gas stations.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a good sign that we may be seeing more hydrogen stations throughout America. Because Walmart is everywhere. If they adopt this, it could start spreading. And it would be more than likely from California forward, but we would see.
Right.
I have a sneaking suspicion that if the hydrogen thing goes very, very well for Japan, Japan will retrofit every single like refinery that it has inland.
Wow.
And retrofit it for doing hydrogen specifically.
That's deep.
Because I have a feeling that if that is what the push is, they want to be the leading producer of hydrogen right out of the gate.
How long do you think it will be before we actually get hydrogen cars here? Because the idea of hydrogen cars and like models for hydrogen engines has been brought up many, many times. And every single time, the schematics and patents have just been bought up by oil companies and fucking buried.
Yeah, well, it's different. It's different for Japan because Japan is out of a market source. So, and the reason why I say this is because like after like World War II and after like in like mid 50s and whatnot, Japan's like key economies were like tech stuff, like your radios, televisions, all of this kind of stuff, and then it was cars. And so Japan just pumped the shit out of that, and then they had the economic crash in 1992 and never recovered. So they're still in a stagnant economy. They don't have anything that they produce better than anybody else at this point. But they know if they can get something and put themselves at the very top, then that will like reignite their economy.
Yes.
So what I think it is that Japan doesn't care who wants to buy up the rights. Japan wants hydrogen.
I see that.
And
all the ocean to work with it.
It's kind of sunk cost situation because they've invested so much in that, and they've neglected the EV sector so much that they really can't catch up on EV, or you know. So their best bet is to go this alternate route, and it's probably not the best route to go. Or it's not the ideal route to go, but of the options that they have right now, it kind of makes sense to go.
They're not beating Tesla.
Hydrogen.
It's not happening.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to have to. There are certain limitations to hydrogen, though. That's just always going to be a problem. Like you can only compress hydrogen so far. So whereas we're going to have all these batteries that keep advancing the range of cars to where they can go more and more miles between charges or whatever over time as we develop batteries, you'll never develop hydrogen tanks that'll go beyond a certain number of miles between refills. You won't be able to advance it. And so that's one of the big problems that they have. You're just going to have to live with cars that have the mileage that they have now.
Right.
Your car only goes so far.
But the thing is that Japan is also a very small country. There isn't like a lot of driving that needs to be done. It's not like people are going to be
that's true.
Like trucking from like Duluth, Minnesota all the way down to Corpus Christi, Texas.
Not happening.
Right. You probably shouldn't do there's probably no way to do a trucking industry based on that in the United States, for sure.
No. The trucking industry will not survive. No.
Well, we could have
EVs. You can because you can swap out the batteries.
Realistically,
so some Scandinavian countries are using
financial and realistic in Western society. No, we cannot adapt.
Some Scandinavian countries are using hydrogen for their bus system. So that is a heavyweight.
But also, solar energy and wind energy is like fucking horrible.
No, it's
for
not.
Who?
So
they're less horrible than all the alternatives.
Solar green energy.
Okay, so like thinking about fossil fuel energy.
No, not fossil fuel.
So what's the good energy?
So let me ask you, what are the issues? What are the issues with solar? What are the issues with wind and solar? Can you tell me exactly the point at which that you have a problem?
The recycling. Yes.
That's a real problem, but it's being solved.
The recycling. Same with lithium batteries. The recycling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my argument would be
it's a severe problem.
It is. Well, it's a problem, but it's a problem that's being addressed. Like they're making recyclable.
If they can confine proper, channels to cycle solar energy and lithium energy, etc. That is fan-fucking-tastic. God bless. Like,
yeah, they are.
Then
they're
bless.
They're developing those, but at the same time, I would ask, can you recycle coal? Like you get a lump of coal out of the ground, right, and you burn it for energy. Can you recycle that?
Well, only if you properly tend to it.
I mean, well, you can't. I mean, the waste goes into the air.
Technically, you can.
Right. Well, you can use coal once, and then it's gone.
Well,
technically, it'll eventually
embers.
Wind up in
embers, and then
it'll eventually wind up inside of a plant, and then that plant will die and
fizzle out.
In a million years, we can use it again.
It'll have its time period. I understand what you're saying.
So we can reuse it in a million years.
Exactly. Right. It's still pollution. And then whatever is the extent. What is the
what is the recycle? What is the recycle? No, the recycle rate. The recycle rate
is no longer pollutive.
What is the recycle rate for solar panels? How long can you run a solar panel?
You can run the solar panels for 10 years, and then they become completely unconsumable. They cannot be deconstructed.
They start to degrade after 10 years.
They cannot be deconstructed.
You can use them for 30 years, but you're right. When they're done,
pick it apart. You're going to have a bunch of little motherfuckers picking apart that shit.
But here's my question. A lump of coal, how long can you use it for?
As long as you retain the embers.
Yeah, probably about
and
how long do the embers retain?
A couple of hours, maybe.
Again, a lump of coal. Surface coal. Again, surface coal, which needs oxygen to survive. Is not the same as underground things, which is not to say that underground resources are replenishable. No, those are dying out. That's done. That doesn't mean that surface level things like coal is not to be replenishable.
Right, but what I'm saying is the minerals that it takes, the rare earth minerals that it takes to like make a solar panel that you dig out of the ground or whatever, that causes ecological damage for sure. But then you can use the solar panel for 30 years, as opposed to you dig into the ground to pull your coal out, and then the coal only lasts like a couple of hours. So a couple of hours versus 30 years is a big difference.
But yeah, you're taking time over consumption. Okay, so say you use up that 30 years, yes. And then by that 30 years, there's nobody to break that shit down and reuse it for the next 30 years besides some motherfucking kids and whoever is disposable, okay? And they're the only people who can break that shit down, okay? And that shit takes over a year to break down, okay? And then to rebuild that takes over another year.
Well, right. So that means that solar panel is like on balance or like way better than coal, right? Because coal you use once in 2 hours it's gone.
I was being overly generous with the reconsumption of recycled materials from fucking solar panels. You have to understand that it takes over 3 years for them to recycle solar panels. Over 3 years.
3 years with 10 years of optimal use and 30 years of total use. That
30 years
doesn't
of total use and optimal use. Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
so
optimal
if you all
use.
hit that kind of break at the same time, what are you gonna have?
So you're saying that you can't like reconstruct things like in stages? So like during that 10 years of
You're
optimal...
gonna have that 10 years, okay? So you got 10 years to save the population or whatever.
No, it's not. I'm not talking about 10 years to save the population. What I'm saying is that when a solar panel operates...
If you're using 10 years to supply a plus
I'm not using 10 years to supply.
10 year, plus 10 year, and you're using 40 years to supply, okay, fine. And then you've
Kai,
got 40
I don't
years.
think you're hearing what I'm saying. You didn't hear what I was saying.
Okay.
What I was saying is that when you actually like plug everything up with the solar panel and the solar panel is running, the optimal amount of time you can use the panel itself before the panel starts to degrade is at 10 years. After that 10-year mark, the efficiency of that panel begins to degrade to less and less till about 30 years. And once you hit the 30-year mark, that is when you need to replace it. If it takes 3 years,
you're only optimizing a 10-year.
Like I
Which for an extraterrestrial like object, like okay, continue.
I'm trying to do math with you here. Okay, so how many times does 3 go into 10?
3.
Okay, so we can do 3 times the reclamation of old solar panels at the same rate that we put out that new solar panels can operate.
Assuming that we've got the power to do that.
Right. You said that it takes 3 years to reclaim a solar panel.
Okay, so who's going to do that?
It's very simple. It's a capitalist market. Of course, somebody's going to pick up the slack and do it.
A capitalist market where
There's
we're
money.
recycling solar.
There's money.
There's money to be made in reclamation.
Okay. I agree with that. There's many money to be made. Actually, the highest pay grade to be made in those fields. Actually.
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to do those fields?
And I would hope everybody would be trained.
You can find people.
There are people that are willing to do it.
The people that are willing to do it.
There are people that are willing to do it and are trained to do it and make money doing it.
Underwater mining?
Yes.
Okay, who?
I have a friend that literally trained for this.
The percentage.
Oh, small percentage.
Of?
People.
Of?
A very specific occupation and training system.
Okay. Specific. It's very specific.
All right, I'll give you an example. I've got a friend of mine.
It's in specification of certain thing.
I'll give you an example. I've got a friend of mine who works in the energy business, and he's coming out of natural gas. That's how he made his fortune. This guy's like a quarter billionaire.
Yep, natural gas, underwater, I'm sure.
No. His is land-based natural gas, and it's old. He did this stuff.
No underwater at all.
He did. No, I don't think so. He did this it's mostly like shale fracking and things like that.
Shale fracking,
North America.
Yes.
And that's how his family has historically made their money. But he's moving the business in a different direction. He's going into landfills because landfills always have these pockets, tremendous pockets of gas that are generated by the trash that's under the ground. And he builds.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Was overland fracking not high hazard beforehand?
It's way safer for the workers than say coal mining.
But it's not high hazard pay.
I don't think so. No, not that I know.
I believe it is high hazard pay.
It could be. It could be depending on where you are, I guess, and what the risks are. But I would argue that the higher hazard is in the mines for coal. But anyway, what he does now is he digs wells into these landfills, and he takes that gas that would otherwise just be off-gassed naturally into the atmosphere anyway, which would be methane, and he turns that methane into natural gas, and he's able to sell it as that. So that's what his business is doing now, and he's finding workers for sure. He's finding workers. This is Texas, so it's easier to find workers here for that because there's so many people that are used to working on oil rigs and increasingly more like wind turbines and things like that. And the energy sector here is a big employer, big part of our economy.
And wind turbines are not causing a problem?
No, not here. I mean, they're a big part of our solution.
As I'm concerned, wind turbines are causing a problem in New York and New Jersey as they're continuing to build their infrastructure.
What kind of a problem?
That countless whales are dead on their beaches, which is the.
You're talking about offshore wind.
I said offshore wind turbines. Yeah.
Okay, so
which is considered green energy.
What do they do? I mean, what do you mean? What do they do to the whales? How
they kill them?
In what way?
How?
Over the last 2 months, there's been over 12 whales beached on New York and New Jersey.
But what does that have to do with
their building?
What does that have? Okay, you're talking about
that has an infrastructure on our colony on our fucking.
So you're saying the building activity is what's doing it? I can see that. If they're not careful about the way.
Literally, it is in the news.
So is it the construction or the operation of it?
It is the operation of the construction of it.
Okay, so we need to differentiate between
construction. They need to figure out a way to properly construct these things without hazardly environmenting the impact. Without hazardly impacting the oceanic society around it. If we are to contain our oceanic shelves and our fishing life and how much we take in fish, etc., then we're going to have to not kill all the oceanic life while we're trying to build our offshore turbines.
I just put a link in the open panel chat. I also sent one to you directly, Cascade.
Let me see that.
Staying out of it and interacting with the chat. Don't stay out of it. Like, type shit. Vigilante, type shit. Type shit.
No, I've been interacting with your chat this entire time.
Dude, I do not listen. I'm not paying. You've got the same color name as somebody who's here all the time. I
bet your chat's a lot of fun.
I literally can guarantee you that I am not differentiating what you're saying between half the people that I am best friends here with who are disagreeing with me. Like, don't type whatever you want in my chat.
I'm going to say when isn't
this conversation.
When
isn't this conversation because I don't talk about it enough. So I was just interacting with your chat.
Do it though. Like, don't. You said you're out of it and interacting. Do it, please. My chat needs some intellectual advice. Okay, I'm stupid. I'm retarded. Give them something, please.
So,
I mean, Twisted's in your chat. He's pretty smart
crazy
when it comes to this stuff.
Wind isn't really going to be an issue compared to oil spills in the ocean.
Nah, yours sucks. Thank you for the follow.
So this is kind of how it rolls. You're not going to have issues with wind versus oil.
I think that there needs to be more intellectual conversion into fossil fuels and what they are. I think that there's been a misrepresentation of fossil fuels and what they are.
What are fossil fuels?
Reason, I think it's I think that it's a sad excuse for the reason that we've been fighting wars overseas for years.
But everything
I have a very weird take on fossil fuels.
Well, everything up until recently, I'm going to say within the last 20 years, is kind of run on fossil fuels.
Again, I have a very weird take on fossil fuel. Rich, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm retarded. Welcome. I think that fossil fuels have been misrepresented for what they are.
Okay.
I think that they're overrepresented as bones, as sludge, as fuel of past existence, and it has now become an I don't know how to explain this shit, okay? I'm not smart.
Would you say fossil fuels have a soul?
I feel like
we're going back to that old.
No, that stupid shit I'm not even gonna entertain. I feel like fossil fuels in our current age are not even representative of actual fossils at all.
Well, what do you mean? Like they are the fossils of mostly the fossils of.
I don't
plants.
think that the fossils of beings. They may be of plants, maybe.
Yeah, they're almost entirely plants.
Yeah.
Well, unless you're talking about oil, because oil comes also from animal fat. That's been
it doesn't come from animals. It's just the vast like
no, I won't
bulk of it is plants.
It's plants. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I believe. I believe it is all plants. I do not believe a single thing of it comes from animals or humans. Yes, Ice Winter, it is fake news. Fake news.
Hey, if you're Catholic, you believe that the bodies will like rise up in their old shells. This is old Catholic, like pre-Vatican II teaching.
I don't care what you.
I'm backing you up.
I love you all.
I'm backing you up because what I'm saying is, according to that, then it could become boiled because it has to become the glorified body in the future.
Everybody looks like they want to kill me right now.
I look like I want to kill you? No.
Everybody looks like they want to kill me right now.
Look, you can ask Twisted.
I've been chilling this whole time.
All the time. You can ask Twisted Aviator. I look all the time. He's hung out with me enough to know.
Twisted Aviator is welcome to come on the panel.
Resting bitch face.
Apparently, Desperado see me on stream enough.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I was gonna say you look like you want to kill me too.
Who?
You.
Me?
Wow.
And I've seen you in Callan. I think I've seen Desperado's name before I've seen any of you.
Well, he is a samurai.
No.
The true samurai.
And the cowboy.
Yes.
Yeah, both. The same thing, right? Samurai, cowboy?
Yeah, I think I met LetheWaterKai for the first time, what is it, in Goon's server?
It
I think you were on a panel.
Yeah.
Nope. An open panel for Goon.
That's where I met Okay.
That's where you met. That's where you met me. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the reason I make that association.
Before then, I would have been a lot more social. I was in the hospital for like a week before then.
Desperado. The reason I make that association is because of Kurosawa. Because he takes all those old Western movies and he turns them into samurai movies, and then the Westerns like see his movies and turn them back into Westerns. Like that little cycle of movies.
Yeah, yes and no, but actually the actual like scripts that Kurosawa wrote, Hollywood stole the actual scripts and translated them.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah,
literally redid them.
But also he stole maybe he's kind of stole the scripts from the West too. Like Ron is the direct lifting of Shakespeare. Ron is
it's King Lear.
It's King Lear, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And there's other movies of his that are based on like Westerns, like American Westerns. And he adapts them, and then they get adapted back. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm trying to think of which movies.
You're probably thinking of like Yojimbo and Sanjiro, which is like Fistful of Dollars and a Few Dollars. Yeah. But those came out before Fistful of Dollars and a Few Dollars.
But there's others that he takes from the Westerns. Maybe it's more loosely, but also Seven Samurai becomes the Magnificent Seven.
Yeah.
Right.
And what's the one that becomes Star Wars? Hidden Fortress.
Hidden Fortress.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Hidden Fortress.
What a master! But he also, let me see. I'll look it up. He also has some.
You saw that,
that
right?
were taken from Westerns.
You saw that.
But
go ahead,
Kai. If you want to see what it looks like whenever I actually am getting pissed off at somebody, go watch the communism versus or capitalism versus communism debate that I just had on Wickstream, and just look at my face every time Lactoid talks.
I know that's where I saw you from before.
Oh, I had to
literally just watch my face every time Lactoid talks, and you'll know what it looks like.
Oh, it was Lactoid that set you off?
Yeah.
Dude, look, Lactoid.
The milkman set you off. The milkman set you off.
Calling me out. My chat kept calling me out.
I like fucking with Lactoid, but he was saying some of the dumbest shit on that panel that I didn't like. The reason I stopped talking and just, for the most part, and just let my comrades handle that is because I didn't know what to say about some of the shit that he was saying, and outside of super trolly ass comments, because he was saying the dumbest fucking shit.
Don't play the step bro thing. Don't stop.
I only get Lactoid in very small doses.
I'm
because
sorry.
I'm usually not allowed on the panel that he's on.
No, I'm I'm being a bad streamer. I'm not muting myself. I recommend this man. Top man.
I recommended Lactoid for that panel because I wanted to troll the fuck out of him, and I semi regret it because I didn't realize how dumb his arguments were going to be.
You asked for it, and then you got it, and then you weren't happy with it.
I was I figured hey, I've been on panels with him before. I've been on economic panels with him before, and I trolled the fuck out of him. The first panel I was on, in general, which was political shit show, had Lactoid on it, and holy fuck, I trolled him almost the entire time because I knew who he was because I'd watched Naughty Lamonti be on panels with him before. So I just I'd seen who he was before, and I wanted to troll him for the second that I got on a panel with him. So I did, and it's and fucking with him's fun. It really is.
It is. You can do that. We can all do that, and that's what's fun about these spaces. And then I just didn't really get my Muhammad issue stream that I wanted, but it happens how it happens.
I'm glad to know that you guys were all watching that panel.
Oh, it was good.
Sorry. My whole chat's got sound alerts that they can claim. They're being horrible to me right now.
Yeah, the topic's gotten changed from what you wanted to
drastically.
But
no. Okay, I'll go. I'm sorry. I don't want to change the topic like that.
I was changing
have a great night.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
I was getting to how teachers feel about the whole Muhammad situation.
I know. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, that's the topic. Yeah, right.
That was the topic.
Sorry.
This is a normal. It's a normal
Leafly
stream.
Have a good night. Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Good night.
Peace.
For future so bright.
Well, do you want to know the is or the ought? That's the question I want to ask you.
I want both. I want both. I want the is, and then afterwards I want the ought.
So the is with the whole thing is that the one thing you have to understand about Minneapolis is that, in Minneapolis, St. Paul, I should say, is that it has one of the largest Somali communities inside the United States. For Somali refugees. They are very politically active. They are very, community, they're very,
community organized?
Vigilant.
Right.
They're organized and vigilant within their communities. So if a professor at Hamlin was going to have an event that was going to be either not even necessarily talking about Muhammad, but talking about anything that related to Islam, you could bet that there would be people in attendance to it. Especially if it was not coming directly from a Muslim source. So I think that this is something that was basically people looking for something to criticize, and I think that criticism I put some fault on the teacher with this because the teacher knew what the potential ramifications were before doing it.
And those ramifications were more than likely.
Yes, because of the community that's there.
Interesting.
So I'm not saying that the teacher's at fault for wanting to put it up there, but the teacher should have known what the political ramifications for the community would have been by doing that. And if they were willing to accept them and still hold the class, then that's fine. But if they were thinking that they were going to get away with this scot-free, I think that that's just foolhardily.
No, and this is why I said a little bit of censuring, fine. Make her have a public apology, all right. The line is, you support the fucking teacher and you don't terminate.
Yeah.
I mean,
but
this is not a hard line to follow. I mean, I think the humiliation tactics are nothing but PR, and they're not actually warranted, which you shouldn't have to apologize. However, this is still a school. It still is PR. You know, if you have to jump through some hoops, you know, for bullshit, you jump through some hoops. It is what it is.
And I honestly would not be surprised if the people that were complaining to Hamlin University, like the group that possibly was complaining to Hamlin University, put their stipulation that you fire the teacher or we don't stop.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that too.
Yep.
In which case, the
I
school
think
should have been like, nope, we're not firing the teacher. Fuck off.
now, but it just is what it is. It's one of those things. Like now you know how the community will react if you do something like that.
They are the larger part of the community?
What I'm saying is that they are a very large and organized community inside the Twin Cities area.
Okay. So ultimately, their voice is going to get heard in a great way.
Right. And the thing is that like because it is a religious organization, they could definitely reach out to other religiously affiliated organizations to garner support.
Yeah, and I'm sure they can get support within the Muslim community too. Like I said earlier, I did say like in my intro that there were certain risks involved, and there certainly are risks. Like, what's his name? Salman Rushdie was in the United States when he got attacked. So just because you're in the United States doesn't mean that there aren't extremists who aren't going to be here and aren't going to get you. And this is a fellow who usually has security and is like it's rare when he does appearances, and when he does, he's very careful about it. And even with all those precautions, like somebody got to him, and those risks are real, but the idea that you can't utilize the local Muslim community to protect you and to like support you and to like maybe work with them a little bit in how to do what you want to do in a respectful way or something like that, for sure. Like, I mean, if he was doing it to like demean or attack a faith, that'd be a different story. I wouldn't support a teacher doing that in any case, whether or not it risked violence. But I'm sure that teacher was not doing it in that way and was not intending it in that way. And I think that a lot of Muslims that I've talked to about these things, even the ones who don't believe, even the ones who are iconoclastic or whatever, don't believe in they follow that. They don't want to. They'll still say, hey, if you're not inside of our faith, our rules don't apply to you.
Apostates.
Yeah. Well, no, they're not apostates. I mean, I'm just saying, like people who actually believe in that particular teaching, which not all Muslims do.
Instead of Easter Christmas Catholics, they're Ramadan Eid.
Well, yeah, or they just, they're liberals, so they sort of reinterpret the Quran in ways that make more sense for that. And there's plenty of verses in the Quran. You can liberalize Islam for sure. And I think the United States has sort of proven that because I think, ironically, it's the Republicans who've helped us there because they could have gone very conservative. I could absolutely have seen like people coming into this country from sort of theocratic regimes with their sort of more conservative views, landing in this country, being welcomed by the far right, and sort of like falling into that. But because instead they've had the opposite experience where the right hates them and wants them gone, that's sort of pushed Muslims to the left in this country, which has created, I think what you'll find is that Muslims are to the left in a lot of countries if they're not in a theocratic regime where they're indoctrinated into being, very conservative.
But the other thing is that if you actually look at places like Malaysia kind of has I don't want to say it's a democracy that has like, what is it, like religiously inspired legislation.
Yeah.
But you don't necessarily see the same amount of issues inside like countries like Malaysia.
Yeah, or Turkey. Before recently, like in the last 10 years, they've kind of gone more theocratic. But after Ataturk and all of the like reforms that he made and the secularism that he instituted into Turkey, some of which still kind of like is in the background there, sort of waiting to blossom again after fucking Erdogan goes away or is forced to change in some way.
Indonesia's another one, I think, too.
Yeah, not perfect. Like none of these really are perfect because there are a lot of theocratic elements in all of those countries. But if you look at Muslims who are in countries that are not predominantly Muslim countries, those Muslims will often, it depends on how their experience is, excuse me, their experiences in this country. In America, we have this sort of melting pot philosophy, and so they do like become Americans after like a couple of generations, like in the more philosophical sense. They're Muslims still, but they understand American values and they can make them be compatible. But then you've got places like France where they're treated as outsiders everywhere they go, and so they become more insular. And I think that's really where the problem is. Ah, our guest is back.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Good deal.
So anyway, that's all I had to say about that.
Yep. I would say that there are definitely things to the contrary when you're talking about like Myanmar, or you're talking about like the Uyghurs in China as well. So
Ooh,
it's a completely different thing. Well, I mean,
again, they're rejected for who they are.
Yeah, like the Rohingya were actually literally, what is it like? There's a genocide going on in Myanmar with the Rohingya who are Muslim, but the overarching what is it like religious like leadership inside Myanmar is entirely Buddhist.
Or how Germany felt about the Islamic influx that came during that migration, and the hate Angela Merkel felt for it.
Right.
They didn't feel those Islamic people could assimilate, and now it's working out pretty well.
Yeah, they had a rough time for like about 6 months, and after that it was fine.
Yeah.
I've got a question from the quote-unquote fundamentalist view.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
We want those.
Wahhabism isn't fundamentalist, but radical period backward. That's what they said.
Wahhabists?
Yeah, the Wahhabis in
to be fair,
Saudi Arabia.
Islam isn't necessarily backward. The Islamist state from the past was progressive. A woman was one of the highest positions 100 years ago.
Well, the problem comes more down to people that adopt Sharia. And so Islam on a whole isn't exactly an issue. It's certain ideologies that are expected to be...
I'm just trying to be, like, correct.
No, I feel what you're saying. And these aren't the fundamentalists. These aren't the people that are necessarily pushing their ideals onto other societies. To where I would say Sharia wants everyone in the world to wear a hijab.
Well, it depends. It depends on where like it also depends on the historical period. Like Trustrong's right about like how Islam has sort of interacted with the world in the past. Like there were street lights in Cordoba when the English were living in mud huts. So like there were times when they were the most advanced people in the Mediterranean.
Baghdad was the intellectual center of the world until like the 11th century.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not even about innovation in my mind. It's about basically not being allowed to move beyond that innovation based on beliefs and ideas.
Yeah, it was essentially like them believing like that across the board.
Well, with the advent of Sharia, it removes women from the innovation process. And I think women should be allowed to be a part of the innovation process. When women are removed from schooling systems, forced into being the mothers and caretakers of men and children, that removes a large innovation force from society.
True
Well, you guys
says Wahhabism, Salafism is nonsense. They ban music. They're loons.
Yeah. But on the other hand, they're like
he might be. I don't know. Like I don't exactly like that's why I feel the way I feel in my certain position. Exactly. Like he said who bans music. Okay, so like who bans what kind of sort of expression of belief?
Certain branches
like,
of Christianity.
That's been our whole thing. Like
never seen the movie Footloose?
Oh,
thing though. Yeah, okay,
that was good.
That's been our.
We don't dance.
Our one exemption of fucking white freeism, like.
I went to Baylor. I went to Baylor University for 2 years, and dancing was banned there as well. And if you were caught dancing on campus,
music is joy.
Because there was a tradition that of Baptists like banned dancing for years.
I believe in imposition of music because of the fact that music is so surreal and so a part of our own human senses and so inept and so embedded in our own senses.
I get how your chatter feels. And I want to ask him, how does he feel about the Church of the Nazarene? They also ban music.
How do they feel about the Church of Nazarene? I don't know what that is.
It's a branch of Christianity that also bans
Christianity.
music.
Okay. So what I would ask as a person who doesn't know anything of this branch of Christianity, I don't know anything. I'm not claiming to know anything. I'm asking as a person who would sing maybe hymns of Satanism or etc. Or even hymns of Christianity, but they don't match what your position matches. What would you say to that?
Well, I mean, personally, I don't have any music that doesn't match what I match, but a lot of branches of Christianity don't like it when people of their faith listen to music outside of Christian music. Even the ones that don't ban music, even a lot of evangelicals.
Only.
Have you heard those BC? They're fantastic.
We're back to that again.
The Ghost.
I'm never finding it.
Amazing music. What if you love music?
Well, some music is determined
to
be demonic.
Is your soul tainted?
If
is
it
your
follows
soul tainted in that sense?
If your music follows a certain
in that sense, is it tainted?
If it follows a certain bass structure, yes.
That is your religious belief, and you can't follow the things that you love. You have to give up the things you love to be a part of that religion.
Yeah, if you feel any sort of way towards any of those sort of things and on those branches, you have to give them up. Okay. I understand that. Yeah. Yeah, if you can do that.
And so if the music you love is considered demonic, do you give up that music in order to follow your religion?
Well, when that stuff is telling me to love people before me as I love myself, I don't really find it demonic. So under those values, I don't find it the same way. Even though they claim themselves Satanists, they still claim themselves to, shit can be different here and there, like there and there. But the specific people that I listen to, they claim themselves to not be of any principle. They only find themselves to be moralistically right in their own thoughts and to be right in those senses again on the thought of treating people right and treating people how you want to be treated. And that was their basis of Satanism. So again, it's like every religion, you can base it on a basis of what that religion is. Okay, but then you can branch yourself outwards. And that's where those things that you guys called for to be dismantled, those extremists, when there's extremists in almost every field of being, of belief. Okay, it's not just extremists in belief of religion. It's not just extremists in belief of politics. It's extremists in belief of ideologies. Extremists, you have to. Sorry, I'm going to.
Sorry, I coughed.
No, I'm stupid. I shouldn't be saying all this shit.
So, like, ultimately, like, I don't know where you're coming from. Like, I don't know where your north is at this point. And that's kind of where I'm not really understanding where you're going at. Are you talking about how
I get that.
Satanists feel about music, or people who are not in religion feel about music, versus how the religious feel about music?
I guess that you take meaningful words as what they are. You express them into your own thoughts, and I guess that what
I'm trying to wonder.
Ideology is at its own point, but I guess I don't. Yeah, no, I don't have the. Again, I don't have. No, I'm not knowledgeable. I'm sorry, I'm not smart. I don't have the knowledge. I shouldn't be here. I should not be saying anything. I'm sorry.
Well, no, you're more than welcome. I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from, like what the root of the argument is. Like, are we talking about music that? Oh, okay. Well, you do your thing.
I'm just stupid.
I didn't get that. I felt like you were reading from chat. I felt like you were reading from chat, and you're not speaking your truth. You're not trying to find your understanding.
No, I was just trying to read what they were.
Oh, well, hold on. Can I respond to the one thing that chatter said, because I thought it was interesting? He was talking about we were talking about Islam in the past and the way that it was progressive in the future and all of that. And I think one of the things illustrates why that's changed is Alexis de Tocqueville. You guys are familiar with him, like you had to have read him in college or something. And he's famous for making his contributions to interpreting American history in the way that Americans are, right? But he also made those same comments about North Africa and Islam. And what he predicted was that the French occupation of Algeria would destroy its educational system and replace it with a Western, French education system. But then eventually France would leave or get kicked out, which of course did happen. And he said when that would happen, when that happened, they would have neither the French education system nor their own traditional madrasa system, and they would become barbaric. And I think that's happened. And it's happened because of Western influence and that's I think that now the fact that there's so much fundamentalism present in those regions, we now sort of blame on Islam, but I think Western imperialism has its share of blame for sure.
Makes sense.
That was de Tocqueville made a very prescient prediction there, I thought.
And Western influence has kind of taken over music to a large degree, which is why even in Asia, you're seeing K-pop being almost a mesmeric faction in the music industry to the point where people are being executed for having K-dramas. Like the pop culture phenomena is taken off. And it's mostly Western influence.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm hoping that the West can like interact with that part of the world in more positive ways. Like, I don't think it has to be entirely negative, but I think just so much damage has been done. We have to recognize it.
Do you disagree, Desperado?
Yeah, I think that there has been damage that's been done, but this has been I don't fully put it on the West.
Fair. I feel like a lot of Eurocentric ideas have influenced how drama works, and it's made it so much more addictive.
Right. Like it's like someone trying to shove an oval shape in a round hole.
It's still gonna work.
I mean, it looks
but
like
you
a
have
circle,
to admit, like,
it's not a circle.
There is a kind of like very violent, anti-intellectual like through line in like say the Turkish version of Islam, like historically, like the Ottoman Empire, the destruction of libraries. You know, this book is the only good book. You know, they would hold up the Quran or whatever. But then you have the Moors in Spain and in northwestern Africa, like on the Mediterranean, and they accomplished incredible things. And their intellectual tradition, like, is a through line from the before the fall of the Roman Empire to the rise of Enlightenment. Like, they kind of fill in the gap, and they have a lot of they maintain a lot of the knowledge that was lost in the.
But weren't they reading from the Meta Nature?
Well, they were reading from many things. And they preserved Aristotle and Plato, and they had their own great thinkers as well. And I would think if you're looking at the Moors, you're seeing a much more progressive, like for its time, sort of society that had incredible architecture and access to science and literature, and they were very learned people. Like, in my mind, I always, like, especially throughout the Middle Ages, I see the Ottoman version of Islam, which I'm not a fan of, and then I see the Moorish version, which I think there's a lot of great things to be said of. But I think what ended up happening is that in failing to compete with the West, they lost a lot of those qualities.
And one of the major things was, I think it was actually in and around Baghdad, there was like an imam that grew to power. And this was like at the very end of the 11th century, and he basically, I'm really paraphrasing this, but he basically had said that numbers were evil, and numbers were the work of of evil. So therefore, all the scientific works and whatnot that were done throughout the centuries were stopped to more strictly adhere to like the Quran, and to reject numbers in general.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. Like, so I think fundamentalism sort of arose in a lot of and I think fundamentalism maybe was a feature, especially of theocratic countries. And so the fact that Islam now sees itself as fundamentally theocratic, worldwide at least, I hear from many people like from those areas that you can't have secularism in Islam. Like, they're fundamentally incompatible, is what they tell me. But of course, that's exactly what medieval Catholics would have told you as well. So the fact that they manage it, American Muslims manage it, and many European Muslims, depending on the country and how accepted they are, manage it to varying degrees, I think tells you that it didn't have to be that way. And I think that the fact that its fall coincides with the rise of the West means that the West does bear some responsibility. I'm not saying it's entirely the fault of the West. I think it's just an interaction. But I think to a large degree they were in competition. And when there's a competition of that type, there's going to be winners and losers. And the fact that they were colonized almost entirely, I think the only Muslim country that hasn't been colonized by the West is Iran. So I mean, that's pretty like massive influence on any society, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I think Tocqueville was onto something.
I see that. Just in the end.
What a wonderful day. Quick reminder, we are all dying.
One moment,
we are.
1 minute at
You're
a time.
Yeah, one can say the human, but the brain stops developing around age 26. We start peaking out in our capacities around age 30. So the way I see it, we're growing for about 30 years, and then after we hit 30, we start the dying process.
The person who claimed that in my chat, it's a voice command, and it says, "Quick reminder, we are all dying."
Oh, Rich. So I got in a conversation with a coworker.
He's like, "Well, that's not what I thought it would be."
It's been bothering me ever since because this dude's arguments ruin my world. They make me sad inside.
Who is this?
A coworker.
I have a bunch of audio commands through.
And he said that Adam is the most prolific serial killer in all of humanity.
Adam in Genesis?
Yes.
How so? I don't think
by dooming mankind to death, because without sin, the body would never break down. Therefore, all of humanity's deaths are on the back of Adam.
Have you read C.S. Lewis?
I have.
Yeah, so the unfallen Adam and Eve are in Venus, right? The Space Trilogy. Have you read the Space Trilogy?
I have not read that.
Oh, okay. In that one,
I've only read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. I've not.
In that one, he goes to Mars. There's a guy that goes to Mars. A guy goes to Venus. And in Venus, it turns out there was a creation just like the creation on Earth. But in that creation, Adam and Eve never took the forbidden fruit. So they've lived for eternity, just the two of them.
They still fucked up their planet with global warming.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, it's good. Damn it, Desperado.
But the question is, can you stick your dick in Venus?
For you.
Can you stick your dick in
for
Venus?
both of you.
That's the question.
Oh, I can't even.
My chat doesn't even know what to do.
They weren't ready.
I got a fucking audio.
This is a real book. It's called the Space Trilogy. It's actually 3 books.
I need to read that. I've read the
they're profoundly weird books.
I've read the screw tape letters. I've read the screw tape letters.
Yeah, those are everyone reads that. That's like a
well, my dad gave me that. Like literally the hardcover version. And then I got all the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe stuff from watching Disney Channel. And then I read it eventually. And yeah, that was the most I got. I didn't know all the other stuff until probably about 7 years ago.
My favorite one is The Great Divorce.
No one clipped it though. I gotta hit my chat.
Okay, you can go back and clip it.
You can do that.
I'm not gonna.
Oh, I can
You remember it tomorrow.
I can do it with Lethy's chat. He's still
They
live.
make these claims themselves. They can clip it themselves.
Oh, my chat.
You won't, but I will. Fuck
you can tell your chat to clip it.
Oh, they probably will. They probably will.
Play the step bro command.
But
okay.
Ultimate, like, where were we at?
Yeah, see, this is why I
track for a second.
Here. I shouldn't.
We were talking about how good Adam and Eve fucked up their own planet.
Yeah. Okay. So this dude says that Adam is the most prolific serial killer because he allowed sin to infect our flesh so that we die. and under no circumstance should humanity ever die. And that's a belief he had. And another belief was that the flood was the reason why we can't find the 800-year-old, 900-year-old bones.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the fundamentalism involved in these undertakings is painful to me.
Oh, once you learn to like step back and just laugh at it, it becomes entertaining.
It is to me, but I don't want to laugh in his face.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, well, that's sad.
Oh, she left? Well, he's my coworker. I have to see him. And so I have to, like, literally hold myself. Like, I have to steel myself. Not to be like, you said what?
I am more like like Bender in like Futurama, where he's like laughing, going, ah, oh wait, you're serious. Wait, let me laugh harder.
It's rough. And
then he steals from them.
Right.
Like, he has, like, pretty reasonable... He knows about the Kemetic knowledge. He knows about the Moors. He knows all this history, but yet he gives me Adam is the most prolific serial killer. What am I supposed to do with that?
Laugh. Laugh.
Well, Parallax, you can call them retarded to their faces, but again, this is a coworker. I want him to keep talking so I can be amused throughout my workday.
What do you do for work?
Oh, I sit at a desk.
Oh, man.
And I fax things for people.
Too.
And I fax things for people periodically.
I'll be honest with you. I get a little disgruntled when people want to talk with me if they aren't a student.
Oh, I get disgruntled, but at least I can get some kind of joy out of this. Because he'll talk comic books, and he's like really cool with comic books. Mm-hmm. But then when the comic falls into theology, all of a sudden it becomes real. And I'm like, no, bruh. And he's management, and he calls them retarded. Parallax, I'm sad you left. You get it.
Look, my only interaction now that I'm work from home is customers, unless I want to talk to people in chat, which all of that shit is recorded, so I don't fucking do that. So, I sit on Discord all day.
That works. That does work.
We're actually getting really close to test season here pretty soon, so I might be sitting on Discord a lot more often.
That's good for me.
Well, I won't be sitting behind my camera.
But you'll be listening and you'll be giving me input so I can get some fun jobs in. The points you make are fantastic. And Parallax is a true professional. I'm not even going to argue with that. So, yeah, we got to the main issue why Islam is just going to be tolerated, because there's a lot of money there. That's just pretty much where we've gotten to. They are a strong portion of the community, and they're going to have to be placated. That seems like the answer we got to, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And the calls to violence that come from Islam and the money that's not involved is kind of just not paid attention to. We just let them threaten creators.
Well, it's kind of like this. It's like they're going to threaten anyway.
True.
So, like, at that point, you need to make a decision, because if you know that the threat is real, and you know that you're going to receive the threat, what exactly do you want to do about it? Like, because you can't have the government mandate. What is it like? If you have the government mandate, people can't make threats. Like, in the sense that I know that there's like laws and stuff out there. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to stop the people from doing it.
True.
Like, how exactly are you going to mitigate this? I'd like to know what the idea is of how you're actually going to stop it.
I would have thought it would have come down with Homeland Security. Especially when it came down to Islam, like, wouldn't that have
been... that's casting a broad net. Like, individuals are going to get through that. And if you have, like, here's the scenario that I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about a kid who was brought into America, like, by his parents. But then for whatever reason, for the same reason, like, white kids get isolated and go on the internet and get radicalized and then go, like, shoot up a gay bar or something, right? That same process can happen. It's more common in France, but it can happen here too. Like, for instance, the Boston City Marathon bombers, perfect example. They were brought here by their parents. The parents weren't radical, but then they would go online and they would think about, like, the injustices of the world or whatever would start to imprint on them, and they would start to think that Muslims are oppressed, around the world and in different places, which they are sometimes, and they would start to get angry. That anger would then start to, like, cause them to radicalize and, like, join, like, think, maybe go online and see, like, an Al Qaeda, like, server or something like that, and that leads them to doing all these terrible things. And so that's the scenario that I think of when I think of the kind of risk that's being taken. Not necessarily somebody who's, like, an assassin sent from Iran to, like, take out anybody who, like, shows an image of the Quran. It's really more just somebody who sort of randomly finds out about it and gets angry and then does something, an unstable person.
Well, which comes down to mostly how strongly they feel about the religion compared to other religions.
Well, and Homeland Security, my point is Homeland Security won't be enough against that, right? Because that's the kind of person who can slip through the net. Like, the Homeland Security and NSA and all those other places can sort of, like, intercept, like, organized crime and things like that. And certainly those big organizations like Al Qaeda haven't been able to establish themselves in the United States and create terror cells like we thought they were going to do after 9/11, because Homeland Security did a good job of catching those kinds of people. But people like the Boston Marathon bombers and other Muslim, like, sort of, these are just lone wolf terrorists. Like, they're not parts of cells or anything organized. And so those are the people that are hardest to catch. So I don't know.
Yeah, one person working in isolation is a lot harder to catch than 10 people that have organized plans. I mean, you even look at, like, the whole Gretchen Whitmer thing. There wasn't that many people that were actually, like, involved in the quote-unquote kidnapping of Gretchen Whitmer. And, like, the feds still caught them, even with that small, tiny group that they had.
Yeah, the way I think about it is I think about the way I think about Ukraine. You know how we talk about how if you let Russia have parts of Ukraine, it rewards them? And it encourages more behavior like that. I feel the same way with this. Like, if you give in on this issue and you try to avoid violence, then you've just sent the message that violence gets you something you want. And so then they ask for the next thing or demand the next thing. And eventually that, you get to a point where you're not willing to do the trade. And now the the line is drawn at a different place and things can get more violent. I think you have to. I hate to say broken window theory, but it's a little bit like that. It's you can't let them get a foothold in any way. Like you can't let fundamentalists like dictate the terms of these things, or it won't stop. It'll just keep going.
Yeah, I totally agree as well. My only thing is that like if you're planning on doing this, make sure that you fully understand the ramifications of what can happen because of it.
Oh yeah.
If you're trying to do this and then trying to be like, hey, you can't do anything to me because this is like my freedom, that's kind of a really, really bad way to view the situation itself, is what I'm getting at with this. I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying you need to make sure that you are completely 100% on board with doing this legal act.
Yeah, and I said that at the beginning, like when I first came on. First thing I'd said was, I think the reasons are they wanted to protect the students, they wanted to protect the faculty, they wanted to protect everybody around there, because it might be like, especially after Salman Rushdie, like you have to be aware that level of violence is possible. Mm-hmm. But then I said, we have to do it anyway. Like, we've got to bite the bullet.
Yeah.
And that's why I brought up before this whole topic started, like South Park and other creators being threatened for showing Islamic iconography.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that they had to back off of it because either the studio said so or because they didn't feel safe.
Yeah.
And we didn't really get into that in most of our talking points. It mostly came down to university standards, so on and so forth.
Yep.
With the actual real threats that come about and the damage that gets done was a lot of my interest.
Yep. So it's like, yeah, just all I can say is you have to know the risks, and if you're not willing to take the risks, don't do the jump.
And that's what it is.
But if you are willing to take the risks, by all means, do it.
And very few are willing to when it comes down to Islam.
Mm-hmm.
It's maybe a 1%.
I understand it. Like it's a prudential call, I think.
Was it that Charlie Hebdo, the French cartoonist that had like a depiction of like Muhammad that was like
and he got murdered,
killed or whatnot? He got murdered for it. Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm coming from with it. I wish somebody would have brought that up sooner.
Well, Charlie Hebdo is the name of the magazine. The staff of the Charlie Hebdo magazine were mass murdered. Yeah.
Yep.
Did you say mass murdered?
Central scared.
Yeah, Comedy Central scared.
Oh yeah, that's right. Comedy Central backed off on some of that stuff. Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. In consideration, did you say mass murdered?
Things were hotter back then, though. I think they probably would make a different decision now if they were doing that same.
I mean, the episodes, they're still not available. Like, they used to be available on a lot of streaming platforms. They're not available anymore. They actually took them down. They used to be available.
I see. Yeah, I mean, well, I understand. Like, I won't judge them for not standing up for it in that way. Like, I think people should, but I understand why they don't. Like, you can't expect people to risk bodily harm on purpose, like, for an abstract concept, like freedom. But I wish they would, when necessary, but I understand why they don't.
My opinion is going to be a little bit different, but I mean, like, it's a closed portion of a practice, and we need to respect closed portions of people's practices. If we want that kind of stuff taught, it needs to be taught by somebody that's part of said practice. So
I'm sorry, say that last part again.
And if we want stuff like that taught, like stuff from a closed practice taught, or stuff about a closed practice taught, it needs to be taught by somebody from that practice.
What? Don't get me wrong. Like,
Islam.
I've never presented an image of Muhammad personally. I've never felt the need to. I'm only saying that if somebody does, like, their right to do it should be protected.
If I'm
go
not
ahead.
mistaken, the professor was like an art history professor, and this was a painting that was in like Middle Ages, like Middle Eastern like art was like what they were doing. So this was definitely within the wheelhouse of the professor that was showing the art piece. And the art piece itself was not drawn by somebody of of Islam, of the Muslim faith. So the person who drew the image wasn't Muslim, and the person that was like showing the Islam was showing the image as part of the art from that other person was not Muslim as well. So how do we actually like work with this then? How do we actually like talk about art and art history from that time period using what you were talking about there, Vigilante?
So, I mean, in a lot of ways, like with the witchcraft community, because it's where I'm basing that off of. When it comes to that, I mean, like, for the most part, like, we don't really talk about closed practices. We don't really teach closed practices unless it's coming from somebody who's part of said closed practice. And it's considered extremely fucking disrespectful not to, or to try to teach that, or try to research that if you are not part of that, or if you weren't invited into it.
So if we're talking about an art piece from the 11th century like this, that person was not a part of like the practice, but it's also a part of history with them not being part of the practice. So talking about that as being a bad thing to do in society as a part of art history, could that not be acceptable as a means for teaching a class?
It could be.
I'm just
fair.
Yeah.
I'm gonna rate in the Goon Turn God because I feel like we've reached a great point in this, and we've pretty much gotten to most of the points. It's been a good night for it. Thank you all for being here, and we'll continue speaking, but just rating into Goon. And like, when it comes down to esoteric knowledge being handed down, there's a certain level of gatekeeping that's coming into play there, and that's kind of what we're talking about with Islam. Because the gatekeeping is more violent and visceral. Whereas I haven't experienced that with the esoteric community.
Yeah.
I don't know if you get where I'm coming from with that.
Yeah, I mean, most of the witchcraft community, they're not going to defend it with violence.
Yeah, I wouldn't see that happening.
I do say most because there's certain portions that I could see doing it, but for the most part, it's not going to happen.
Jack, you're talking about Jack.